Imagine having your very own AI Saas application that takes your photos, trains an AI model on them, and then lets you create professional headshots, fantasy portraits, or any transformation you can imagine, all with just a few clicks. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we are diving into something huge. You have probably seen AI powered applications like PhotoAI that lets you create stunning photos by training on your own images. Well, this type of AI SaaS is pulling in over 120,000 per month, which is a really great number. In this tutorial, we are breaking down exactly how to build our own version of PhotoAI from scratch. That's right, you are going to learn how to create a full stack AI powered SaaS application that can scale and potentially earn like these big players. To build this app, we'll be using the latest Next.js 15 as our framework, Supabase for authentication, storage, and the database management, Stripe to handle subscriptions and payments, and Replicate to bring the AI magic to life. Plus, you will get a hands-on experience with the training AI models, learning about LoRa's, and finding out how to extend these AI capabilities in multiple creative directions. We'll also be working with the latest AI image model called Flux to make our app even more powerful. I'm really excited to show you the demo. Here is the landing page of our SaaS application. The name of the application is Pictoria AI. At the top, we have a minimal navigation bar that has a clean and user-friendly design. In the background of this hero section, I have implemented an interactive image component. As you hover over each image, it becomes clearer, giving a more dynamic and engaging experience. We also have a title, a descriptive subtext, and a CTA button alongside a trusted element in the form of user avatars to build the credibility. Next, we showcase the key features of our app in a dedicated section. On the right, you'll see an image of a dashboard of the application inside an animated gradient background. Following that is our sleek testimonial section, where users share their feedback about the app. Then we move on to the pricing section. The app offers 3 subscription plans: Hobby, Pro, and the Enterprise. You can easily toggle between monthly and yearly pricing options by clicking on this switch element. All of this data is dynamically pulled from the Stripe and our database. We also have a simple FAQ section where users can find answers to common questions. And lastly, we have included a final call to action banner followed by a simple footer. Now let's log into the application. Let's click on the sign up. Now this will open the sign up page. And if you click here, it will open the login. And we also have a forgot password option as well. Let's log in with my current account. And we have this toast at the bottom. So this is the dashboard of our application. Now here you can see how many image credits are left, how many training credits are there for your account. So in this account, I have generated 11 images and I have trained one model. From the quick actions, you can directly go to the generate image page or train model, or check out the billing page as well. So here we are listing the models that are successfully trained. And these are the images that I have generated so far. Now let's go to the generate image page. So here we have 2 models for the Flux, and the third one is the one that I have trained. So let's select the Flux Snell model. And there are multiple types of aspect ratios that you can select from. And from here, you can select how many output you want. So let's just select 2 outputs. And these are some settings of the model that we are going to learn when we create this. For now, let's keep it as it is. Let me change this output format to JPG and let's write a prompt. Let's just write a photo of a Cute girl holding balloons. Let's click on generate. It will take a few seconds, and here is the image. So we have generated two outputs, and we also got the message that images are stored successfully, and it looks really great. Now let's see if we got these images in our gallery or not. Go to the my images. Here you will be able to see all the images that you have generated. So if I click here, and these are all the details. We have used this model, aspect ratio, guidance, dimensions, etc. You can download the image from here, and you can also delete this image. Let me delete this one. So click here and press delete, and it is deleted. Next, let's go to the my models. So here it will list all the models that you have trained. So it took 35 minutes to train this model of a Tom Cruise. Now I have used publicly available images of a Tom Cruise that comes under the Creative Commons, but these images are used only for the educational purposes. I highly recommend not to use any other person's images without their consent. So this card shows the model name and whether it is successfully trained or not. So as mentioned here, it is created 7 days ago. This is the training duration it took to train this model, and it is the male model. So if I click on this generate images button, it will take us to this generate images with where the model is selected right here. And if I just write a man wearing black suit standing top of the helipad. Let's click generate. Now this will take a bit more time than the Flux models because Flux models are already loaded on the replicate server, and this looks really great. You can always increase or decrease the output quality. Now let's say if I want a professional headshot for my LinkedIn profile, then I have to design the text prompt. I can say something like a LinkedIn profile headshot of a professional man. Let's write full body shot and a simple background. Let's click on generate. And as you can see, it has captured almost all the facial features of Tom Cruise, and it looks really great. Now let's go to the train model. Now in this page, you should be able to train your own image model. You just have to write the model name. For example, Tom Cruise, second one, and select the gender. And before you create the training dataset, make sure you pause this video and just read these instructions. So basically, you should have 10, 12 or 15 images in the zip file. So if we ideally break down the 12 images, six images should contain the face close-ups, while the 3 to 4 should have half body shots, and another 2 to 3 images should have full body shots. Now it is better if there is no accessories on the face or head ideally, and there should be no any other person in the images. If the images have different expressions, clothing and backgrounds, then it should be good. Now images should be in the a square format, so 1:1 resolution, and use images of a similar age group. That means ideally it should have taken within past few months, and provide the only zip file under 45 MB size. So let me click right here, choose file. So if I show you all the images, so basically I got these images, and as you can see, it may not follow all these instructions because it is hard to find these images with Creative Commons license. And I have created the zip files from these images. So if I click on the zip file and click open and click on start training. Now first it will upload the file to Supabase, then it will provide that URL to the replicate. Now it says the training started successfully. You will receive a notification once it gets completed. So the training of our model is started. Let me open my models. Now as you can see, the second model is in the training. Let me show you the training from the replicate. So if I click right here, it is running right now. Let me just cancel this. So basically, when any status updates in this training, whether it is starting, processing, successful, cancelled or failed, it will capture that status through our webhook, and it will provide the update of the training status in our database. So since I have cancelled this, so if I go to the models and let me refresh this, as you can see, status is updated, and I should have received one email which is right here, and it says your model training has been cancelled. So we are gonna implement the webhooks as well for this. And if I click on this delete, it should delete the model. Now let's check out the billing page. Now as you can see here, so I'm running on the hobby plan, which is $15 a month, and it provides 100 image generation credits and 1 model training credits. So right now I have 87 left, and if I want to switch the plan, I can do that as well. Just click on the switch plan and it will redirect us to the Stripe portal, which is right here. So from this I can update the plan as well. So if I select the Pro plan and click continue, and let me confirm. So as mentioned here, your subscription renews on November 30 and your next estimated payment will be 37. So from the 30th November, I should be able to have the Pro plan. Now as you can see, now it's the Pro plan that is selected. Let's go to the settings page. Now here, you can change the name. So let me just add the space here and update the profile, and profile updated successfully. Now when you click on this button, it will send the password reset email here. So if you click on this reset password, it will send you back to the reset password page, which looks like this. And from here, you should be able to go to the settings or go to the billing as well, and you can log out by clicking right here. Let me go to the landing page again, and let's check the mobile version. It looks even more good than the desktop version. Let's go to the sign up. Let's click on login. Let's enter the password. And here is the dashboard. So we have the recent generations and quick actions. Let's go to the generate image. Let's go to my models. and everything looks really great. Let's open the gallery. Let's open any image. All right, looks great. Now let's go to the billing. Even at the top, it shows the current plan, which is the Pro plan. And everything looks great. Before we dive into building the application, I want to quickly introduce you to the sponsor of this video, and I think you're really gonna like what I'm about to show you. Some of you might already know about Scrimba, but if you don't, it's an online learning platform that makes learning to code super interactive and engaging. They offer a bunch of different courses, and a ton of their content is actually free to access. What's really cool about Scrimba is their unique learning format. They call them scrims, and they let you actually code inside the video lessons. So as the instructor is explaining something, you can pause at any time, jump into the code, mess around with it, and see the results right then and there. It's almost like you are pair programming with the tutor. It's honestly the most hands-on way to learn coding I have ever seen. You're not just passively watching, you are coding as you learn. Plus, Scrimba offers structured learning paths that are designed to help you land a specific job in the tech industry. Two paths I have been looking at recently are the front-end developer path and the AI engineer path. Now, the front-end developer career path was actually created in partnership with Mozilla MDN, which are the people behind some of the best web development documentation out there. It covers everything from the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to more advanced topics like responsive design, APIs, and React. Plus, they even include a section on how to get hired with the tips on building your portfolio, preparing for interviews, and everything in between. And if you are interested in the world of artificial intelligence, their AI engineering path is definitely worth checking out. They've got courses on prompt engineering, embedding, vector databases, LangChain, etc. They have teamed up with the experts from the companies like Hugging Face and LangChain to create this content, so you know you are learning from the best in the field. So whether you are a complete beginner or already have some coding experience, Scrimba is a fantastic resource. I have put a link in the description that gives you 20% discount on Pro plans automatically. No codes needed, just click sign up and the discount will show up right away. Let me close this. Now open this starter code repo, and let's clone this first because it contains all the different text and images that we are going to use. Let's just copy this. Open the terminal and make sure that you are in the right directory. Just write git clone and paste the URL. Let's change the directory to this repo. Let's just write code and dot if you are using the VS Code or a cursor, and here it is. So if you check the package.json, here we are using the latest Next.js version, which is 15, and we are also using the turbo pack. Now there are two text files. So first, it will contain all the text that we are going to use to build the landing page and the application. And the next is the Supabase queries. So basically these queries will create new tables in the Supabase and functions as well. You can also do this by using the UI, but it will be faster if you use this queries. Now if you go to the public folder, you should be able to see different images that we are going to use for the landing page. Now before we start building, Let's install all the UI components from the Shadcn library. So let's go to right here and just add Shadcn. Go to docs and go to the CLI. Let's use this and paste right here. Let's select the default style and neutral color. Yes to CSS variables. Now let's add all the required components. So for that, we can use this command. Click enter. Let's select this one by one. So yes to accordion. We'll need alert dialog, avatar, badge, button, card, carousel. There is no need to chart. Let's select the checkbox, collapsible, no need for command or context menu. Select the dialog, drawer, drop down menu, form, no need for a hover card. Select input, label, menu bar, navigation menu. There is no need to pagination, but still let's just add this. Pop over, progress, radio group, resizable. Let's add the scroll area, add select, separator, sheet, sidebar, skeleton. Let's add the slider and sonar for the toast, switch, no need for table, tabs. Let's add text area and tooltip. That's it. So it has added all the components. Let's check it out. So we have this function in the lib and we have one hook and components are in the UI folder. All right. So now let's start the development server. Just write npm run dev. All right. Let me just close this pot. Let's start it again. And now it's running on 3000. First, let's fix these fonts. So if you open the layout file, so there are two fonts already there. One is the sans and another is the mono. Let's see if it is in the Tailwind config. I don't see any here. Let's install this. These all configurations are added by the Shadcn. Let's add the variable for the font family. So after the extend, just write font family and let's add mono font. Let me close this auto suggestions. Copy this variable name and paste right here. And change this to Sans. Let's close this and in the layout, let's add the class. So just write font dash sans. Let's save this. All right, I think I made mistake. Let's close this. All right, now let's start by adding a login page. So inside the app folder, let's create one more folder called login, and inside the login folder, let's create one file called page.tsx. Let me write authentication page, and let's see. All right, now let's add some tailwind classes here. Let's change this to main and class name. Let's set height to screen, display to grid, grid calls to, and relative. Now inside main, let's create two div. So first one will have the image, and the second will have the login form. So in the first div, let's add the class, set position to relative, width to full, display to flex, and let's set flex dash call, bg to muted, padding dash 10, and text to foreground. Let's save this and let's add the image. src. First let's import the image by writing auth image from. Now let's add this at the red public so we don't have to add the dot dot all the time. Go to the ts config, and in here let's set this. So we just have to write @/public and it will go to this path. Let's save this, and here let's just write @public/. Let's select this image and paste it right here. Login image, set to fill, class name, width to full, edge to full, object cover. Let's import the image from the next/image, and let's check this out. All right, but it is taking the whole because we have yet to set the column right here. Set col span to 1, but it is taking the whole page. So let's check it out. I guess I made a mistake right here. It should be relative. All right, looks great. Now let's add the logo right here and the code at the bottom. So for that, let's go to the components and create one file called logo.tsx. Let's import this after the image. Let's add the link, import it from the next/link. Let's add a sparkles icon from the Lucid React. Set class name to size 8, and stroke width of this icon, let's set it to 1.5. And let's write the name, which is Pictoria AI. Let's add some class in the link. Just add flex, items to center, and gap to 2. Now in the span, let's set text size to text-lg and font to semi-bold. Let's save this and check it out. I guess it's not visible. Let's wrap this logo in a div and add the class. Set position to relative, z index to 20, flags items center. That's it. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Let's set text to white. Instead of foreground, let's just write primary / foreground. Now these are all the variables that are set by the Shadcn. You can check it out by opening globals.css file, and here are all the variables, and these are for the dark theme. Alright, looks great. Now let's add the code. So after this div, let's add one more. Let's add the block code right here and add a paragraph tag. Now this code, you can get it from the text file, which is right here. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now this name should be in a footer. Let's add some classes. Here let's add position to relative, z index to 20, and margin top to auto. For the block quote, let's add space -5-2, and in the paragraph, set text to lg, and in the footer, set text to -sm. Now instead of this, let's just use the HTML entity. So ampersand, write LDQUO for the left side of code. Let's copy this, just paste right here. Here just change it to R. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now let's add a slight black shade on the top and on the bottom after this text. So before this image, let's add one div. Let's self close it and add the class name. So for that black shade, let's set width to full, edge to, let's say, a 30%, BG to gradient -to -top. So gradient to top, from transparent to black /50. It should have absolute position, and set top to 0, left to 0, and z index to 10. So basically it should be after this image, z index to 10. So this index should be lesser than the text. Let's save this. Alright, now this looks great. Let me copy this and set the bottom to 0. Let's increase the height to 40. Alright, we have to change this to bottom, and now it looks much better. Now on this right side, let's create the login form. But before that, let me show the original login form. So on the right, we are rendering 3 forms. One is to login, another is for sign up, and another is for forget password. So we will create one single component that renders all three different forms. So let's open right here, and instead of this, let's add some classes. Set position to relative, display to flex, flex dash call, items to center, justify to center as well. Let's set padding to 8 and height to full. All right, it's in the center. Now let's open the components and create one folder called Authentication. In this folder, we'll add all the components related to the authentication. So let's add the global component, which is the auth form.tsx. Let's import this right here. Let's add the class name, set the space -y to 6. So basically this will add the space between its children. Now here we will use one use state. Now this state is to change the state of the form. So let's name it as a mode. Set mode. Initially it will be a login. Now whenever you use anything such as a use state or use effect, so all these interactions happens on the browser side. So for that we have to make this component as a client component. So that's why just add the use client directive at the top. Now let's remove this and add one more div. Let's add the class name, set display to flex, flex to column, space y to 2, and text to center. So basically this will render the title. First we'll check if mode is equal to reset. Then we will render the reset password. Let's put one condition again. Our mode is equal to login. Then we'll render the login text, or we'll render the sign up. All right. Let's include this in a h1 tag. Let's set text size to 2XL, font to semi-bold, and tracking between letters to tight. Let's save this. All right. Now after the h1, let's do the same for the subtext. Let's change this h1 to p and text to, let's set it to SM and change its color as well. So text dash muted to foreground. So it will be a light gray color. Now for the reset, let's just say enter your email below to reset your password. And for the login, let's copy this, enter your email below to log into your account. And here let's write enter your information below to create an account. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now here let's render different forms. So if mode is equal to login, we'll render the login form. Similarly, for the sign up and the reset password. So sign up form and reset password form. Right now it is running the login form. Let's create the login form component inside this authentication. And let's render this right here. Now for this, let's use the form component by Shadcn. So if you go right here, let's follow this. So first it should have a use client directive since it's going to be an interactive client side component. Import the Zord for the schema validation. And let's create this form schema. So for this, let's change it to email. So z.string. Let's remove this and just write dot email. Let's add the error message. Please enter a valid email address. Similarly, let's add the password. Let's change this to, it should have a minimum of 8 characters, and change error message to password must be at least 8 characters long. That's it. So after adding the form schema, let's import this. We'll use the React hook form. And let's define our form inside the component. So default value of an email should be empty, and same goes for the password. Let's add this on submit, which will log all the form values. Now let's import this. So this is the input component from the UI folder, and these are the form components and button as well. Let's copy this form and paste it right here. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now let's add our own fields. First, let's wrap this form inside a div, and in the div, let's add class name. Now for this, let's use the cn to merge two class names, grid and gap to 6. Also, let's add the class name that comes from the prop. Since we are using the TypeScript, we have to define the type of this class name, which is the string. Let's change this name to an email. Placeholder to name at example.com. We don't need this description. It should be email. All right. After this email, let's add the password. Let's change this name to password. Enter your password, and it should have a type of password. Now this button, let's add the class name, set width to full. That's it. And this looks great. Let's increase the width. Now instead of 8, let's change it to 4 and check it out. Looks great, but we need to increase the width of this. Let's open the page, and right here, let's set width to 350 pixels and set maximum width to XL up to 36 RAM. Also set margin left and right to auto. Alright, let's wrap this in another div and add the class name. So let's bring this width and margin left and auto to right here, and let's set here width to full and bring this right here, and now it looks much better. Looks great. Now let's add this text. So go to the auth form. Here it shows an error because we have set this to required. Let's just add a question mark, and now it's gone. Let's use the React fragments. So after the form, let's add one div, and this div, let's add one button. Need an account, then just write sign up. So basically it should change the mode state. So on click, it should change the mode to sign up. Let's add the class, set padding to 0, and the variant of this button should be a link. In this div, let's add the class name, set text to center, display to flex, and justify between. That's it. Let's copy this and add more button. Let's change this to forgot password, and it should change the mode to reset. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. So it is now sign up form, and right now it is login. So if I write any email here and add the password, so here we got the email and the password, and if I don't follow the 8 character, it will show the error. Alright, now let's create the sign up form. Let's copy this form component and create one more right here. Let's change this to a sign up form. Let's change this name to sign up. Alright, and let's import it in the auth form. right. Now in this form, let's change this form schema. Let me remove this and this as well. So we have email and the password. Let's add the full name, right? Z.string. It should have a minimum to 3 characters. Otherwise, let's show an error. Your name must be at least 3 characters long. All right. Now for the password, we will use the one regular expression. Just write password validation regex. So the above regular expression ensures that the password must contain at least 8 characters, one uppercase, one lowercase, and at least one special character. So let's use this. First, let's remove this, and in this string, let's add one error message, which is the required error message. Let's just write password is required, and then set the minimum of 8 characters. Otherwise, we'll display the error message. Password must be at least 8 characters long. After the minimum, let's add the regular expression. Let's add the regular expression right here and the message. So for the message, let's just write password must contain 8 characters, one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, one number, and one special character. All right, so that's it, and let's just add one more field for the confirm password. So for the confirm password, let's just write set.string first, and here let's add this required message. Just write confirm password is required. And let's refine this. So how do we know whether this password and confirm password is the same? So we can use the refine function from the Zod. So after this form ends, let's use the refine. So refine will get all the data of all the fields. So for that, we'll just write if data.password is equal to data.confirm password. Now if this condition is false, then it will show this message such as passwords don't match, and path of this error, it will be the confirm password field. All right, now let's add different fields, but before that, let's add the default values. So for the full name, let's just keep it empty, and empty for the confirm password. First we should have the full name, just write your full name. So we already have the email and the password. Let's copy this for the confirm password. Confirm password. Confirm your password. That's it. And let's change this to sign up. Let's change the name for the login form as well. Here it should say login. And also in the auth form, let's add this link for the sign up as well. Let me copy all this, paste this form here. We'll show only one button for the login, so just write already have an account, then login. Now it should change this mode to login. Let's save this and check it out. Alright, looks great. Now let's set it to center. Let's just remove this, and looks great. Let's test this. If I add ABCD, and password must be at least 8 characters long, so just write few characters, numbers, and a special letter. Alright, let's see the log, and we are getting all the values. Let's add this one, which is at the end of this form. So after this div, let's add paragraph tag, and let's set the class name, set padding left and right to 8, text to center, text size to SM, and text color to muted foreground, which is the light gray. Now inside this p tag, let's just write by clicking sign up, you agree to our, let's add link, and just for now let's just use the hash. For the class name, let's add underline. Let's import this first. Underline offset to 4, and on hover change text color to text dash primary, which is the black color. And here let's write terms of service. Let's copy this and just write and paste the link again. Now this is for the privacy policy. Alright, looks great. Now let's add the reset password form, which only contains one email field. That's it. For that, let's just copy this login form again and paste it. And let's change the name to reset password. Let's change the name here and here. Let's remove the password and change this to reset password. All right, let's render this in the auth form. All right, looks great. Now it has this back to login button, so let's add that. Let me copy this and add the React fragments, and here let's just write back to login. Change this to, now let's keep it login. Let's save this, and looks great. So we have successfully created all these forms. Now let's integrate it with the Supabase. Now let's open the env.example file first. So here are all the environment variables that we have to add. So we'll need the Supabase project URL, anon key, and the service role key. So for that, first let's create the Supabase project. So open your Supabase dashboard and let's click on the new project. Let me add the name to Pictoria AI and type any strong password. And let's set it to the nearest center, which is Mumbai, and create the project. Now this will give us the this public anon key. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's reveal this service key and copy this. We'll need this service key to act as a admin and bypass the security of the database. And let's copy this project URL. So that's all. Now let's open the Supabase, SSR, Authentication, Nextjs documentation. All right. So we have already selected the app router since we are using the app directory. Let's copy this command to install the Supabase/Supabase-js and SSR and paste it right here. And it has installed both the packages. Now let's follow this documentation. So as mentioned here, it is telling us to set the Supabase URL and the anon key, which we already did. Now it is using this next_public prefix before this environment. So that means the app can access this environment variable on the browser side. But for the security reasons, we won't expose our environment variable on the browser side, and we will use only the server side authentication. Now next, we'll need to create the browser side client and the server side client. So as mentioned here, to access Supabase from your Next.js app, you need two types of Supabase client. First one is the client component client. Now to access Supabase from the client components, that means the component that works on the browser side, which run in the browser. And another is the server component client to access the Supabase from the server components, server actions, and route handlers. We'll need this component. So basically for our application, we won't be using this. So let's not create this. Let's just copy this and inside this utils, create Supabase folder and create the server.ts file. So let's just add Supabase file in this lib. So create one folder called Supabase, and inside that, let's create server.ts file and paste the code right here. Let me remove this. So basically it is getting these two variables and it is setting the cookies. So it will get the cookies from the next/header, and it will get or set cookies with these functions. I'll explain the whole flow, but first let's follow these steps. So next, hook up the middleware. So let's create a middleware.ts file at the root of your project. Let's create this middleware file inside the src folder. All right, and let's copy this and paste it right here. And in the Supabase, let's create the middleware.ts file as well and copy this code. Let's change this to lib. So basically this is the update session function, and our main middleware will use this function every time whenever you request to the our application. Now you can read all of this if required, but I'm gonna already explain you all these things. So next, just create the login form, which we already did, and the login or sign up actions and the error page. But before that, let me explain this whole flow. Let me show you one diagram. Let me explain this flow. So when a user logs in, user enters their credentials and send those credentials in the post request to our application. Then the app will send that to the Supabase. Now Supabase will validate these credentials, and if the credentials are valid, Supabase will generate two most important tokens, which is the access token and the refresh token. Now these tokens get stored in the cookies in your browser. Now what are the cookies? So cookies are a small piece of data stored in the browser, and in this setup they store the user's authentication session. Now key points about the cookies is they persist between page refreshes, and they are automatically sent with every request, and they are managed securely by the server. So let's see the second flow, which is the protected route access. So when the user want to access the protected route, which can be a dashboard or a billing page, so your browser automatically include these cookies with every request, and before the page even loads, the middleware kicks in. So the middleware is like a security guard checking your ID before letting you into the building. So what is the middleware's job? So it looks at your token. If the access token is expired, it uses the refresh token to get a new one. And it is smart enough to update the token in the current request, so the page knows who you are and send the new token back to the browser. So for the future request to work, and let the page know it's okay to show the protected content. So first, as mentioned here, it will process the request, read the cookies from the request headers, and if all the tokens are right, then it will send the request to the Supabase, or it will verify the session. Now if something goes wrong, if both tokens are expired or invalid, the middleware will act as a bouncer, and it will just redirect you to the back to the login page. So if you see the bigger picture, every request goes through this security check, and the middleware refreshes the tokens when needed before even the page loads. And the server component gets the fresh tokens automatically, and your browser stays in sync with the latest tokens. And everything happens seamlessly in the background, so you won't have to worry about the security on the client side. Now let's see the code. Now you should understand this better. So first is the server client. So this one will create the client on the server side to access the Supabase functionalities. And as mentioned here, this function will manage the cookies, and it is getting the cookies from the next headers for each and every request. And then there is this update session function. Now this server side client will set the cookies for the request that this will send to the Supabase from this request, and then it will check if the user is logged in or not by using this supabase.auth.getUser. And if there is no user or request does not start with login or auth, that means the route is protected, then it will redirect the user to /login. And this update session function will run for each request in our root middleware. So this is the whole authentication flow. Now let's integrate this with our forms. Now we will use the server actions. So for that, let's go to the app folder and create one folder, and let's name it as a actions. Inside this action, let's create one file called auth-actions. So basically this file will store all the actions related to the authentication, such as sign up, login, reset password, etc. Now first, let's use the use server directive. That means all the functions in this file should be run on the server. And let's create the sign up function. So just write export async function called sign up. Now in this sign up, we will send the form data. Let's add its type. And it will return a promise in the form of auth response. So let's define the type for this auth response. So this will be an interface auth response. It will have error, null, or a string, success, which will be a boolean, and the data. So we don't know what type of data is there, so that's why we'll just set it to unknown or null right now. Now let's first get the Supabase client. So just write const Supabase equal to await create client. Create client should be from the lib/supabase/server. That's it. So this is the client. Now first let's check out the documentation for the sign up. Let's go to auth and let's check out the password based sign up. All right, here it is. Sign up a new user. So Supabase auth.signup. It will take email, password, and other options. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. Now before we do this, let's define this inside another data object. So for the email, we'll get the email from the form data. It should be data form data dot get. Let's add the name of that input field, which is email. Let's do the same for the password. And then we'll add the options. Now in the option, you can add different metadata. So inside the option, let's add data. In the data, we have a full name. So form data dot full name. That's all. Let's use sign up data instead of this data because of the name conflict. And in the sign up, we will pass the data object. All right, let's define its types. So it will be as string, password also will be as string, and full name will be as a string. Now here we'll return an error if there is any. If error, then error dot message, else let's just write there was an error signing up. Then we have to use the boolean. So if there is no error, then it should return the success to true. And for the data, let's send the sign up data or null. That's it. Now let's test this out. So let me close all this first. Open the sign up form, and here we will use the server action. Now first let's just add one loading state. Let's set it to false first, and in this function let's set it to true at the beginning, and also let's use this loading at the end of the form inside this button. So the button should be disabled when the on submit function is running. And also let's add the loader right here. So if loading state is true, then let's import this loader icon from the Lucid React and add the class name. Set margin right to 2, edge to 4, width to 4, and animate spin. Let me show this. For now, let's just set this to true. Let's save this, and before we do that, since we have added the environment variable here, let's change its file name to env.local so that our project can access these variables. Alright, there is some issue. Let's check it out, and let's see the middleware. Alright, let's change this. Now it should work. Alright, so this is how the loading will look. Now let's add the toast as well. If we go to the Shadcn and let's look for the sonar, and this will open the toast. Let's go to its website. Now this looks much better. Now let's check out the documentation and how we can add this toast. So first we have to add this toaster component at the layout file. So let's do that. Toaster comes from the component /UI/sonar. Let's open the layout at the toaster. Alright, after that let's just import the toast and just add the toast. Let me do that. Let's just set the toast dot, or just write toast, and here is the toast message. Now let's try this out. Let me change this loading state to false. Let's add any name, email, password, and we got the toast right here. So let's check out the loading example. So let's go to the so here it is a loading state. This is the default with the description, with success, info, warning, error, any actions if you want, promise, and a custom. And these are all the other options such as a position, expand, and the different colors. So let's add this rich colors. We want this. Go to the layout and add it as a option. Now let's go to the toast, and what I want is the loading one, but there is a better one. Now this is the updating the toast, so we can update the same toast based on the different state changes, and for that we have to pass this toast ID to each and every toast. So let's first define this toast ID. Go to the sign up form, and here let's just use ID hook. So toast ID equal to use ID from React, so it will generate a new ID. And here let's set it to dot loading, please wait, and let's add the toast ID. It should be a ID. All right, let's just write signing up, set the loading to true. Now since in our actions we are sending the form data, so we have to convert these values into a form. We can also pass directly the values and instead of form data right here, and then we can directly use it, but this is a more of a standard form. So let's say if we want to use this as an API handler and not the server action, so let's change it to the form data, new form data. Let's form data dot append full name and values dot full name. Let's do the same for email and password. That's it. And let's call our server action, which will give us the success value and error value. So just write await, sign up, and import it from the app actions auth actions. Let's add the form data. Now, so this function should be a async function. Now, if the success boolean is false, that means exclamation mark and success. If it is false, then we will convert the loading toast to an error, and let's add the message which we got from the error from right here as a string, and let's pass the same ID, else we will show the success toast. The message should be signed up successfully, please confirm your email address. Now let's redirect the user to login. auth/login. And let's set the loading state to false. That's it. Now here, let's go to the authentication. Now make sure you read this. Authentication emails are only sent to organization members' email address and not any other email address. Unless you have set up the custom SMTP provider to handle the flow. So it is better to use the same email ID that you have used to create this Supabase database before you add this custom SMTP provider. You can add this provider by clicking on right here and enable this and add your SMTP server details in here. But for now, let's just test this by using the same email ID that I have used to create this Supabase project. So let's check our authentication flow. Let's go to sign up. Let's add my name, an email, which is devwhodreams@gmail.com, and add the password. And let's click on the sign up. All right, we have the toast signing up and it is successful. So sign up successfully. Please confirm your email address. I think there is some issue with the loading state. Let's add this right here and here. All right, and we should have received one email. So confirm your sign up. Follow this link to confirm your user. Now before we click on to this link, we haven't set up the auth logic to verify this link. So for that we have to go to the documentation right here. Now this is the route handler for the auth confirmation. So what happens when the Supabase sends a verification email to the new authenticated user? That email will have one link that contains this token hash and it needs to verify. So to verify that, we have to add this file in the auth/confirm. So inside the app folder, let's add one folder called auth, and inside the auth, let's add one more folder called confirm, and in the confirm, let's use the route.ts. So this will be a get request. Let's change this to lib. So basically this get request will receive one URL. That URL will contain 3 search params: token hash, type, and next. So basically next will contain the next URL that you want to redirect after the verification, and this will create the Supabase server side client, and then it will check this token and type validation using verify OTP function. And if there is an error, it will redirect to the error page. If there is no error, then it will redirect to the next, which is the redirect URL. Let's save this and let's click on this link. Let me copy this link and paste it right here. All right, so it is verified, and you should see one user in the database and got this user, and here are all the details of the user. So now you should be able to log in, but before that, let's create the login action. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. Let's remove these options, and instead of sign up, change it to login. And this should be a auth.signin. Sign in with password function. Sign in with password. All right. And there was an error logging in. Everything else looks fine. Let's change it to sign in data. All right, let's use this in the login form. Before that, let's copy this on submit and go to the login form and paste it right here. Also copy the loading state and the toast ID. And let's import the toast from Sonar. Let's remove this and let's import the login. Now once the user successfully logged in, we will send it to the dashboard and not the login. Let's just write sign in successfully. Signing in, and that's done. Let's use this in the login button as well. Let's import this icon from the Lucid React. Let's save this and check it out. But before that, let's create a simple dashboard page. So in the app, let's create one folder called dashboard, and let's add page.tsx file. Dashboard page. Let's log in the email and add the password. Alright, sign in successfully and we got logged in the dashboard page. Now how can we log out from here? So for that we have to again create one more server action. Let's go to the auth actions and let's create one more function called logout. Function called logout. It will return nothing, so just in the type write promise void. First let's create the Supabase client, Supabase server client. After this we can directly write await supabase.auth.sign out and then redirect the user to /login. Let's create the logout button and integrate this logout server action. So in the authentication, let's create one file called logout button. Use client, that means this will be a client side component, because we will use the on click and it only works on the client side. Instead of button, just add the span, and on click we will add one handle logout function. This will be a async, and let's just call the logout action. And the class name, let's just add inline block with to full, cursor to pointer, text destructive. Let's import it inside the dashboard page. Now let's test this out. We have the logout button. Let's click and it sends us to the login page. Now let's try to dashboard page again without the logged in user. Now, as you can see, we redirected to the login page. And again, now this happens because of the middleware. So if you go to the middleware right here, unless the URL has /login or /auth, you will be redirected to the login. So the /login and /auth are the public routes and any other routes are the private routes. So if you want to add any page that you want publicly accessible, then you have to add it after this. Otherwise, it will count all the other routes as a private routes. So now you won't have to worry about the protected pages because even before the page loads, the middleware will redirect the user to the login unless he is not signed in. So that's it. Now let's again log in. And add the sidebar right here. For that, let's go to the Shadcn and go to the blocks. Now there are many sidebar that we can use. And these all components are mobile responsive. Let's see if one better with the user. Okay, this looks great. Let's use the one with the icon on side. Now this looks much better. So let's use this. Now to use this, you can directly copy this command, go to your terminal and paste the command. It will add all the relevant components into your project. We already have the page.tsx file. Let's override this for now. And it's done. Now let's close all this first and let me check that out. So it has added the sidebar in our dashboard page right here. Let's check it out. Let's log in. Actually, we logged in here. All right, this looks much better. Now let's modify this. First, now this sidebar is on our dashboard page, but if we want to make another page, let's say inside this app, if I want to add a billing page, just add page.tsx file. Now this is the billing page. So if I go to the /billing, it will not show the sidebar because it is only rendered in the dashboard page. So instead, let's group the protected routes such as dashboard, billing, settings, etc. inside a one group, and then we will add a separate layout for that group. So for the to create a group, you can use the open and close parentheses and just add the group name. Let's just write the dashboard, and inside this group, let's add the billing and the dashboard. and it's done. And let's add the layout.tsx file. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's remove all this. We don't have to add the body and HTML tag again. Let's just add main and remove this as well. Make sure you change this from root layout to dashboard layout. That's it. Now let's open the sidebar, which is right here. So this sidebar have one provider, app sidebar and sidebar insert. Let's copy this and add it to the layout. And make sure to import it from the sidebar component. The app sidebar is right here. It contains all the navigation links. Let's add the sidebar insert as well from the dashboard page. So inside this sidebar insert, it will contain all the children's. Let's add the class name, set display to flex, flex to -1, flex column, gap to 4, padding to 4, and padding top to 0. Also, there should be one sidebar trigger. Right now it is in the header, but we don't want this breadcrumbs and all sort of things. So let's just cut this and paste it right here. Let's import it. And let's remove this header. And instead of this, let's just add a simple div and remove all this. Let's save this and see if it's working or not. Alright, here is the sidebar trigger. If I go to the billing page, and it is working. So anything you add in this layout file, it will render for all the routes that are in this dashboard group. All right, now let's modify this a bit. Now for this sidebar, we want different icons and the links. So let's add that. Go to the apps dash sidebar and let's update this. Let's check it again. It has a platform, projects. We don't want like multiple things. So right now it has sidebar header, sidebar footer, which contains the name user. For now, let me just comment this out. We have a new main. We don't want new projects, so remove that. We just want only the new main. Now what is this team switcher? Let's check it. Alright, so basically it will have a one logo and this other teams. We only want to show the logo and the text. So for that, let's change this all. We don't want the drop down menu. Let's just copy this sidebar menu button, and instead of this, paste it right here. Make sure you import it from the UI/sidebar, and let's add the class names. Now let's remove this, and instead let's add the sparkles icon that we have used for the logo. And instead of active team name, let's just write Pictoria AI, and here for now let's keep it to Pro. And let's remove this icon. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Let's change this links. We don't want this projects, don't want teams or user. Let's just keep it as an array and remove this extra curly braces. Now here, let's just add all our links. For the title, let me add the dashboard. URL will be /dashboard. And for the icon, let's import the square terminal from the Lucid React. Let's add another one. Set the title to generate image, and in the URL let's just write image dash generation and the image from the Lucid React. Now let's pass this data in the new main. Let's remove this and pass it as a data. Now let's modify this new main. Now here let's remove all the collapsible component. Remove this as well. All right, let's remove this icon. We don't have any sub menus, so let's remove this, and let's add the key right here. So just write item dot title as a key. That's it, and let's save this. And it looks much better. It is rendering the icon and the title as well, but it is not act as a link. So for that we have to wrap this in a link component. Let me just remove this. So let's create a link component and wrap this inside a link. Make sure you import the link from next/link and paste the menu here. Now let's place key here, and for the href it should be item.url. For the class name, let's set rounded to none. That's it. Let's save it. And now it is a link component. Let me add few more links. So I have added my model/model, and let's import the frame icon from Lucid React. Then we have train model, model training, and it has the layers icon. Now my images have the images icon. Billing will have the credit card icon, and this is the settings icon. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. Now currently this is on the dashboard page, but it is not look like an active link. So let's implement that. For that we will use the use path. So let's write here const path name equal to use path name. Make sure you import this from the next/navigation, and let's use this path name right here. Let's import the class merge, which is the cn function, and here we will put a condition if path name is equal to the, we got the item.url, then the text color will be text dash primary, otherwise it will have the text dash muted foreground color. Let's save this, and as you can see, if I click on billing, the text color is black while the other links have the light gray color. Let's change the background as well. Set the pg-primary/5 opacity, and now it looks much better. Let's add all these pages. So go to the dashboard group and add different pages. Let's add the account settings page and add page.tsx. Just write account settings page. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's change its name to a gallery and change this to gallery. Let's copy this and paste it for one more time, and let's name it as a image generation. Let's do this one more time, and let's name it as a models, which will store and render our models. And there is one more page for the model training. So here I have added all the pages, all the internal pages inside the dashboard layout. Let's see if everything is working fine. This is the dashboard, image generation page, models page, train model page, my images, billing page, and the account settings page, and everything looks great. Let's add the user component right here. So for that, let's open the app-sidebar and let's get the user details. So first we have to get the Supabase client, await, create client, make sure you import it from the server. We have to make this a async function. Now let's get the data from the await Supabase dot auth dot get user. So this will return a user details. So let me just log this and check this data out. And we got an error. You are importing a component that needs next headers that only works in the server component. Alright, since we are not using any interactive elements in here, so let's just remove this use client and let's name it as a new items. Now let's save this and check it out. And we got the error, only plain objects can be passed to client components from the server components. So by removing the use client directive, we made this a server component, but then we are using this new main as a client component by passing this new items data. So instead of passing this data, let's just add the data at the top of the new main component, and we don't want any of this. Let's just use this data. Let's remove this and copy this and paste it right here. Let's save it, and error is gone. So basically what we did, we cannot pass this type of array data from server component to a client component. That's why we moved the data directly to this client component. Let's check out the log. So we got the log on the server side. It has the user object, and it contains all the details about the user, such as email, last logged in details. So what we want a email and the full name, which should be in the user metadata right here. We got the full name. So let's use this data. Let's create the user object. This object contains the name. So for that, data dot user underscore metadata dot full underscore name. And for the email, just write data dot user dot email, or just send an empty string. All right. Now let's send this user in the name user. Let's save this. And we got the user right here with the email and all other details. Let's change few things in the name user. Let's make it a optional, because we are not storing any avatar. Or let's just remove it for now. Let's make it rounded full. And let's remove this avatar image, and in the fallback, instead of cn, let's add the initials of the username. So first we will check if there is a username, and then we'll render the user dot name dot split it by, let's split it by space if there is a space in the user's name. Let's map it. So we'll get the one word at a time. So word, and words first letter, and let's just use dot join to make it a string. Let's see. All right, it renders the C, which is the initials of the code box. Now it looks much better. Now let's add a few things right here. Change to rounded to full, font to medium, BG to primary, and set text to primary foreground, and set text size to text dash XS, which is very small. And now it looks much better. Let's remove this upgrade to pro, account, and notifications. Now this is for the mobile version, so let's replace that as well. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. All right. Now let's remove this. We don't want account. Instead of let's just write settings, and let's wrap this whole thing inside a link. For the href, let's just write /account settings. Let's add the class name width to full, cursor to pointer. We don't want the notification. And for the billing, let's wrap it inside the link as well. Let's just change it to billing. Now instead of this logout, let's render the logout button that we have created. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Let's change this text. And it looks much better. For this logout icon, let's add the class name, set the size to 4, which will set the width and height to 1 rem. And let's add text destructive, which will add the red color. And this looks much better. So if I click on this settings, it will send me to the settings page. And if I go to the billing, we have the billing page. And this whole thing is mobile responsive. Let me remove this platform label. First, let's remove this unused icons and code. And remove this from the new main. Alright, so our layout is almost completed. Let's check the mobile responsive. And we got the error. Dialog content requires a dialog title. So that means we have to add the dialog title for the screen readers. So basically we are using this sidebar component. So let's open the sidebar. Let's check out the mobile version. So here it is. If mobile is true, it is rendering this sheet. Now this sheet component is using the dialog. So let's just add sheet title and import it from the sheet component. And let's just add the sidebar and add the class name, add sr-only. So it won't display this sidebar title, but it will only display it to the screen readers. Let's save this and see if error is there or not. And it's gone. So it looks really great on the mobile version as well. Looks great. Let me remove the extra logs and close this. Let me close this as well. Now let's see how we can generate the image using Replicate API. Now before we implement the image generation page, let's check the final version. So basically in this image generation page, we have one form, and on the right side, we will show the image output. So basically in this form, we are listing all the models, aspect ratio, number of output that you want, The maximum you can get is the 4, and these are all the parameters that we'll learn. First of all, let's open the alltext.md file, and here I have kept all the useful links that you can check. And for the image generation, we are going to use only the Flux model because this one is the latest and provides the higher quality images. So let's copy this Flux Dev image, model link and paste it right here. Now we are going to use this replicate API of this model, and this model is created by the Black Forest Labs. Let's check out its examples first. I like actually this one because we can also put text in the image with just a simple prompt, such as a cat holding a sign that says hello world, and it generated the decent image. Now first let's talk about the cost before we learn about these parameters. So each image costs around $0.025. So in $1 you can generate 40 images using the Flux Dev model. Now let's try to generate one image. So I have logged into my replicate account. Now let's generate one image. Let me copy the prompt, this one, and let's go to the playground and add the prompt right here. Instead of hello world, let's write Pictoria AI. And here you can select different aspect ratios such as square or a landscape. There are like multiple ratios that you can select. And if you want to mimic the provided image, you can paste the URL of that particular image, so the generated image will have features of the given image. And next we have a prompt strength. So basically prompt strength controls how much input image, whatever image you input right here, is influenced by the text prompt during the generation process. So as mentioned here, prompt strength when using image to image, it only works when you put an image right here. And as mentioned here, 1 corresponds to the full destruction of the information in image. That means if you put 1, it corresponds to a full destruction of the input image, meaning the generated image will be almost entirely based on the text prompt with minimal regard of original input. And if you change it to 0, the generated image will stay same as the input image. So by default it is a 0.8. Now next is the number of output. So you can get 4 image generated in just a single prompt. For now let's keep it to 1. Now this one is important, which is the number of inference steps. Now before we learn this, let me just generate this image first. Let's keep everything as it is and just click run. And it looks really great. Alright, so let me explain how this model works. So if you see in the diagram, the Flux image generation model is a diffusion model, and diffusion models are designed to generate data that resembles the training data by gradually adding noise to that data and then learning to reverse this process. So this approach allows them to create a high quality images from a random noisy or a specific input such as the text descriptions. And this process is called forward diffusion and the backward diffusion. So when we generate the image, it uses this backward diffusion process. So let me explain this. So now in the training phase, when the model is in the training, the model systematically adds noise to an image over several steps, effectively corrupting this original data. And during this process, it learns to calculate how much noise to remove to go from one step to another. And at the end, it will generate the fully noisy image from the original image. Now, after this training on the forward diffusion process, the model learns to reverse this noising process. So starting from the random noisy image, it iteratively removes the noise to reconstruct an image that resembles those in the training images. So if you have any prompt such as a giraffe, image of a giraffe on a desert, then first it will take the fully noisy, any random noisy image. Then it will gradually remove noise from that to generate this original image. So the model predicts the noise added at each step and subtracts it, gradually refining the output until it achieves the reasonable image. So the number of inference steps that we saw in the parameter, in diffusion model, it plays a crucial role in determining the quality and the coherence of the generated image. So the more steps facilitate the gradual refinement and the stability, but come at a cost of increased computational demand. So that means if you increase this number of inference steps right here, then you can get a higher quality image, but it also costs you more and it takes more time as well. So using a fewer steps can result in a lower quality image due to the insufficient refinement. Right now it is better to keep it as on the default. So for the Flux Dev model, it is a 28 steps. Now next we have the guidance. So as mentioned here, it is a guidance for the generated image. So the guidance parameter controls how strongly the generated image adheres to the provided prompt. In most of the cases, you can keep it to default value, which is the 3.5, unless you have a detailed prompt and you don't want the model to be more creative and adhere to given input. I have tried to simplify this explanation as much as possible, but there is a lot more to it. For now, to use this model in our application, you just need to understand the meaning of these parameters. Now, next we have the seed. So seed is like a ID. Whenever any image is generated, it has a one ID. So if I go to the logs, and here is the seed. So if I use this same seed right here, and if I generate the image by slightly changing the prompt, it will generate the output image that resembles this old image. So if you want to change something in this image, you can use this seed. Next we have the output format. So let me show the output format. We have three: WebP, JPG and PNG format, and this is the output quality. 100 is the best quality and 0 is the lowest quality. And this one is the safety checker. So keep this enabled whenever you generate the image. If you want to run a faster prediction, just check this. Next we have the megapixels. Megapixels is a approximate number of megapixel for generated image. We can get maximum up to 1 megapixel and lowest to 0.25 megapixels. Now let's see how we can integrate this in our application. So here in the node.js, first we have to install the replicate, then add the replicate API token in the env file, and then let's use this. First let's install the replicate. Now make sure you are logged in your replicate account. So go to the settings and open this API tokens. So make sure you copy this token and paste it in the env file. Let me do that. Here I have pasted the replicate API token. Now let me just close this. Now let's open the APIs. Now before we integrate this API, let's create the form first. So in here, let's go to the image generation page and let's add some classes. Let's change this to a section element and add the class. Set container, margin left and right to auto. Let's set display to grid and gap to 4, and grid column to 3. Set overflow to hidden, and here we'll render the form, and inside the div we'll render the output images. For this div, let's give it a col span -2, set padding to 4, rounded XL, display flex, items to center, justify to center as well. That's it. Now let's create this form component. Let's go to the components and create one folder for the image generation. Let's create one file called configurations.tsx. Let's render this right here. All right. Now here, let's create the form. So let's go to Shadcn UI and open the form component. Let's copy all this and add the use client directive. Now in this form schema, we'll need several things. So first, let me just grab that. Let's just copy this for now. So first, we need to have one model, set.string. Now inside this string, let's set the required error message. Just write model is required. Next, we have the prompt, which will be the same. After that, we have a guidance. Now it will be a number, so set.number. Here let's add the error message. It should be a required error message. Guidance scale is required. After the guidance, we have megapixels, but we're just going to use that default 1 value, so let's not use that in the form. After the guidance, we have number of outputs. Let's set it to number as well. So just write set.number. Here we will set the minimum to 1 and maximum to 4. So set minimum 1, and let's use the message. Number of outputs should be at least 1. Now let's copy this and paste it again. This is for the maximum to 4. So number of output must be less than 4. And the next we have the aspect ratio. Now this is the string, so let's just write z.string, and here in the required error, let's write aspect ratio is required. After that, we have output format. Now there is 3 formats. So we can use z.enum as well. We have webp, then jpg and the png. Now this can be a different for different models. So instead of this, let's just keep it to string, and let's write the required error message to output format is required. Next we have output quality, z.string, it should be z.number. Let's set the minimum and maximum. So minimum will be 1 and maximum will be 100. So the output quality should be at least 1. And output quality must be less than 100 or equal to 100. And let's add this number of inference steps. Actually, we should not add this prompt strength because not all the users know how to use this. Instead of, let's keep it to default to 0.8 and let's use this number of inference step. So for the inference steps, we'll add the tooltip so that user can understand what that is. Let's use that dot number. Here we will set the minimum and maximum values as well. So paste it right here. Minimum, it should be 1 and maximum, it should be a 50. You can check all these values from this documentation. So if you go to the API and go to the schema, and here is the number of inference steps. So recommended range is 28 to 50. So maximum is 50. Let's just write number of inference steps. Number of inference steps must be less than 50 or equal to 50. So that's it. Now let's use this form schema. Let's go to Shadcn and import this first. One is the schema resolver and another is the use form hook from the React hook form. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now let's add all the default values first. So we have model, let's keep it to empty. Then we have prompt, we have guidance, let's set it to 3.5. Then we have number of inputs, keep it to 1. Then output format, let's use the JPG. And then we have aspect ratio, let's use square. So for that, write 1:1. After that we have output quality, let's keep it to 80. And then for the number of inference steps, let's keep it to 28, which is the default value. Now here in the model, let's see the syntax for the Flux Dev model. So in the playground, go to the Node.js and let's check the model. And here is the model. So this is the value for the Flux-Dev model. So let's use that. Let's go to the Shadcn and import this form input and the button component. Let's copy this and paste it right here. All right, now let's add all the fields. So for the model, we'll use two model. One is flux dev and another is the flux dash snell. So let's go to the select component and click the form. So this will show the select component implementation in the form. Let's copy this first. Now let's copy this field. Let's change this form label to model and here as well. Let's change this to select a model, and here let's add the model. So first it is the flux dev and the next is the flux snell. Let's grab this value and add right here. Instead of dev, just write snell, and let's remove this. Let's remove this description. Let's just see how this looks. Right, we have flux dev and flux snell models. Let's add all of the fields. Let's check the original form, and after this we have aspect ratio and the number of outputs. Let's create one div, and inside that div let's add the class name, set display to grid dash calls to 2 and gap to 4. In this div let's copy this. Let's change it to aspect underscore ratio. And paste it here as well. Now for the value, first we have 1:1, which will generate the square images. Let me add all these aspect ratios. So if you see here, we have a lot of different values. So let's add all of this. And that's it. Now let's add the number of output. For that, let's just copy this and add it inside this div. Let's change this to num underscore output. It should be number of outputs, and let's change the type of the input to a number. Set the minimum to 1 and maximum to 4. Let's remove this placeholder. That's it. Now this looks great. Let me remove this description. All right. After that, we have a guidance, number of inference steps, and the output quality. Now this is the slider component, so let's use that. Go to Shadcn and let's select the slider. Now let's import this. Let's just copy this and outside of div, paste this. Now this is for the guidance. Let's add the slider component right here. Instead of this input. Now let's change the default value, which we can get from the field dot value, and let's set step to 0.5. For the guidance, maximum value is 10 and minimum value is 0. Now let's see how we can change the value, the field value. Let me save this and check this out. Looking great. So let me try to submit this. Okay, got the error right here. Expected a number, received the string. Let's convert this to a number. For that, let's go to the number of outputs, and in here let's change the onChange function, where we will receive the event, and then we will use the field dot onChange function, and let's pass the event dot target dot value. Let's add the plus sign in the prefix, so it will convert the string to a number. Let's save this. And the error is gone. Everything looks fine. Now let's see how we can display this number. So in this guidance label, let's use the field dot value. Let's use one div. Now this div will have the guidance, and then in the span, let's render the field dot value. In the form label, let's add a class name, set flex, items to center, justify to between, and let's save this. Now the value is not changing. Let's see. Alright, we forgot to use the onChange function right here. So instead of onChange, we will use the onValue change function, which will give us the value, and then we can use field dot onChange function and provide that value. Let's save this, and it is changing. Let me just log this value first. Alright, we got the value, but it is in the array format. So let's just use value and 0. Let's save this. And now it looks great. So similar to guidance, let's add the number of inference steps and the output quality. Let's just copy this and paste it for 2 more times. Instead of guidance, let's set it to number of inference steps. Let's keep max to 50 and minimum to 1, and step should be 1. Now next we have output quality. Let's set it to minimum to 50 and maximum to 100, and step 2, one step for a change. Let's save this and check it out. All right, everything seems working great. Now next we have the output format and the prompt. So for the output format, we'll use the select. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. Change this to output format. Just keep the 3 items. Let's change its values. First is the WebP, second is the PNG, and third one is the JPG. Let's save this. And next, let's add the text area for the prompt. So copy this and paste it right here. Let's change this to prompt. Let's remove the description. Now instead of this input, let's import the text area from UI folder. Let's remove this placeholder, and for the rows, let's give 6 rows to the text prompt. That's it. Let's save this. And everything looks great. Let's change this button as well. Right, generate, and increase the font weight to font medium. Now here I have used the field set HTML element, so let's use that. So in the form right here, let's use that element, field set, and for its title, let's use legend and just write settings. Let's put each form field inside the field set. Let's include this button as well, and let's add the class name. Set display to grid, set cap to 6, padding to 4, bg to background, rounded LG, and set the border. Alright, looks great. And let's add a few style for this settings. Let's set text size to text-sm, little bit on the right side, padding left and right to 1, and font to medium. Now it looks much better. Now let's compare this. We have a few space right here, so let's add that. Open the dashboard layout, and here inside the div, let's add width to fit, flex items to center, gap to 2, and margin top and bottom to 4. Let's save this. Okay, seems great. Now let's add the output component. Let's open the image generation folder in the components, and let's add one file, and let's name it as a generated images component.tsx file. Let's import this in a image generation page. Instead of this output images, let's import the generated images. For now, let's just create an array of images. This array will have src. Let's just get any image from the public folder slash, let's select hero images and select this one, and some alt text. Let's generate at least 3 to 4 images. Alright, and now let's remove the public, since it will start with the slash hero images, and let's start building. So first let's render one condition. If images dot length is equal to 0, then we'll return one card component from the UI. This card component will contain the card content, and inside the card content, let's just write one span, and let's just say no images generated. Let's give it a bit style, width to full, max width to 2xl, and background to muted. And for the card content, let's set display to flex, aspect ratio to square, items to center, justify center as well, and padding to 6. And let's increase the size of this span text to text dash 2xl. Let's save this, and for now let's just say true. And looks great. Now here let's set h to fit. Now it looks much better. Now let's again set this condition, else we will return, let's return a carousel component where we will render the output images. So for that, let's go to the Shadcn and select the carousel. We already installed this. Let's just import this. Let's use this one. Just copy this and paste it right here. Now let's change few things. Width to full, max width to 2xl. Now here let's render the images. So let's just write images dot map. Here let's change this underscore to image, and let's remove this class, and in the div Let's add display to flex, items to center, justify to center as well, rounded, LG, and overflow to hidden. Let's remove this padding as well. Let's remove this card component. Instead, we'll directly render the image. src will be image.src and alt text will be image.alt. Let's import this image from the next/image and let's keep it fill, and let's add the class name width to full, height to full, and object to cover. And here let's set the aspect ratio to square for now, and let's check this out. Okay, looks great. Now it is showing only one image. Let's just see, we have fill, so image will have absolute, but we don't have a relative position here. So let's set this. Now let's save this and check it out. And it looks great, and we have all the images. Alright, let's compare this. Now here we have the tooltip. So let's add tooltip for all these parameters. So go to right here in the Shadcn docs, click tooltip. Let's copy this and go to the configurations and paste the tooltip. Next, we have to wrap the component with this tooltip provider. Let's do that. Now we can add the tooltips. Let's just copy this. So after this model, inside the form label, let's paste the tooltip. For the tooltip trigger, we will use the info icon from the Lucid React and set its width to 4 and height to 4 as well. And in the paragraph, let's just say you can select any model from the drop down menu. Let's copy this. And paste it again for the aspect ratio. And here, let's write aspect ratio for the generated image. Now for the number of output, let's just write total number of outputs to generate, or output images. Now with the guidance, let's add guidance for generated image. Let's add the prompt guidance. Let's save this. Now in this div, let's add some class, set display to flex, item to center, and justify and gap to 2. Let's save this. Alright, let's add this class name for the above inside the form label. And now it looks much better. Let's add styles here. It should be in the form label. Now it looks much better. Now let's add for the rest of the elements. Just copy this, go to the number of inference steps. After this, let's add the tooltip and let's just write number of inference steps, or let's change it to number of denoising steps. So recommended range is 28 to 50 for dev model and 1 to 4 for Snell model. That's it. And here let's add the class name, flex items to center and gap to 2. Let's copy this again. Let's paste it right here. Let's change this to quality when saving the output image from 0 to 100. 100 is best quality and 0 is lowest quality. Let's add this class. Again, let's copy this tooltip and paste it right here. Let's change this to format of the output images. Again, copy this and paste it for the prompt. Let's just write prompt for generated images. We have to add the class. Let's copy this. And now it looks much better. Now let's compare this with the original. I think we have to add the padding here and also decrease the width. So let's go to the layout and here we have a gap -2. So let's set px to 4 and my to 4. Now this is the sidebar trigger. Let's see. Alright, looks great. And since we are using the container dot container here in the page, so let's modify this class. Open the globals and here let's add the dot container. Max width will be 1400 pixel, but this should only apply if the media query with minimum width is 1536 pixels. Let's save this, and now it looks the same. except we have this in capital, so let's change that. This is number of output. All right, now let's create a server action to generate the images using the replicate API. So let's open this API. Before that, let's create one action file inside the app actions folder. Let's create one file called image-actions.ts, and here first let's write use server, and then let's export one async function name generate image, and this will accept input and it will provide the response. So first let's add the response type. So just write interface image response. This type will have the error message. It can be a string or null, and success in the boolean value, and then the data. Now data can be unknown or null. Let's use this right here. Now for this input, let's add the type as well. So type is going to be the same as this form schema. Let's just export this. Export image generation form schema. Let's copy this. And let's paste it right here. First, let's import the sort and sort resolver here, and let's import the schema. Now let me remove this. We don't need that. Let's use the documentation. So first, copy this and paste it right here. Make sure you have a replicate API token stored in your env file, and let's use this replicate. So copy this and paste it right here. Let's change this to model input. For the prompt, it should be input.prompt set keep the go fast to true, and here it should be input.guidance. Let's keep the megapixel as it is. Number of outputs, let's use input.number underscore outputs, and same for the aspect ratio as well. Now let's keep the prompt strength 2.8. Now let's use this mobile input instead of this. All right, now here we'll use the input.model, and we are getting the type error here. Argument of type string is not assignable to parameter of type. Okay, let's copy this and set it as string/string. Now let's use the try catch block. Paste here. Now let's return error null, success true, and in the data let's provide the output. Now in the catch block, let's get the error first. Let's just copy this, paste it here. In the error, let's just say error dot message or write fail to generate image. That's it. And then set data to null, success to false. So here we are getting again the type error is of type unknown. We can also set it to any. At this point, we don't know exactly what type of error we are gonna get. So let's just use this. And to mitigate this warning, let's just select this, disable the no explicit any for this line. You can also set this for this file as well. So it will have a comment right here. So basically it will ignore this. Let's change the data to any as well. Let's add promise here because this function is an async function, so it will return a promise in the form of image response. Now let's execute this server action, but before that let's see if we are getting the right form values in the log. Let's go to the configurations file, and here let's copy this and paste it right here. Now let's save this, and yes, we are logging the values. Let me open the log. And we got error output quality must be less than or equal to 100. So I guess there is an error in the validation of the output quality. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 4. Now it should be 100 and not the 4. Let's save this. And we are getting all the values. So now let's use the generate image function, and the on submit, let's use await generate image and pass the values. Make sure to import this from the image actions, and this function should be an async function. Now this action will give us the three things: error, success, and the data. Let's set equal to, and let's log all this 3. Let's save this, and let's try to use the Snell model with the 1:1 aspect ratio. Keep the guidance as it is, and let's change this to PNG, and let's just write an image of a cute Pokemon. Let's click generate, and we got the error. It failed with status 422. That means unprocessable entity. So we made a mistake in some input. So input dot number of inference steps must be less than or equal to 4. All right, so let's go to the alltext.md file, and let's check the parameters of the Flux Snell model. Now here are the inference steps. So for the Flux, the maximum inference steps are 4, while for the Flux Dev it is 50. So let's change that. Now how can we change the value of maximum number of inference steps based on the model changes like this? So right now it is Flux Dev and maximum inference steps are 50, but if I change this to Flux Snell, it is 4. So let's implement this in our application. So for that, go to the configurations and let's add one use effect hook. And this hook, let's pass the form as a dependency. And let's create one function called subscription to form.watch. Now it will watch over the value change happens in the form. It will give us the value and the name of the field. Let's use the arrow functions and let's use the condition. If the name of the field is equal to model, so let new steps, let's set that variable, and we'll change the maximum steps value based on the model selection. So if value dot model is equal to this one, which is the Dev, let's set first for the Snell, then new steps will be 4. Let's just write else new steps are going to be 28. And after this, let's set one condition. If new steps is not equal to undefined, then we will set the form.set value of number of inference steps to new steps. That's it. Now through this we have subscribed to this event, so the form will watch for any value changes, and if the name of that input field is model, then it will check if the value of model is this, then it will change the new step variable to 4, otherwise it will set it to 28. And if new steps are not undefined, then we will set the form values and we will set the number of inference steps input field to new steps. Now if the component unmounts, we have to unsubscribe from this subscription function dot unsubscribe. That's it. Now this if condition should be inside here. Let's save this and check it out. So right now the default value of the number of inference steps are 28. So if I change it to Snell, now it is 4. Now even for the Snell, the maximum should be 4, not the 50. So let's change that. Let's go to the number of inference steps, and here they are. So right now we have set up the maximum value to 50, but instead of this, let's just use the form dot get values of model field, and if that value is equal to this one, let me just grab the model value. If it is the Snell model, then we will keep the maximum to 4, else we will set it to 50. Let's save this. Let me reload. So right now it is Dev and maximum is 50. If I change it to Snell, now it is 4. Now let's try to generate the image. Now we have selected this null model with the 4 inference steps, quality 80, JPG output, and let's just write a photo of cute Pokemon. So we got the error null, success to true, and we got the stream of data output. Let's log the output inside the action so we can understand it better. Go to the image actions and let's log this. Let's generate again. Now it is giving us a output in a stream format. So we have to pass one option right here called use file output and set to false. Let's save this. Now it should give us the proper output of the file. Let me generate this again. And we got the URL of the image. So here it is. Now let's use this output and render the image right here. So both of these components are not connected. We have to add a global state between this component. So whenever input component generates the image, it should show the output image right in the generated images component. So for that, we'll use the Shadcn, which is a simple state management library. So just write Shadcn. Let's use this. Go to the documentation. It is a very simple state management library. First, let's install it. Let's read the documentation. So first, create a store. So using a create function, we'll create the store. Now this store will have the states and the methods that set these states. Now this is a simple example of bears. So bear state has a 0 as a value. Now this increased population will increment the bear state to +1, and remove all bears will remove all the bears. So it will set the bears to 0, and this will update this state value. So let's use this. First, let's go to the src folder and let's create one folder called store, which will store all the store that we create using a Shadcn. Here, let's create one file called use generated store.ts file. Now this is a hook where we will implement the store functionality. So first, let's import the create from Shadcn and let's implement this hook. So let's just write cons use generated store and let's implement the create function. Let me check the documentation. So it will give us the set method and we can add all the state and the methods. So paste it right here. Now we don't want all that. For the state, let's define the loading state and set it to false. Another state will be the images, which is an empty array, and error, which is a null right now. So these are 3 states. Now let me remove all these methods. Now let's add a type for this all 3 states. Just write interface generate state and here set loading to boolean, set images to array of a object, and each object will have a URL in a string type. Next we have error, which is string or null. All right, now let's use this type right here. Now let's create the method to set these states. Let's create a method called generate image. It will be an async function and it will get the values from the form. Now the values type, for that we can use the same that we use in the image actions. So let's copy this and paste it here. Let's import the sort as well and copy this, and here it is. Now let's use these values. So first we will set the loading state, set loading to true and set error state to null. Now once that's done, now let's use the try and catch block. Now this should be an arrow function. Now in the try, let's use the await generate image. Now let's change this name because we already have the generate image. Let's go here, change this name to generate image action. Let's save this and import right here, and let's pass all the values. Now this will give us the three things: error, success, or data. So if no success, then set the error state to the given error and loading state to false. That's it. And then return nothing. Since in the output we are getting an array of URLs, so let's just directly set that. So after this if condition, let's set the images state, set with the data, and set loading to false. All right, now let's define the catch block. It will return an error. The catch block should be here. Now let's log this error first, and then let's set the error state. Let's just write fail to generate image, please try again, and set loading state to false. All right, now let's export this. Export the use generated store hook as a default hook. Let me explain this again. So basically we have created one hook which is use generated store, and we have used create function to create the global state or you can say a store like in Redux. Now this create function will give us the set method to set this state values. So we have this 3 state and 1 method. In this method we are setting the state as per the given output, whether it is error or success or data. We are setting different states right here using the set method. Right, now let's use this. Now before using this, let's read the documentation first. So as mentioned here, then bind your components and that's it. So you can use the hook anywhere without the need of providers. So if you remember in the context API, we have to wrap the components with the providers. Otherwise, we won't be able to access the state. But using the Shadcn, we don't have to do that. We can directly use this hook anywhere we want, and it will give us the global state. So let's do that. Let's just copy this and go to the configurations, and here let me paste it. So the name of our hook is use generated store, and let's access the state dot generate image method. Let's change its name to generate image. Let's remove this. Now it says generate image does not exist on type, so let's add the type here for this method. Basically it is a function that accepts the values and returns nothing, so just write void. Now for these values, let's copy this. This is the type of these values. Let's save this, and the error is gone now. So we already have used this generate image, and let's remove this because we don't need that. Let's save this. Now let's use this again in the generated images right here, but here instead of generate image, let's access the images state and loading state as well. Let me just comment this out and import this store. Now here it will give us the error as mentioned, src does not exist on the type URL, because we are getting the URL in this form. So let's use image.url, and for the alt text, for now let's just use generated images using AI. All right, let's save this and let's try to generate again. All right, since we have used the hook inside this component, it should be a client-side component. Let's use the Snell model and just write a photo of Christmas decoration. Now here we get the image, but there is an empty string was passed to the src attribute to download the whole again over the network. Let's see the output first. So we are getting this, and again next error, image is missing the required src property. First let's just log what we got actually. Log the images. So directly we got the URL and not .url. So let me just change that format. So let's go to the use generated store, and we are getting the output right here. So let's just say const data with URL equal to data dot map. Now this will give us the direct URL, and here we will directly return one object which will have the URL as a key and URL as a value. Or you can also directly use this, and let's set the images state with this one. Now this URL will have the type of string. Let's save this and generate the image again. A beautiful decorations of Christmas. And because of some reason we got an empty array. Let's see why. Let me log this data. Let's change this to Snell. A photo of Christmas decoration. All right, invalid src prop. So basically we are getting the values in a .url format, but since next/image will not accept the external host, so we have to add this replicate.delivery in the next config file. So let's just open that. Next config. Here let's add the image host. Let's add the images. Here we'll use a remote pattern. So just write the pattern of the host. So for protocol, let's add HTTPS, and host name will be replicate.delivery. Let's save this. Now it will take a little time to restart the server, and it's done. Let me reload. Let's select the Snell model and just write a decoration of Christmas. And we got this image. Awesome. So if you set the number of output to 2 or 3, it will give you in the format of carousel. Now we have successfully generated the image. Now let's see how we can store this image inside our database. Now to store this image, first we need to create the table in the database. So let's open the Supabase-queries file, and here now this is the generated images table. Let's copy this query. Now this query will create a generated underscore images table in the public schema. It will have ID, created at, user ID. So this user ID will be the foreign key. It is not but a auth.uid. Then we have a model, image name, prompt, guidance, number of inference steps, all the inputs that we are passing through the configuration, all the inputs that we are passing through the form while we generate this image. So let's just copy this and open the database and go to the SQL editor, and let's paste this query. Let's click on run, and it is a success. So if you go to the table editor, we have this table called generated underscore images, and it will have all the details that we need, including prompt, guidance, number of inference steps, output format. We have width, height, and the aspect ratio. Now this table is locked right now. Unless you set the row level security policy, you won't be able to add anything in this table. So let's add this. Click the enable RLS policy. Make sure you always enable this for the security reasons. And here let's create the policy. So first let's enable insert, select, and delete access for all the logged in authenticated users. As mentioned here, let's click this. So this will enable the insert for users based on the user ID. And this will be only for the authenticated users. Let's save this policy. Let's create another one. Now here we will use the select one. So enable users to view their own data only, and this will restrict the user to reading only their own data. And let's save this policy. And next let's add the delete policy. So if you go here, enable the delete for users based on that user ID. So let's select this and select the role to only for the authenticated users, and let's save this. Now as a user, we should be able to insert select and delete the row for generated images table. Now this database is not able to store any data. So for that we have to use the storage, and in the storage we will create one bucket. So let's click on new bucket and let's name it as generated underscore images. It's not a public bucket. Let's keep it a private, and let's restrict file upload size to maximum up to 50 MB. So on the free version you will only get the 50 MB plan, and let's save it for now. Now we also have to set the policy for this bucket as well. So go to policies, and under this generated images, let's add a new policy and let's just use one template. Let's select this, give users access to only their own top level folder named as UID. Let's just use this template. So that means user can only access their folder with their UID name. Let's select insert and delete option, and only for the authenticated users. Let's review this. Looks great, and let's save this policy. Now the authenticated user can able to select, insert, and perform the delete operations on this bucket. So what we'll do, we'll create one folder with the name of the user's ID, and we'll store all the images of that user in that folder, and then we'll provide that path inside the generated images table. So right here in the image name we will provide the image name. So let's create the one function to store the images. Let's just write export async function. Let's name it as store images function, and this function will send the images data to this function, and then let's use the Supabase client. Just write const Supabase await create client. Make sure to import it from the Supabase/server, and here this will give us the data or error. So just write await Supabase .auth .get user. So first we'll check if there is a user or not, and if there is no any user, then we'll send the error. So if there is not any user, we'll return an error. Let's name it as unauthorized success to false and data to null. That's all. Now after this, if there is a user, then let's store the data. Now in this data, first let's define its type. So just write type store image input. Here before we add the type here, let's get all the types of the Supabase table. So for that, what we can do, let's just search for generate types for Supabase. So let's click in this link, and here you have to use these commands. First use the npx Supabase login. Now it will open your browser, and then you have to log in from there, and then you can use the npx Supabase init if you want to initialize the Supabase locally, else you can directly use this command. So first, let's use this. Let's open terminal in our project folder, and here it is. Let's use an npx Supabase login. Now it should open the link in this browser. And here it is. Now this is the verification code that we have to enter in this terminal, and we logged in. Now let's generate the types. So for that, let's copy this command and paste it right here. Now instead of this project ref, let's add the Supabase project ID. So let me go here, paste the command here. Let's find the ID from the project settings, and here it is. Copy this and paste it right here. Let's copy this command and run it in this terminal. Make sure you are in your project directory. So basically it will generate all the types for this public schema tables in this database.types.ts file. And it has generated. So let's check that out. And here it is. So it contains all the types of the different tables available in our database. So currently there is only one table, which is the generated images. So let's import these types into right here. Now we need the generated images type for the insertion. So if we go right here, we have a row and we have an insert. So based on that, let's add the types. Database, let's import it. From the types. Now instead of this, we can also use the @ for that. We can configure it inside the tsconfig.json file. Here let's just write data types.ts file name, and here let's remove the .ts. Let's add the path here, which is the /datatypes.ts. Now we just have to use this to import anything from this file. And that's it. Now let's use this database. Now what we need is the database. From there is a public schema, and from that schema we have a tables, and from that tables let's fetch the generated images table, and then let's find the types for the insert. So basically we use database, public, tables, generated images, and this insert. Now this type does not contain the URL, but we'll need that URL to store the image first on the storage bucket. So let's pass it as well. So along with this, let's add URL to string, and let's extend this with this database type. And for that, you just have to write ampersand, and that's it. It should be after this. So basically the store image input type will combine the URL with these types. So let's use this as the inputs. Now let's use this data. Now this data will contain our user input data plus the output URL that is generated by the replicate API. So we will use the store images function inside the use generated store. So after a successful image generation, let's use that right here. and here we will pass the data with URL. So right now it only contains the URL. So let's add the input data, which is right here. So with the URL, let's provide all the values. So this data with URL contains the URL of the generated image along with the all the input values such as guidance, number of inference steps, prompt, etc. Let's just use await and make sure to import it from the image actions. Let's save this. That's it. Now since this is an array, so first we have to, from this array we have to grab the image from the URL and store it in the storage bucket first. Then we can get the that image name and store that image name to the database. So let me show that to you. And data is in the array form, so that's why we will use the for loop. But before that, let's just define one variable called upload results. So in the for loop, let's use const image of data. Let's use the array buffer. Let's just write array image URL to blob. Now this is the function that we'll need to create. So whenever we want to upload anything to this storage bucket, we need to convert it into a blob format, and then we can upload. We cannot directly send this URL to the storage bucket, and replicate only stores that generated image, I guess only for 2 hours, and after that it will remove that image. So it is just a temporary solution. That's why we have to store this image into a permanent storage. So let's create this function. So right here, just write export async function image URL to blob, and this will get the URL of the image, and then let's use the fetch to fetch the image from the URL. Now after this fetch, let's convert that response to a blob format. Just write blob equal to await response dot blob. That's it, and let's return that blob into an array buffer. That's it. So basically it will convert that image into a array buffer. Let's pass the image dot URL. Now this should be an array. Alright, now since we got the array buffer, after that let's use one library to calculate the width and height of the image. For that we are gonna use the image meta. So just write npm image meta, and here it is. Now this is a widely used library. Let's install this. So basically using this library, you can get multiple information about the image, such as type of the image, width, height, orientation of the image, and it is fairly easy to use. So let's just copy this, import the image meta from the image dash meta, and let's use it. This will accept this array buffer in a uint 8-bit array, and here you can pass the array buffer. So if you read this, you should be able to see that it throws an error if either data is not a buffer or uint 8-bit array. So that's why we have to use either buffer, either this array. And this will give us the width, height, and the type of the image. That's it. Now let's use this. So type is basically the extension of the image, whether it is JPG or it is a PNG or a WebP. So let's create a file name. So first it should have a image as the prefix underscore. Let's add the random UUID from the crypto library. So basically this will generate a random UID, and for the extension of the image just write dot dollar and type of the image. So it will be image underscore random UUID dot PNG, JPG or WebP. Next, let's create the file path. So in the storage, user will only be able to access the folder name that starts with their own user ID. So for that, we have to construct the file path, and first will be the user.id. After slash, we have a file name. That's it. Now let's store this image in the storage bucket. So first, let's just use await supabase dot storage dot from, let's add the bucket name, which is the generated underscore image, and in this bucket let's upload the file. So this upload function will take the file path first, then the array buffer, that means the file, and then we can add additional options such as content type, which is the image slash, let's use the type here. So it will be like image slash PNG or image slash JPG. And then we can also use the cache control and set it to 1 hour of cache, and let's set upsert to false, since we don't want to update this file if it has this same file path or file name, but that's not gonna happen since we are using the random UUID. Let's destruct the error from here and let's name it as a storage error. Let's just write if there is a storage error. Let's keep that file and continue. We can also use a better method to handle the error right here. We can upload the error with the file name and store it inside the upload results. But for now, let's since we already stored this file in the storage, now let's store all the other details in the database. So just write await supabase dot from. Now here let's type the generated underscore image. Now we have a table and the storage bucket with the same name, so don't get confused with this. This is the table, and let's insert. Now in this insert, let's add the array first and one object. Now this object first, we will add the user ID, so user.id. Next we have the model, so just write img.model. Then we have a prompt, so write img.prompt. And next we have aspect ratio, so just write image.aspect ratio. Make sure you don't make any spelling error here. After the aspect ratio, there is a guidance. So just write image dot guidance. Then we have number of inference steps. Then we have output underscore format. So just write img dot output underscore format, image underscore name. Just write file name. After that we have width and the height. So we will store all these details and then use select. Now here let's handle this error first. So just write upload results dot push one object. Now this object will have the file name, error dot message, success to false, and data to null. Let's copy this and paste it right here, and let's deconstruct the error from this. So if we get the error, let's first name it as a db error, and instead of storage error, let's add the db error here. So if there is any database error, we'll push that error message, file name, success, and the data. Now for this data, let's pass the db data or null. Now here, if error is null, then it should return true for the success, else it will return the false. So let's deconstruct the db data. That's it. Let's remove this continue. Now at the end, let's return the response. So error will be null, success to true, and data, let's name it as results, upload results. So let me explain this function again. First we'll check if there is user or not, and if it's not, we will send the unauthorized error message. Then we'll loop through the data, and for each image we will grab the array buffer and the image details. We'll create the file name, file path, and after that upload this file to the storage. Now once it is uploaded, we'll store that image details and this image name in the database. And if we get the error, we'll store all the results in the upload results array, and then we will return that. So let me try this out. Let's copy the store images. Since we already are using right here, let me just log a few things here. And the store images is coming from the image actions. Now this should be right here and not in the for loop. Also let's log the upload results. Let's save this and let's generate this. Let's change this to fluxnell. Let's just write a cute image of a girl holding balloons. Let's generate. And we got the image output link. And there is an error which says the bucket not found. Let's see. Generated underscore image, it should be images, so that's where I made the mistake. Let me copy this prompt and reload this again. Let's generate. We got the output image, and now it should be successful. And here is the image. Now this is the user ID and this is the image. Let's check the table. I think we got some issue. Let's check. Error is undefined, success is false, and data is null. Let's check this out. I guess I made the same mistake. It should be generated underscore images table. First, let's delete this image since it is stored in the storage bucket, but it is not in the database. Now let's click on generate again. It returned the output image link, and upload results is empty. That means there is no error. Let's check this again. Alright, we got the image, and let's check the table editor and got the value. So we got the user ID, model name, we have the image name, prompt, guidance, and everything seems great. Now let's see how we can show these images in a gallery inside this My Images page. Let me close all this. Now first, before we create this gallery page, let me add the toast inside the image, inside the use generated store. So first, let me create the toast ID equal to toast.loading. Now we don't have to use the use ID, but we can also instead of use ID, we can directly add the loading toast. So just right here, let's just write generating image, and then after the set images function, let's use toast.success and add image generated successfully, and for the ID, let's add the toast ID. Let's copy this, and after the image storage, let's just write image stored successfully and the toast ID. That's it. Let me close all this. Let's go to the gallery page. Now here, let's add some classes. Let's just add a section, class name, set container, margin left and right to auto. Now inside this container, we'll have one h1. Let's add title my images and one paragraph tag. Here we'll write, here you can see all the images you have generated. Click on an image to view details. Let's add the class name, text -3XL, font to semi bold, and margin bottom to 2. Now for the paragraph, let's set text color to text -muted, and let's set to muted -foreground. Set margin bottom to 6. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now after this, here we'll add the gallery component. So let's go to the components folder and create one folder called gallery, and let's just write gallery component.tsx. Let's import this here, and here we'll pass the images. But before that, let's create the get images function inside the image actions folder. So for now, let me copy this and let's remove all this. Let's keep the user part and let's change the name to get images. Now this function will only accept the limit, which will be in the number, but this will be an optional. We will use this limit on the dashboard to show only 5 to 6 images, not the all images. So now let's create a query. So just write query equal to Supabase dot from generated underscore images table. Let's select everything. So just write star. It should be equivalent to user underscore ID, and let's pass the user dot ID. And then let's set the order. So the order should be based on the created at and the set ascending to false. All right, now we have created the query. Now let's use the if there is a limit argument. Then let's add the limit to the query. So just write query dot limit and pass the limit argument. Now let's use this query. So from this query, we'll either get the data or the error. Await query, and that's it. Now if we get the error, we'll return one object, this one, where the error will be error dot message, or let's just write fail to fetch images and set success to false and data to null. Now here from this table we'll get all this data, but we have to use the signed URL to get the image URL. Now let me go to the Supabase docs and let's open the storage. Now let's click serving the assets. Now here we can use Supabase storage from this bucket name and dot get public URL to get the file URL. But get public URL will only work for the public buckets, but our bucket is a private bucket. So for that, let's use this create signed URL. So basically from this URL, you'll be able to check the see the image for an hour. Then you have to request it again, or you can set a larger value here. So let's use this. Now since we can have a lot more images for a particular user, so for that we'll loop through this data. Let's just define one variable which will store all the images variables. So image with URLs. Await, let's use promise since we are going to use the loop, promise.all, and here let's use data.map. It will give us the image. Now the type of the image will be same as this one, but instead of insert, we'll use the row. Let's use the arrow function. Now let's use this, copy this and paste it right here. Now this is the await, so this should be an async arrow function. Now for the bucket, let's use generated underscore images and create signed URL. Here we have to pass the file path. So if you go to the storage in the generated underscore images bucket, we have the user ID and the file name. So let's first pass the user ID here using the backticks at the user.id slash file name, which we got from the data. So just write image.image underscore name, and that's it. Now this should return the one object with all the image details and a URL to display the image. So from this data, we'll receive one signed URL. Let's remove this error. Let me copy this, and in the data, let's paste it here, or it will be a null. All right. So what we did first, we created a query to get all the details of this particular user with this user ID from this generated images. So it will store all the images of this user, and then if we pass any limit in this function, then it will add this limit to this query, and then we'll execute the query. And if there is an error, we'll assign this object, or once we get all the images, we have to create a URL that we can use to display that image in a website. So to get that signed URL, we'll use this promise.all to resolve all the async promises, and then it will return the image and the URL, signed URL. Let's save this and use this function. Now this can be a client component, so instead of that, let's use this function in a server component. Let's just use const images. So basically it will give us the data, and let's name it as images await and this server action. Let's make this a async function. Let's copy this images and pass it to this gallery. Images are an empty array. Let's open the gallery component. First, let's define the type of the image props. So it will contain a URL in a string or undefined type, and let's extend this type with the tables from the data type.types, and in the tables let's use the generated images table, and let's define the interface for this component called gallery props. Here we will get the images, and the type of the image will be an array of this image props. So here let's use images and this type. For now, let's just log these images. So we got one array with all the image details and the URL to display that image. Now since we have this host, we need to add this host in the next config file. So let's just copy this host and open the next config file, and similar to this, let's add new protocol to HTTPS, and then for the host name, let's pass this, remove this one, and save this. Alright, so we got all the details including width and height as well. So let's display images in a grid format. First we'll check if the images dot length is 0, then we'll render one div and just write no images found. And in this div, let's add the class, set display flex, items center, justify to center, height to at least 50 viewport height, text muted foreground. Let's just set this to true to see that. Actually it should return this, and here it is. Alright, now in the return, this condition is not true, that means we got the images. So in this div, let me just add the container class, margin left and right to auto, and padding top and bottom to 8. After this div, let me add one more. Let's add the class name. Now here we'll define different columns. So first let's keep the column 4-column layout and gap to 4 as well, and also set space y to 4. It is the space between the images. Now in this div, let's render the images. Let me change this to a section. Let's get the images dot map. It will provide us the image and the index. Now this will have one div. First let's pass the key. Now in this div, let's create another div. Let's add the class, set position to relative, overflow to hidden, cursor to pointer, and transition to transform. Let's add the image component from the next/image. For the src, we'll pass the image dot URL, and for the alt tag, let's pass image dot prompt, set width, image dot width, height to image dot height. And for the class name, let's set object dash cover and rounded. Alright, and I guess there is some issue. We have to return this. Now we have this errors because URL can be undefined. So for now, let's just paste an empty string. Same here. For the width, let's pass 0, and same for the height. Let's save this and check it out. Okay, we got one image. Now let's see how we can get the image details in a dialog box. Like if I click here, Let's create this one. First, let's create this view details one. So before this image, let's create an overlay. Let's add the class, set position to absolute, and set 0, background to black, opacity to 0, and transition opacity, duration to 300, set group dash hover to opacity dash 70. So group hover will only work if its parent have the group class. So let's just add the group here. And after this, let's make it a rounded. And in here, let's create one more div with the p tag and just write view details. And this div, set flex items to center, justify to center, and height to full. For this p tag, let's use text dash primary foreground, text dash lg, font semi bold. All right, let's check this out. And working great. Now let's create the image dialog component. So inside the gallery, let's add the image dialog.tsx. Let's import this right here. Let me change this file name to dialog. All right. Now here we have to create a state to select the image and show this dialog. So let's just add one state, import it from React, and let's make this component a client-side component because we are using the use state hook. Let's name it as a selected image. It should be set selected image, and here let's just for now let's just keep it to null. Basically it will contain a image props or a null. Now where should we place this? It should work on clicking off the image. So after this div, let's use the on click on this one. Just write on click. Let's use an arrow function and set selected image, and let's pass all the image details. All right. And in the image dialog, so if the selected image state is not null, then we'll render this image dialog component, and let's pass the image details. That's it. Let's save it and go to the image dialog. Here first let's add the types. So just write interface image dialog props. It has the image, the URL of with string or undefined type that extend to tables from the data types and the generated images table. All right, so let's use this and deconstruct the image. Now let's render this image details. Now here we will use the sheet component. So let's open the Shadcn UI. Let's open the sheet component. So here it is. First we'll import this. After that, let's copy this one. Now here, instead of this sheet trigger, we can directly pass the open and close state. So let's just pass true. It should be always a true. And let's remove this sheet trigger. Now in the content, we have a sheet header and it has a title. So let's add a image details. That's it. Let's remove this sheet description. After the sheet title, let's add the image. So in a one div, let's use this image. Let me just copy this and paste it right here. Make sure you import the image component from next/image. Here, let's set width to full, height to auto, display to flex, margin bottom to 3. And let's remove this object cover. That's it. And let's add the class name for this div. Set position to relative, width to fit, and height to fit. Let's save this. Let me remove this. If I click here, it will open this sheet and the image. If I click here, it is not working because we have to pass the on close. So let's pass that from the gallery component. On close. We'll just make this selected image state as a null, so it will not render this image dialog. Let's copy this and go here. Let's add it in the types. On close, it will return void. Let's deconstruct that and pass this on close in the sheet component. On open change, pass the on close. That's it. Now let's try it. And it's working fine. All right. Now after the image, let's add some more details. So after this image, let's add one div with class name, display to flex, gap to 4, absolute positioning, bottom to 4, and right to -4. And in this div, we will render 2 buttons, one to download and one to delete. Import the button from the UI folder, and let's add the download icon from the Lucid React. Set width to 4, height to 4, margin right to 2. Let's just write download. In the button, let's add the class name to width fit. That's it. Now let's copy this and paste it right here. Let me remove this download text. Let's remove the margin right, and here we'll display the trash icon from Lucid React. Now the variant of this button will be a destructive, so in the red color. Let's save this and check that out. All right, it should display this. After the icon, and now it looks great. Let me add class name in the sheet content. Let's set its max width to full for the smaller screen and up to SM breakpoint. We'll use max width to XL and width to full. Let's save it, and looks much better. Let's increase the image sheet title size, set text to 2XL and width to full. Now after this div, let's add HR tag and add the class name, set inline block, width to full, border primary, slash 30 opacity, and margin bottom to 2. Let's save it, and here it is. I made one typo here, it should be bottom, and now it looks much better. Now after this HR, let's add the p tag, and here let's add the prompt, and after this span, let's add image dot prompt. Let's add some class in this p tag, text color to text primary slash 90, width to full, flex dash column. Let's save it, and here it is. Let's add class name for this prompt, text dash primary, text XL, and font to semi bold. That's it, and let's one more HR right here. Here let's, instead of MB -2, set MY -3, and looks great. Now let's add all the other details right here. For that we will use the badge component. So inside a div, let's import the badge from UI/badge. Now this badge will have a variant secondary. Let's add the span. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let me just remove this text XL. It should be font semi bold and uppercase with margin right to 2. Let's display the model ID. So image dot model. Let's save this, and here it is. Let's add a class in this badge, set rounded to full, border to border dash primary color slash with 30 opacity, padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 2, text to SM, and font to normal. Now it looks much better. Let's add class in this div. Now set flex wrap gap to 3. Now let's add more badges. Now next we have aspect ratio. So just write model dot aspect ratio, and then we have model dot width, and let's add width and height in the same badge. Just write x model dot height, and here change this title to dimensions. After the dimension, let's render image dot guidance. Let's add the guidance here, To that, let's render number of inference steps, and here just add inference steps. Let's add 2 more badges. Next we have output format. And then we have the created at. So for that we'll use the new date dot to local date string, and in the date let's pass the image dot created at, and let's add created at title. Let's save this, and it looks much better. Now here the prompt can be a bit more bigger, and currently the height is only the screen height. So let's use the scroll area component from the Shadcn. So if you go to right here, you should be able to implement this. Import the scroll area component, and let's use this. This should only be for the details. We can use this before this div of images and the other details right here. Now in the scroll area, let's remove all this, set display to flex, flex direction to flex column, and set height to 100 viewport height. Let's save this. And now you won't be able to see because we don't have any details right here. So let's add the margin bottom here. So in this div, just write margin bottom to 32. That means margin bottom to 8 rem. Now you should be able to scroll this. Let's also add the scroll bar inside the scroll area. Scroll bar from components UI scroll area, and for its orientation pass vertical. Alright, now let's see how we can download this image. For that we'll create one download image function, const handle download. It is an arrow function. Now in this function, first we will fetch the image.url. It should be a URL, otherwise give an empty string. Then we'll get the response, and let's convert that response to a blob format. Then we'll get the one blob. Now for this blob, let's create one URL and create window.url.create object URL. Here pass the blob in a new blob and in array. So basically it will create one URL to store this blob, and let's create one link component. So just write link equal to document dot create element, and this element should be an anchor tag, and set the link dot href equal to URL. And now let's set its attribute. Set attribute, we want to download this image, so set download, and then let's give a name for our downloaded file. Let's just write generated dash image dash Let's use new date dot now, or just use date dot now dot pass the extension of the image. For that you can use image dot output format. So it can be a PNG, JPG, or a WebP image. Now we have created this link. So first we have created the Windows based URL for this blob object, and then we have to append this link to the document body. So just write document dot body dot append child and add the link element. So the document has the link, and let's just click that link dot click. So this is a bit longer version of how you can download any object or anything in the URL. Now let's clean up. So we have to use link dot parent node. Once the image is downloaded, let's remove the link child. Remove child called link. That's it. And after that, let's use dot catch method, and if there is any error, let's log that console.log error. That's it. Now let's use this handle download function and click on this download button. Let's save it and check it out. If I click download, and it downloaded this image, which is right here with this name. All right. Let's work on the delete. For that we have to create one delete image action. So let's go to the image actions and copy this and paste it right here. Close the function, change the name to delete image. Let's pass the ID. It will be a string. Here we'll use await supabase dot from generated underscore images dot delete. It should be equivalent to the given ID. So ID equivalent to this ID. That's it. Now this will delete the image from the storage. This will return us the data or an error. So if we get the error, let's just return one object with error dot message success to false and data to null. Otherwise we'll return the error null, success to true, and data to data. But this will only delete the image from the generated images. Now let's save this and test this delete function. Go to the image dialog. If you check the original version, it shows this alert. So to implement this alert, we can use alert dialog component from the Shadcn. So let's create a separate delete image component. Delete image.tsx. Now here let's add the alert dialog component. So copy this and import all the components. Copy this and paste in the return. Now instead of this open, let's add that icon with the button. So if you go in the image dialog, we have this whole button. Let's just paste it here and import the button and the trash to icon. All right, and let's pass alert dialog trigger as child prop. So it will take this button as a child. Let's keep it to are you sure, and here let's just write this will permanently delete the image. Cancel, and then we have delete. Here we have to get the image ID, and on delete, so basically it is the on close and the class name if there is any. Let's create the handle delete function. This will be an async function. Now let's use the toast. So just write toast id use id, and then we'll use the toast from sonar dot loading. Just write deleting the image and pass the toast id. Let's get the error or success value from the await delete image action. Pass the image ID. If there is an error, we'll show the toast.error. Pass the error message with the toast ID. As if success is true, we'll show the toast.success and pass the message image deleted successfully. That's it. And on the else, let's just dismiss the toast by passing toast ID. Let's copy this and attach with this delete action. On click, pass the function, and let's add the class name. Set pg to destructive, that means the red background, and on hover it should be pg dash destructive slash 50 with the 50 as an opacity. Let's set it to 90 actually. Save this, and here we have to define the types. Interface delete image props. Image ID, which will be a string. On delete will be an optional function. So basically this will close that dialog box. It will return void, and next we have optional class which has the string. Let's use this on delete after the success. Now add the question mark, so it will only run the on delete if we get it from the props. For the class name, let's set it right here with the button. Class name, let's import the merge function, which is cn. Set width to fit and add the class name from the props. Let's save this and import this right here. Now let's pass the image id, image.id.to string, and then we have on delete. Let's pass the on close, and for the class name, let's just keep width to fit. Let's save this. Let me remove this icon, and let's taste this. Let me delete this. I'm deleting the image, and image deleted successfully, but still I'm able to see that this image, and now it's gone. Now let's check it on the database. So if I reload this, now image is still there, but it should be gone from the generated image database. Now we have deleted it from the database, but we also have to delete it from this storage as well. So let's implement that functionality. If you open the documentation, go to here, delete object, and this is how you can delete the image. Let's copy this, go to the image actions, in the delete image. After we delete it from the database, let's delete it from the storage as well. Remove. So basically we have image in this format, user dot id slash, we also have to pass the image name here. Now in the image dialog, let's pass the image name, image dot image name. Let's add the type to string and pass it to the delete image action. That's it. Let me close the other tabs, and let's test this out by generating one image. Let me select the Flux Snell model, and in the prompt let's just write an image of a cute panda playing in the forest. Let's just write playing around the trees in cartoon style. Let's click generate. Now it has generated this cute image. So let's see if it is stored in our storage or not. So let me reload it, and we got the image. You can also check the image in the my images page. And now let's try to delete this. Click delete, delete, and it's gone. Now let's check the storage, and it's gone. So basically we have deleted this image from the storage and from the database as well. Now next, let's see how we can train an image model using our own personal images. Open the replicate.com and go to the Explore tab. Now here, let's scroll down and let's click on this Get Started. We will use this Flux Dev LoRa trainer to fine-tune the Flux model using our own personalized images, so that we can generate images with our own face in different environment and scenarios. Now before we understand more about this LoRa trainer, let's understand about the LoRa and fine-tuning. So I have prepared one simple diagram. It's a little bit complex than this, but let's understand the basic using this diagram. Also, if you don't want to go deep into this, you can just skip this part. Now, the main image model, such as a Flux or a Stable Diffusion, is initially trained on a large data set, which allows it to learn the general features and representations of different images. Now, this training process involves adjusting a vast number of weights across the model. Instead of retraining this entire model with new data, which can be a resource intensive, we can use the LoRa. So, LoRa is called as a low rank adaptation technique. It is a method for fine tuning the large language or image models by adding a small modifiable weights to this existing model. When you provide the LoRa trainer with your own images, it uses the LoRa technique to fine tune this large image model and modify or adds new weights. Now, these new weights are specifically designed to adjust the model's behavior based on the smaller targeted dataset that you provide. Now, during the training with LoRa, only these additional weights are updated while keeping the original model weights frozen, which significantly reduces the computational load and the memory requirements. We can use this LoRa trainer not only for the personalized images, but we can train one particular style as well, such as watercolored images or neon lightning, etc. Let me show you a few examples. So if you go to the blog, let's scroll down and let's find this one, fine tune flux.1 with your own images. Now these are all the different LoRa trained on particular styles. So if I click this, now as mentioned here, it is a flux LoRa fine tune on black light images. So these are all the images. All the images have a one style common, which is the black lights. And now to use this LoRa, you have to use this trigger word, which lets the model know that the user want to use this particular style called BLK LGHT black light. So when we train LoRa on our personal images, we also have to provide a different type of trigger word, and this trigger word should not be a common word like a dog or a cat. It should be a different word that the model does not know. It should be a unique. It's like an ID. So this like an ID to use this particular LoRa. Now let's see how we can use this. So I have used this LoRa on my this model that I have trained using the Tom Cruise's images. So what I did, I have copied this URL of this LoRa and went to right here in the extra LoRa parameter, and I have pasted this link. Now this one is the extra LoRa scale. So it is a LoRa scale for this LoRa. So it determines how strongly the extra LoRa should be applied. So if you want to apply this LoRa on the whole image, you can just set it to 1, or you can reduce it to reduce this LoRa's effect. And I have also used this trigger word as well. So close up of OHWX man. So basically this is the trigger word that I have used to train the Tom Cruise model, and this one is for the extra LoRa. So basically we are using it two LoRa. One is the Tom Cruise one and another is for the this black lights. You can also check out different examples from right here. So if you open this LoRa, now it has trained this LoRa on a particular images, particular style, which is called as XKCD comics, and it has used this XKCD trigger word in all these examples. And you can check this one as well. It is a flux LoRa used in the style of TOK to trigger the generation. So in each prompt, you should able to see this in the style of TOK. So TOK is basically a trigger word to let the model know to use this particular style. All right, let me close all this. Now let's learn few parameters of this LoRa trainer before we start using this. Now I won't cover all these parameters because it will take a lot of time, but let's just understand about the few parameters that we are going to use. So now let's start with the destination. So as mentioned here, select a model on replicate that will be the destination for the train version. Now here, first I have to go to the, let's go to the dashboard and in the models, and here let me create one. Just name it as a demo model and keep private. So it's basically like creating a GitHub repository. And here let's select the fine tune image model for Flux and click create. So basically it will create a simple repository where you can store your fine tuned model. And now here, let me reload this. So if you are logged in, you should be able to see right here, it is a demo dash model. So we have selected the destination, and here we will upload the .zip file which contains all of our training data set, and this is the trigger word. So in basic simple terms, it is a keyword or a phrase used in text prompts to activate your fine-tuned model's knowledge. So let's say imagine you have a photos of your dog called Max, and you just write Max the dog. That's it. So it will become a trigger word. So whenever you use your text prompt, whenever you want to generate the image of your dog, you just write a photo of Max the dog. Now this is the trigger word, wearing sunglasses. So this will become your text prompt that includes this trigger word. Now this trigger word should be a unique, it should not be something common like a dog or a cat, because model already knows what the dog or a cat looks like. So it will generate the generic image but not the particular one that you have used in your training data set. So for that we have to use any unique word. It can be a TOK or OHWX, anything that is not a meaningful word but a unique, something like an ID. Now for the rest of the parameters, the important one is, another one is the steps. So basically steps is like a number of times the model trains using your data set. So for example, you have a 20 photos of your face and then you set 500 steps. So basically the model sees each photos multiple times and it will refine its ability to generate the images that resembles your face. So if we set the steps to, let's say 100 times, and we have 20 images, so the model will look each image for 1,000 times and it will refine its process. And if you use too few steps, let's say a 100 steps, then the model might not learn enough and the output may look very generic. And let's say if you use too many steps, let's say a 5,000 steps, that means the model might memorize your face so precisely that it cannot generate the variation, which is also not what we want. So basically for to fine tune a model for a faces, the recommended range is from 1000 to 1500. So we can also put 1200 or 1400 to fine tune our faces. And remember that if you increase the steps too much, it will also cost you a lot. So it is better to keep it to a minimum or an ideal steps number. Now that's it. Now let's see how we can use this. So if you click on this node.js, we have to follow this syntax. Now let's create the model training form like here. So basically it has three fields: model name, gender, and the training data file. So let's create this. Let me close this. Let's open the model training page. Let me remove this
and let's just write a section in the class name, add container and margin left and right to auto. Now in this section, let's add one h1, just write train model, and let's give it a class, text to 3xl, font to bold, and margin bottom to 2. After this, let's add one paragraph tag. Here, let's just write train a new model with your own images. Let's give some class to this paragraph element, set text to text dash sm, text color to muted foreground, and margin bottom to 6. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now let's add the form component. For that, we'll go to the components folder and let's create one folder called as models. In this models folder, let's create one component called model training form.tsx, and let's import this right after the paragraph tag. All right, now let's follow the documentation from the Shadcn for this form. First, we have to import the Zord. Also, let's make this component a client-side component using use client directive. Now, in this form schema, first we have the model name, so it will be z.string, and let me remove this, and here let's add the required error message, model name is required. Now, after the model name we have the gender. Now gender has the two options, so let's just write z.enum, and here let's pass an array of all the options, which is the male and the female. Or we can also set man and woman because it is better, because the Flux model understand man and woman better than the male and the female. And after the gender, we have a zip file that contains the file. Now to define the types for the zip file, we have to add multiple conditions. Let's just write Zord.anyType dot, let's refine it. It will return the files, an array of files. So from these files, we'll select the first file from the array. It should be an instance of the file. If it's not, we'll show an error saying please select a valid file. All right, now let's refine it more. Let's just write refine, and again it will return the files. From the files, let's select the first one. Now I have used this operator to check whether this files is an undefined or not, and if it's not, it will perform the next operation. So here we will check the type of that file. If there is a type available, and let's define one constant called accepted underscore zip underscore files, and let's add the file type. So for the zip, it should be application slash x dash zip dash compressed. And also there is another format that is used in different browsers, so just write application slash zip. So the file type should follow this structure. So here, if there is a type available and this array includes the file type, this one, only then it will not show the error. Otherwise it will show an error saying only zip files are accepted. The array should be inside these brackets. All right, now let's add one more condition for the size. So dot refine, let's get the files and the first file dot size, it should be less than or equal to, let's say 45 MB. So for that we'll use 45 multiplied by the 1024 and multiply by the 1024 again. So this will give us in the MB, so 45 MB. So file size should be less than or equal to 45 MB. Let's create an constant for that. Let's just name it as a max file size. And paste it right here. All right, otherwise we'll show an error. Let's just say max file size allowed is 45 MB. Now our form schema is ready. Now let's check the Shadcn. Let's import this. After that, we have to define this form. And in the default values, let's just write model name to an empty string, zip file to undefined, and gender let's set to men. And then we have this on submit function. Now let's copy the form. First let's import this button, form components, and the input component, and let's copy this and paste it right here. All right, now let's check the original one. So it is in the field set, so let's do that. All the form elements including buttons should be under a field set element. Let's add the class, set display to grid, and max width to 5 XL, set PG to background, padding to 8, rounded LG, and gap to 6. All right, now let's change this username to model name, and here let's change model name. In the placeholder, let's just write enter model name. It should say this will be the name of your trained model. All right, now for the gender selection we'll use the radio buttons. So for that, go to Shadcn and let's find the radio group. Let's check out this implementation. First import this, and let's copy this form field. and paste it right after the model name. Let's change this name to gender, and let's just give it a label that says please select the gender of the images. Now we have 1, 2 and 3 form items. Let me just remove this. We only need 2. So let's change its value to man, and let's name it as a male. You can also set it to man as well. Female, and here the value should be woman. All right, let's save this and check that out. Okay, looks great. Next, we have this training data with all the required instructions to create the training data set. Let's implement that. Let me just copy this form field and paste it right here. Let's change its name to a zip file, and here let's change it to training data zip file. Let's add one pipe and a span tag. Here let's just write read the requirements below. Let's give it a red color. So for that you can just write text dash destructive, and let's save this. All right, now after this form label, let's add all the instruction to create the right data set. You can open the all text file, and here are all the instructions. Let's just copy this, and after this form label, let's create one div and the UL tag. Here let's paste all the instructions. Let's wrap this in a li tag. Now this 3 should be a child of this, so let's place this in a UL. Let me add all of this in an li tag. All right, let's save this. Let's change the text color and the size. So go to the div and let's add few classes. Set margin bottom to 4, rounded dash LG, shadow MD, and padding bottom to 4. Now in the UL, let's add space Y2, text size to text dash SM, and text color to muted foreground. All right, let's change this color. So in the div, let's just use the text dash card foreground color. Looks a little bit better. Let's change this to shadow dash SM, and here let's keep this bullet points, and for this UL, slide it to right, so just write ML-4, margin top dash 1, and space Y to 1. Let's save this, and it looks much better. All right, now let's add the input file. So instead of type to text, set type to file, and it will accept .zip file. Let's remove this placeholder, and here let's just write upload a zip file containing your training images, max to 45 MB. Let's save it. All right, now let's decrease the size of this button. So for the class, just add width to fit. Okay, looks great. Let's add class name for this field. Set the border, and now it looks much better. Let's check this form. So here let's just write demo model name, select the gender, and let's use the file. Click submit. We have an invalid file. I guess we have to add some modification and this file input field. So here let's write on change event, we'll receive one event, and let's use field dot on change. Let's set the value to e dot target dot files. That's it. Let's save this, and let's check this form again. Model name. All right, we got two errors. So first is the invalid state errors. Failed to set the value property on HTML input element. This input element accepts a file name which may only be programmatically set to an empty string. All right, so we have to set the file name programmatically. For that, let's use the React refs. So here let's just write const file ref equal to form dot register an input called zip file. So here we have stored this zip file in the file ref, and then instead of this field, let's just pass the file ref. Let's save this and check this out, and click submit. So we got all the values. Zip file have an array of files, and this file have all the details, size, name, and everything. Now let's create one API route that handles all the training process. Let's open the app folder, and here let's create one folder called API, and in this API let's create one more folder called train, and inside that let's just add route.ts. Here we will export an async function with the post request. It will have one request with the type of next request. Now first we'll check if there is a replicate API token or not. If there is no token, then we will return an error. So let's use try if process.env.replicate API token. If there is no token, then let's throw a new error that says the replicate API token is not set. And here let's catch the error. Let's just log the error, training error. Now this should return a next response in the JSON format. So let's just send the error dot message. Now here, first let's just store the message in a variable called error message equal to, if the error is an instance of error, then send the error dot message, otherwise just say failed to start the model training. And here we'll replace this with the error message. Also, let's send the status to 500. Okay, and from this request basically we'll get three things: model name, gender, and the training file. Now first we have to protect this route so not any other user can access this. So let's just use cons Supabase and import the create client from the server. And let's just check if there is a user or not. For that we can use await supabase.auth.get user. Here we'll get the data, and let's deconstruct the user. We'll check if there is no user, then we'll return a response with an error saying unauthorized, status to 401. Okay, if there is a user, then we'll get the form data from the request. Await request dot form data. Now let's create a input from the form data. So basically input will have the file key or file URL. So form data dot get file key as a string. Similarly, let's get the model name and the gender. So model name and the gender. First, let's just log this input. And here, let's return the next response as a success to true and status to 201. Let's save this and let's go to the training form. Now on submit. Now first, since our file can be a huge file, so we cannot send that file over an API route handler or the server action, because they have a limitation on the payload size. You can only send payload about 3 to 4 MB, but not more than that. So for that we have to upload the file from the client side to the Supabase storage. But this way there is a chance that we may expose our Supabase environment variables. So instead of that, we'll use the pre-signed URLs. Now to get the pre-signed URL, let's create one server action. So go to the actions folder and let's create one file called model-actions.ts. Now here, let's export an async function called get pre-signed storage URL. Now here we have to pass the file path that we'll use to store the file in the Supabase. Now before we create this function, let's first create the storage bucket in the database. So go to the storage and let's create a new bucket. It should not be a public. Let's name it as training underscore data. And in the additional configuration, restrict the upload size to maximum to 50 MB, because in the free instance you will only get the 50 MB size. Let's save this. Now here, user does not need to access this training data, so we won't set any policies for this. Now to access this data without any policy, we have to use this service role key, and for that we can create a Supabase admin. So let's go to the library, and in the Supabase let's create one file called admin.ts. now this file will export the Supabase admin. Basically it is a Supabase client that uses the service role key, so just use create client, and it should be from the supabase/supabase/-js. Now in this client, let's pass the process.env.supabase_url and copy this, and next is the Supabase_service role key. Now it will give us an error if we don't set the type. That's it. Let's save this and let's use this Supabase admin right here. Now in this function, let's just write cons, open curly brackets, and just use await, and let's import the Supabase admin from the /admin .storage .from. let's add the bucket name data let's use create signed upload URL, and here we have to pass the file path. So as we have stored this images, so this folder will have the user ID, and then we have the file name. So similarly, let's use the same pattern. So here we can use user.id/ let's give it a random name, so new date .get time underscore file path. All right, now for this user we have to get it using the server side client. So just write Supabase await create client from the server. Here let's get the user from supabase.auth.get user. This will give us the data which will contain the user. It should have await. All right, now this will return a data. Let's name it as a URL data or an error. So here let's return the signed URL, which will be from URL data dot signed URL. And next we'll return the error if there is any. If there is any error, then we'll return the error.message or return null. Similarly, if there is no signed URL, let's return an empty string. That's it. Let's save and let's use this function in the form. Now in the onSubmit function, first let's use the toast imported from this owner dot loading. Let's just write uploading file and let's add the ID. For the ID, we'll use the const toast ID from the use ID. Let's use this inside the component. All right. Let's use the try block. Now here, let's get the data from the await get pre-signed storage URL function. Now in this server action, let's pass the values dot zip file and the first file dot name. So basically it's not a file path, but you can also say it's a file name. All right. So let's say if data has an error, then let's just use toast.error. Let's pass data.error message, or we'll write fail to upload the file. Let's pass this toast ID. Also let's return from this function, and here let's catch the error. Let me copy this and paste it right here. Here let's just write const error message. If error is an instance of error, then error dot message, otherwise just write fail to start training. All right, now let's show this error toast for 5 seconds. So you can pass a duration and just add 5000. Now that's it. Now this function should be an async function. First, let's see if we are getting this pre-signed URL or not. So for that, let's just log this data and let's save it. Now here we got one error. Okay, this error is because in this model actions we have not used the use server directive. This is the server action, so it should only execute on the server side. Let's check the right here, Supabase service role. All right, I made a mistake. All right, let's give it a name. Just write demo model, and let's use this file. Click on submit. All right, uploading file, and we got the signed URL. So basically this URL will contain the token, and using this we can easily upload the file to the Supabase from the client side. So this way we won't have to expose our Supabase environment variables. Let's use this. Let me close this and go to the model training form. Let me remove this. We don't need this. So after getting the data.signed URL, let's see how we can upload the file. So if there is no error, let's upload the file. Let's just write await fetch. Here we'll pass the data.signed URL with all the other options such as request method is put, and now in the headers let's use the content dash type. C and T should be capital. Now this content type will have the value of file type, so values dot zip file. Let's select the first file dot type. right? And after the header, we'll provide the whole file in the body. So just write values dot zip file and the first file. Let's store this in a const url response variable. Let's copy this variable. We'll check if the url response dot OK is not true. That means there is an error. Then let's throw an error. Just say upload failed. That's it. And then let's just use const response equal to await url response dot json. Let's just log this. And let's give it a toast for the success. Let's just say file uploaded successfully. Let's save this and let's test this out. So demo model, choose the file and click submit. So file uploaded successfully. Let's check it out in the storage. All right, we got it right here. It's the same file. And here is the key that we have received from this. So now let's create one form data and then we can use the /train route. So just write const form data equal to new form data. And here let's pass all the values. Form data dot append, pass the file key, just write res dot key. Here let's use model name, set values dot model name, and here set values dot gender and change this to gender. So this is the form data. Now let me check it again. So K is capital in this key, so make sure you use the capital K. And here we will use the /train handler. First add the response equal to await, and let's use fetch /API /train, and in the options let's add the method which is post, and in the body let's pass the form data. Now if response is not okay, let's store the response in results. Just write await response dot json. If response is not okay or result has an error, then we'll throw new error. Also let's pass the results dot error, or just write fail to train the model. That's it. Now let's if there is no error, then let's just write toast dot success in the message. Let's use training started successfully. You'll receive a notification once it gets completed. All right, and let's pass the ID equal to toast ID. All right, so let's check the /train. Basically, we'll get this input details in the log, and we'll just receive success to true. Let's save this and let's check if it's working or not. Let me reload this. Let's enter the demo model, choose the file. Right now in the database, we have one file in the storage, and let's click submit. Now here it is uploading the file, and file uploaded, and training started successfully. So we should have received the log, and here is the details of the input. This is the file key. This is the pre-signed URL. And this is the log from the /train route. So basically we are getting the file key, then the model name and the gender. Let's see the database, and we got this file again. So let's move forward from this. Since we got the input, let's use this. First, let's check if there is a file available or not. So if input does not contain the file key or input does not contain the model name, we'll throw an error. So just return next response.json, and in the JSON we'll send the error that says missing required fields. And for the status, let's send 400. All right. And if input is valid, then let's get the file name. So const file name equal to input dot file key dot. First we'll replace the training data underscore data slash with then empty string. So basically, to get the file from the storage, we'll need the file name, because we are getting the key that starts with training underscore slash data. So we have to remove this in order to get this file, get this user ID and the file name, so that we can get this file from the Supabase storage. All right, we got the file name. Now let's get that file's URL so that we can pass that URL to the LoRa trainer. So let's first use the curly braces, await Supabase admin. Let's import it from /admin dot storage dot from. Let's add the bucket name, which is training underscore data dot create sign URL. Now this create sign URL will send the URL from which we can access that file, and it will take the file name and the expiry of that URL token. Let's just say for an hour, so 3600, and here we'll receive the data. Let's name it as file URL, and again we'll check if file URL is valid or not, otherwise we'll throw an error. So here let's just use file URL dot signed URL. Let's throw an error. Let's just say failed to get the file URL. Now let's just log this URL. Let's save it and let's run it again. Now here we should be receiving one file URL, and here it is. So basically we will pass this URL to this LoRa trainer in the input images. So that's completed. Now to train this, if we follow this process, first we have to create this model, and only after that
we can use that model destination. So let's create that model first. So for that, let me just remove this first, and let's just create model first. Now to create the model, we can use await replicate. Let's import the replicate. From the replicate, and then we have to create the replicate instance. So just write replicate equal to new replicate, and here we have to pass the API key. So just write auth equal to process.env.replicate underscore API underscore token, and let's use this instance. So here await replicate dot models dot create. Now if you see here, if I have to create a new model, it always start with the owner's username. So we have to use this. So let's just give it the owner's name, which is codebugs27, and then we have to pass the model ID. So model ID is basically the model name that we want to use, and here we'll pass the few parameters such as the visibility. So it should be private, and then we will pass the hardware. Now in the hardware, first let's get the hardware details. So for that we can use const hardware equal to await replicate dot hardware dot list. So let's just log this hardware list first. Let's save this, and again check this out. Let me submit again. So here is the hardware list. So for our training, we'll use the GPU A100 large. So this one, it is basically an 80 GB GPU. Let's use this, copy this. Let me remove it. And here, paste in the hardware. Now for the model ID, we'll create the custom model ID. So let's do that. Model ID equal to, let's just use backticks, and first it will have the user dot ID underscore, let's use date dot now underscore model name dot to lowercase. We have to use input dot model name dot to lowercase, and model name can contain spaces, so let's remove that using dot replace all spaces with an underscore. So this will create a unique model ID for each request. So here we have passed the model ID. So basically it will create one model that starts with this codebugs27 and slash this model ID. So we have already created the model. Now let's start the training. Let me go to right here. Let's select Node.js. Let me just copy this. It is using the replicate.trainings.create. So all these things will stay the same because we are using this model, and this is the latest version of this model, and this is the owner name. Now in the destination, here we'll pass the model ID. So codebugs 27 slash model ID. And for the steps, let's keep it to 1200. We'll remove the default parameters that we don't want to change. So let's remove this. Let's remove auto caption, learning rate, and all of this. Let's just keep steps, resolution, input images, and trigger word. Now for this trigger word, we'll use OHWX, since it is unique and it is good to train the model with the faces. For the resolution, we'll keep only 1024. And here in the input images, let's use the file URL dot sign URL. That's it. Now let's log this. Now basically this should start the training process. So make sure you have a balance in your replicate account. Let's just save this and let's test it out. Let's name it a Tom Cruise 2 second model. Keep the mail, choose file, let's select this and click submit. File uploaded successfully and training started successfully. You will receive a notification once it gets completed. So let's check the replicate dashboard. Now in the training, and here it is running right now. Let me just cancel this. So the flow is working great. Now it will take around 20 to 30 minutes to complete this whole training. So until then, our request is not open, so it won't be able to send any response. So for that, we have to use the webhook. Now let me explain this by an example. So let's open the Excalibur and here. So first, this is our web app and this is the replicate. So by using /train route, we are sending all the details and we have started the training. Now replicate will take around 20 to 30 minutes. Until then, this request is not open. So what we will do, we'll send one webhook URL that will contain another route handler. Let's say /webhooks/training. So whenever training gets completed, it will again use this handler and it will send all the response back to our web application. Now for this webhook to work, replicate need to access this webhook, this web app URL. But currently we are developing using the localhost. So replicate.com won't be able to access this localhost 3000. So we have to use the ngrok. So let me open that. Just log into the ngrok. Now once you complete the login in the ngrok.com, you should be able to see this screen. Now you don't have to download all this. You can just copy this and this is your unique token. Just copy this and let's open the command prompt. Just paste it right here, but make sure to add the npx before this. So it will execute this using the node package executioner. It will just add this auth token. So you won't have to do this every time you want to use this ngrok. So as you can see, it has stored the auth token, and then let's use this one. Copy this. And again, let's use the npx and paste this command. So basically it has provided us the HTTPS URL that a replicate.com can access, and then it will transfer all the traffic that is coming to here to our localhost 3000. Now it is an 8080, so let's run this again and let's change this to 3000. All right, now let's copy this and use it in our webhook URL. Now here, this will only work for the local, but whenever you host your web application, you should have the site URL here. So you can also use process.env.site_URL if it is there. Otherwise, we'll just use this URL for the local development. So make sure whenever you host this application, you should provide the site URL variable. So let's use this webhook URL, but before that, let's check the replicate documentation. Here, let's go to the webhooks, setting up the webhook. So in the training phase, we can provide the webhook URL after the input, and we also have to provide the webhook events filter. So basically, as mentioned here, we will send requests to your webhook URL whenever there are new outputs or the prediction has finished. You can change which event trigger webhook request by specifying the webhook events filter. So if you want to notify user whenever this training phase starts, it generates any output, or if you want to see the logs, you can pass that events right here. So if you only want to send the notification to user whenever training is succeeded, cancelled, or failed, then you can just use the completed. So let's use this, just copy this, and here after this input, let's paste it. Now here, instead of this, let's use webhook URL. Let's add it in the backticks, because after the URL we will define one route. So API/webhooks/training. So the completed event covers 3 types of different events, such as success, cancel, or failed state. So whenever if we cancel the training or training is failed somehow, it will send that notification to the webhook. All right, let's define this API/webhook/training. For that, let me go to the API, create one folder called webhooks. In the webhooks, make sure it is in the API, and the webhooks, let's create one more folder called training, and let's add the route.ts file. Now here, let's export the async function API handler called post. It will receive the request. Now let's check the documentation. Now what should we do after we receive the webhooks? So basically we will receive the response which looks like this. It will have the completed status input. Let me show you this. So this is the response. It will have all the inputs, logs, metrics, and all the other things. Here output is null, that means it is cancelled or failed. For now, let's just log it. So just write const body equal to await request.json, and let's log the body, request body. For now, let's just return next response.json, success to true, and status to 201. Now let's save this and see our webhook is working or not. But before that, we have to make sure you have completed event set in here. Let's save this. Now before we test this in the training, let's just see how it is running by using the Postman. So go to the Postman, make sure you have installed this Postman extension and click Postman, and let's click on new HTTP request. Let's select post and just write HTTP // and let's select this one, API/webhook/training, and click send. Let's check the logs. So basically we are redirected to /login. Now this happened because we have a route production in the middleware file. So here, if there is no user or request URL start with /login or /auth, it will be redirected to the /login. So let's add the webhooks route. Just add /API/webhooks/training. Let's use the end, and let's save this and again test this. Let's check it. We have issue right here with the request. Let me just comment this out and just write webhook is working fine and send. We got the success true and we should receive the log. Yes, so webhook is working fine. Let me close this as well. Let's add all this in a try block. So try, and in the catch let's get the error, and here let's return the error message. Let's just return new next response and just add the internal server error, and here set status to 500, and let's log this error. Webhook processing error. Now before this, let's just log that webhook is working, and let's log the request. Let's save this and let's start the training. Just say Tom Cruise 2, choose file and submit. File is uploaded. Now it should start the training process. Now let's check the training page. And the training is running. So if I cancel this, it should, yes, it has sent this webhook. And here we receive the webhook output, webhook request. So basically there is no logs, and if you check the status, it is cancelled, output is null. All right, so our webhook is working fine. So let me just summarize what we did so far. Let me go to the Excalibur. So first we created one form, and when someone submits this form, it will upload the file to the Supabase storage using the pre-sign upload URL. So upload file, and after that, once the file is uploaded, we will send the request to the replicate, and we will also receive the file URL from the storage. So once the training is completed, failed or cancelled, it will send the request to the ngrok with all the details such as status, and then ngrok will send that request back to the our application which is on localhost. It will send the traffic to slash webhooks slash API slash training. Sorry, it should be slash API slash webhook. Now this is our web app. Let me explain this in the code. So if you open this form and on submit, basically we are getting the three values: model name, gender, and the file. So first we are uploading the file to the Supabase. For that we are getting the pre-signed storage URL, and then we are using this URL to upload the file from the client side. Once the file is uploaded, we are getting the file name, and then we are sending it as a file key. So we are sending the file key, model name, gender to the slash API slash train, and in the slash train basically we have a bunch of error handling. And then now first we got the URL of uploaded file, and then we have created the model ID, then we are creating the model, and then we are starting the training. Now since we have created this model, it should be in the replicate. So if you go to the dashboard, go to the models, and here are all the models that we have created so far. So we have to delete all these models because the training is cancelled. So you can just select the model name, go to settings, click delete model, copy this and paste it right here. So this is how you should always delete all these models. Now let's store the model details in our Supabase. So let me just open the diagram. So here what we'll do, now Supabase database. So whenever we send request, training request to the replicate, we'll also send the data to the Supabase database about the model details. And then based on the received status, we'll also update that status in the Supabase database right here. Now to do that, we have to create the models table. Let's open the Supabase queries.md file and let's copy this query. Now this first one is creating the enum type. So basically training status will have all these values and gender has these two values, and then it will create this table and use this types right here. Let's go to the SQL editor and let's paste all this and click run. All right, it is a success. So if you go to the table editor, and here is the models. So it will contain the user ID, model name, trigger word, version of that particular model, training status, training steps, training time, gender, and training ID. All right, so first let's enable the RLS policy first. Enable RLS policy, and let's add the policy. Let's click create policy. Let's select this, enable users to view their data, their own data only, and click save policy. And let's add one more for the delete, enable delete for users based on user ID. Let's save this. Now this should be an authenticated role and not the public role. Let's add authenticated and save it. Now let's add the model values right here. Let me close this. And in the slash train route, after the training has started, let's add the model values in the Supabase. Let's use await Supabase admin dot from models dot insert. Let's add all the values such as model underscore id equal to model id. Then we have user underscore id, which is the user dot id. And again, we have model underscore name. Let's get it from the input model name. Let's do the same for the gender. And then we have a training underscore status that we can get from this because we are receiving the training status right here. So training dot status. After that we have trigger underscore word, which is the ohwx. Then we have a training steps, which is 1200. And then we'll receive the training underscore id from this training dot id. All right, let's just save this. Let me comment this out and let's see if this is working or not. Now here we are using the Supabase admin because we have not given the user a right to insert into the models. Let's test this out. Let's use Tom Cruise. Select mail, choose the file and click submit. Uploading file uploaded, and training has started successfully. First let me just go to the training and let me delete that. Go to the training and let's cancel this. All right, now let's check the database. Let me reload this and here it is. Now we got the user ID, model name, trigger word. Now version is the empty because we'll store this version once the training is completed. Training status is starting. So if you double click, these are all the values that you can use. And the training steps, training time, we will fill this training time after the model has successfully trained. And then we have the gender, and here is the training ID. All right, now let's render this model in the my models. Let me close all this for now. Let's open the models page, and here let's add section, class name, set container, and margin left and right to auto. Now here first let's add one div, and in the div let's add h1 tag. Just write my models, and the p tag, just write view and manage your trained models. Now in this div let's just write margin bottom to 8, and for the h1 set text dash 3xl, font bold, and for the p tag margin top to 2 and text muted foreground. Let's save this. Looks great. Now let's create one server action to fetch the models, and open the model actions, and here let's create one function called export async function fetch models. Now here
Let's create this Supabase client and let's get the data, error, and the count, which is the model count from await Supabase dot from write a table name, which is the models dot select star, that means select everything, and also let's add count to exact. Just write dot equal to, we will need the user ID, so let's copy this and paste it right here. This should be equal to user underscore ID should be equal to the user dot ID, and let's add the order as well. So order depends on the created underscore at column, and let's just write ascending to false. Let's just add the question mark. Now here we return one object. If there is an error, then we'll return the error dot message, else null, and success. If not error, then we will add the data or null, and then we'll return the count. If there are no count, then just return 0. Now let's use this to get the details. Let's just use const data equal to await fetch models. Let's import it from model actions, and let's make this an async server component. Now let's render this data in a component called models list. So in the components folder, let's go to this models and create one file called models list.tsx. Let's import this in this page after this div, and let's pass the data. Let's change its name to models. Make sure to import it. Now here let's get the models. Now let's define its type. So models list props. Now let's write this types. Just write interface models equal to model type. Let's define type model type, and let's write error. It can be a string or null. Then we have success, which is a boolean. Then we have a data. Now for this data, we can get the type from data types. Now here we only have a type for the generated images. Since we have created one more table after this, so we have to again use the CLI to generate the types. Let's open one command prompt. Make sure you are in your project directory. All right, now here we'll use the Supabase command to generate the type. So let's open the documentation, Supabase generate types, and let's use this. I guess we don't have to log in again since we already did this. Now here we have to use our project ID. So let's open the database, go to settings, and here is the project ID. Let's replace this.
and press enter. And I think it has generated all the types. So let's check this out. We have generated images table and we have models table. So let's use this models. So in the data, first let's import the database. From there, we'll use public, then tables, then models. Let's use the row. After the row, let's write an empty array, or it can be a null. All right, now let's use this models data. So first, let's deconstruct the data, success, and the error from models. Now here, let's render one condition. If models, let's use data dot length is equal to 0, then we'll return, let's return the card component from UI card. Inside the card, we have a card header, and in the card, let's add the card title. Make sure to import this. Just name it as no models found. After the card title, let's add the card description and just write you have not trained any models yet. Start by creating new model. Creating a new model. So after the description, let's just write link from next/link, and let's send user to /model training. Let's set class name, set inline block, padding top to 2. In this link, let's render one button from the UI/button and just write create model. Now for this button, let's just set width to fit. For now, let me just set this to true and let's see. All right. Now let's add a class name, display flex height to, let's set it to 450 pixels, flex direction to column, item center, justify center as well, and set text to center. Let's save this and again check this out. Now this looks much better. All right. Now else we'll return the model list. Now in this div, let's set class name, set display to grid and gap to 6, grid calls to 3, and let's render the models. So models dot map, this will give us one model, and here let's return the card. Let me just copy this and paste it right here. Now it should be data and not the models. All right, now let's add the key first. For the key, we'll use model.id. Now let me remove this class and instead let's use relative flex dash column overflow to hidden. Now in the card header, we'll render the model underscore name. Now in the description, we'll render how many days it has been since you have created this model, like in the original one. as you can see here. Let's do that. Now for this, we will use one library called date-fns. So let's install this. Now here, let's just write created, and in the brackets, let's import the format distance, and let's import this function from the date-fns library. From. Now this function will accept the date first, so new date. Let's use model dot created at and the current date, and let's just add one option called add suffix to true. Let's save this, and looks good. Created about 2 hours ago. Let's remove this button. Now after the description, we have a card content, and in the card content, let's add one div. Let me show you the demo. So in the card content, we'll render two things: how much time it took to train this model and the gender of the model, like this. So in this div, let's add one class, set space dash y to 3, and again let's create one more div, add the class, set grid calls 2 and gap to 3. Here let's render one more div, and here we'll render one icon called clock, set class name, width to 4, height to 4. That's it. And let's add one span tag, and in here let's just write training duration. Let's add p tag, and in the p tag let's add the model training time. So just write math dot round, and in the number let's get the model dot training time /60. So it will convert it into a minutes, or just write NAN minutes. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now let's add the class and this div. Set display to flex, item to center, gap to 2, text SM, and text muted foreground color. Let's save this. Now let's add this in a separate div so that we can create a similar one. And here just write rounded dash LG, BG color to muted, padding left and right to 3, padding top and bottom to 2. Let's save this. Looks great. Now let's copy this div and paste it here. Let me add the class for the p tag, set empty-1 and font to medium. Let's copy this for this p tag as well. And here instead of clock, we'll render the user 2 icon from Lucid React and just write gender. And in here, let's just render model dot gender. Let's save this. All right, looks great. But it should cover the whole width. So in the class content, let's set flex-1. Now with the flex-1, set padding to 0. Let's set padding top to 2.
Let's set it to 3. All right, looks great. Now in the header, let's add the status of the model. So after this title, let's render one div. Let's add the class name, set flex, item center, and gap to 2. Now in this div, we'll render the model. So model dot training status, if it is equal to succeeded, then let's render one div. Otherwise, if model training status is equal to failed, or model status is equal to cancelled, then we'll render another div. Else we'll just render the loading state. So first, if it is succeeded, then in this div we'll render the check circle 2 icon. Let's add the class name, set width to 4, edge to 4, and then let's add one span. In this span, we'll just say ready. And for this span, let's add the class name, set it to capitalize. Now for this div, let's add the class name, display to flex, item center, gap to 1, text SM, and text green 500. Let's copy this div and paste it right here. If it is failed or cancelled, let's render the X circle and let's change this text color to text red 500 and paste the div right here as well. Let's change this to model dot training underscore status, and here instead of ready, just say training. Let's change this color to yellow and change this to a loader 2 icon, and in the class name let's add the animate spin. Let me save this. So as mentioned, right now it is in the training phase, but we have already cancelled it, so it should return the cancel state, but we have yet to update that status. We'll do that later. So for now, let's just format this. Now let's add this whole thing with the card title in a div, and in this div let's add the class name, set display to flex, item center, and justify between. Now with this status, we also have one button to delete the model. So for that, we are going to use the alert dialog. So go to the Shadcn, open the alert dialog. Let's import all this. Let's copy this and paste it right after this training status. Now for this trigger, just add one prop, set to as child, and in here we'll render the button, set variant to ghost, and size to icon. After the size, let's add the class name, set width to 8, edge to 8, text to destructive with 90 opacity, and on hover it should be text destructive.
Now in the button, we'll render the trash 2 icon. The class name set with to 4h2 4. Let's save this. Alright, now let's combine both of this into a single div. So alert, and this div should be in a one more div component. Let's add the class name, set display to flex, item to center, justify to center, and gap to 2. Let's save it, and looks much better. Now for this delete button, we are rendering it in a dialog. So on continue, it should delete the model. Let's change this text. Let's change this to a delete model. This action cannot be undone. Let me remove this, and here let's just write, are you sure you want to delete this model? Now for this, we will create one model action to delete the model. So if you go to the replicate, let me open that, and if you want to delete the model, so first you have to delete the version of that particular model. So right now this is the version, so you have to delete this first, and only then you can delete this whole model. So let's implement that. So go to the model actions, and let's create one server action called export async function delete model. Now this will accept the ID of the model from the database, model ID for the replicate, and the model version for the replicate. Let's copy this Supabase client. We'll check the condition if there is model version provided. Then let's use try and catch block. Now in the try, let's just use cons response, await, and fetch. Now here, at the time of recording this video, I'm not able to find the replicate.delete model or some kind of function. So for that, we'll directly use the HTTP REST APIs. You can also check it from the docs. So if you go to right here, HTTP API, and just check the delete a model, which is right here. So we will use this one. So let's just copy this, and in the fetch, let's use the backticks and paste the link. Now after the models, in the model owner, we already know the username, so just write codebux27, and in the model name, let's pass the model underscore ID. Make sure you use the $. After the model, since we have the model version, we'll also use the versions slash, let's pass the model version. So after this, let's pass the option. So method will be the delete method, and then the headers will need the authorization. So authorization, and just write backticks and add barrier. Now for the token, we'll use the process.env.replicate underscore API underscore token. All right, and now let's check if res.ok is not, then we'll throw an error. Let's just say failed to delete model version from replicate. And let's catch the error here. First, let's just write console.error, and here we'll just say failed to delete model version from replicate. Let's render the error. Here we'll return the error. Let me just copy this. Let's set success to false. Now this is for the model version. Now let's copy this and do the same for the model ID. So basically this first condition will delete the version, and only then it will delete the model. Now for the model, we just need model ID, so just remove this. Everything else looks perfect. Let's delete this version from the error message, and it's done. Now here we have deleted the model from the replicate. Now we have to delete it from the Supabase. So let's just deconstruct the error if there is any, and use await Supabase dot from, let's use models dot delete, and which should be equivalent to the ID of the model. This is the ID from the Supabase. Now in here, let's just copy this and return it. If there is an error, let's render error.message, or just send the fail to delete model from database. For the success, let's just set error state. So if it is null, it will send the success to true. That's it. Let's use this delete model server action in the models list. Let's create cons handle delete model, and in here we'll pass the ID in the number, model underscore ID in a string, and model underscore version in a string format. Let's import the toast from the sonar dot loading. Just say deleting model and pass the ID, toast ID. Let's create this toast ID right here and use ID from React. After the toast, let's deconstruct the success and the error message, and let's import the delete model action. Here let's pass the ID, model ID, and the model version. If success, let's render the toast and just say model deleted successfully. Similarly, if there is an error, we'll just show an error state with error message. Let's use this function with this continue button. Let's change this to a delete button, and here on click, let's use the handle delete model. First we'll pass the model.id, then model.modelID, and after that we'll pass the model.version. Here, if there is no model ID, then we'll just render an empty string. Similarly for the version as well. Let's add the class name for this delete button. Set bg to destructive. On hover, let's change background opacity bg destructive /90. Let's check this out. Let's see if it's working or not. So right now, if you see on replicate, let me go to models. So we already have a lot of different models. Let me check this with the database. So here is the model ID, starts from 39 and ends with the Tom underscore Cruise. 39, and here it is. So it should be deleted. Let's check it. Let's click on delete, and we got an issue. And now event handlers cannot be passed to a client component props. So we have to make this a client-side component. Use client. Now let's test this again. Do you want to delete this model? Yes. Deleting the model, and model deleted successfully. Right, still it is not going. So we have to reset the state. So if I reload this, it's gone. Let's check it on the replicate. And it's gone. This one is the different. So we have successfully deleted that model. Let's check the database. And it's gone from here as well. Now before we before we train any other model, let's see how we can change its status whenever it is completed, and replicate sends back the status to the webhook. So right now our webhook is not completed. Let me just delete this. And if you open the webhook /training route here, let's open the docs, go to webhooks and click verify webhooks. So basically this endpoint is always open, so we don't want anyone to access this webhook unless he is a user. So we have to verify this webhook. So replicate provides a way for us to manually validate the webhook data. So basically it combines the webhook ID, webhook timestamp, and webhook signature. It is sending all these three in the request that we received. So let's use this. Now with this webhook, we want to update the database. So to update the database, we'll need the user ID, we'll need the model name, and also the file name as well. So let's go to the train route, and so here we are passing the webhook URL. So with this URL, let's also pass the URL query. So after the training, let's just add question mark, use user ID equal to, let's use user dot ID, and add ampersand, model name equal to. Now here we'll use encode URI component so that it won't affect whether the model name has space or not. Just add model name. So in the model name, basically it is this model ID. Again, let's use the ampersand and just add file name. Let me close this right here. Now in the file name, again let's use the encode URI component and pass the file name. That's it. Now let's save this and let's get this query parameters from the URL in the webhook. So after this body, let's use const URL equal to new URL and pass the request.url. Using this URL, we should be able to extract the query parameters. Just write const user ID equal to URL dot search params dot get user ID, or just an empty string. Let me copy this and paste it for 2 more times. Now instead of user ID, we'll extract the model name and here file name. So we got all 3 query parameters, and after that, to verify the webhook, we need to extract this 3 from the request. So let's do that. First, let's get the ID, and it should be from the headers. So request.headers.get webhook-id, or an empty string. Let's copy this and paste for 2 more times. And here, second one is the timestamp and third one is the signature. Let's write webhook-timestamp and webhook-signature. Now let's open the documentation. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now this is the sign content. Let's pass the ID, timestamp and the body. Now here we'll use json.stringify. Let's again open the documentation. Now here we have to retrieve the webhook signing key. So let's get it. So just write const secret equal to, we'll use replicate. Now for to use this, we have to define that instance. So you can copy this and paste it right here. Here we'll use replicate dot webhooks dot default dot secret dot get. So this will get the secret from the webhook. After we receive the secret, let's compare it, copy this and paste it right here. Let's import the crypto from the crypto module. Now this should be a buffer only, buffer dot from secret. Now we will receive this secret in this format. So just let's copy this key and write secret dot key dot split. Now we have 2 signatures. So let's just change its name to webhook signature. Let's go to the documentation. Now here, let's copy this. So basically it is comparing both the signature. One is the webhook signature and another is this computed signature. So if this is valid, then we'll move forward from here. Let me just format this code. So this is to validate the webhook.
Now let's use the is validate. If is not valid, then we'll return new next response. Here let's send the error message invalid signature and add the status to 401. So basically we always have to verify whether this is a valid webhook or not. Otherwise our route will get exposed. You can read more about it from this documentation. So now our signature is validated. After that, let's get the user data, because we need the user email. So we can get the user data by using Supabase admin. So just write await Supabase admin dot auth dot admin dot get user by id, and here we'll pass the user id. So this is how we'll get the user data. And also if there is an error, let's name it as a user error, then we'll also throw the error if user error, or there is no user data, let's just name this as a user. Then again we'll return the error saying user not found. Now here we got the user data. Now let's extract the user email. User.user.email, or an empty string. Let's also get the user name equal to user.user.user metadata dot full underscore name, else just send an empty string. So let's use this to send an email to the user whether the status of the model training is completed or not. All right, first we'll render one condition. If body dot status is equal to succeeded, make sure you write the right spelling, then we will send a successful status email, and we'll also update the Supabase models table. Else let's handle the failed and the cancelled status. Now to send an email, let's use the resend. So let's go to resend.com. Now from the docs, let's just click on Next.js quick start. First install the resend. Now also you have to get the API key from the resend. I already have one, so let me get that. Go to env and paste the resend API key right here. Let's save this. Now let's check the docs. So basically you can create an email template in a React component format, and then you can send the email using resend using this email template. So let's create one email template first. Now in the components, create one folder
and name it as email dash templates. Here let's just write an email template dot tsx. Let me go to the docs and let's just copy this. Now here let's use the user name and let's extract the message. Let's add the type. Here let's say hi username, and in the P let's just add the message. That's it. Now let's use this email template and send an email. So here let's go to docs, import the resend and the email template. After importing the resend, let's create an resend instance. Make sure you have set this key, and then let's just copy this and paste it right here. Now instead of Acme, just add the Pictoria AI, and in here let's add the name of the domain that you have used in the resend. So mine is daydreaming, so I can just write admin@daydreaming.com. Now in this too, let's use the user email, and in the subject let's just write model training completed. In the email template, let's set the username and just pass the message. In the message, let's write your model training has been completed. Now that's it. Let me just delete this. Now let's update the Supabase models table, because we have yet to add the version, the training time, and also the training status. So for that, we'll use Supabase admin dot from models table. Let's update with the following values. So first we'll get the training underscore status, which we'll get from the body dot status, and after that let's get the training time, and we'll get it from body dot metrics dot total underscore time, or just say null. Let me show you how I got this. So if I open the replicate, let me go to the training. Now this one is from the model that I have trained successfully. So if you read this, so in the matrix we are receiving the total training time in the seconds, and the output with the version and weights. So here you can also provide user a link to download their model. So this is the model weight, but it is for a expert to use. All right, now let's add the version. So body dot output dot version. So in the version you will get it like this: the owner name, then we have model ID, that means the model name, and then we have this version. So this is the version that we need to get. So For that, let's split this version with the colon and get the second element. Otherwise, pass the null. Now this should only update the row with the user underscore id is equivalent to the user dot id, or this user id and let's again set one more condition. The model underscore name, it should be equivalent to model name. All right, so basically this will update the training status, training time, and the version of the model. Also, since while training our model, we have uploaded one file in the Supabase storage. So now we don't want this file because our model is already trained on this file. So we need to delete this file. Otherwise it will just stack up and it will cost you. So we already got the file name. So let's delete the training data from Supabase storage. Just write Supabase admin dot storage dot from, let's add the bucket name which is training underscore data, and let's just use dot remove to remove that particular file. And in an array, use backticks, use the folder which is the user id and slash file name. So this will delete that particular file. Now all these things only happen if the body status is succeeded. Now else we need to handle the cancel and the failed state. Let me just copy all this and paste it right here. Now here, instead of completed, let me just pass the body dot status. So it can be a cancel or a failed. And in the message, let's pass the body status as well. That's it. Now in here, we won't get any training time if the model training is failed. So let's just remove this and let's remove the version. It will only update the training status. And let's remove this file. So keep this as it is. Let's send this and this format. Set only OK status to 200. Let's save this. So let me try to explain this again. Now you can make this a composable file by creating small functions of all this code. So in this, up to this, we are validating the webhook. We got all the search parameters from the URL. Now here we are getting the user data because we need the user email ID and the user full name to send the email. So after getting the user data, we are checking the request status. If it is a succeeded, that means model training is completed successfully. Then we will send the success email, and then we'll update the models table with the training status, training time, and the version. And also we'll delete this the training data from the Supabase storage. Now this is same for both cases, so we can remove this and I can just put it outside of the condition. After updating the Supabase database, we will remove the training data. Now here, let me just check one thing again. So in the training, we are passing the user ID. Here we are passing the model ID, and then we are passing the file name. So basically file name contains the user ID / file name. So if I go right here, and we have user ID / file name, but file name already contains the user ID, so let's just use the file name. And then here, instead of model underscore name, let's use model underscore ID, or we can pass the model name here in the train route. So here we are passing the model ID, but it should be a model name. So input dot model name. All right. Now here we have to use await in order to work for the Supabase. Else we can also do promise dot all. So you can just write await promise dot all, and in the parentheses we can have an array of different promises. So you in this array you can put this and this as well. For now, let's keep it the simple one. Let's save this and let's test this out. So here, let's train one model called APCT model, and let's choose file and click submit. Now before the submit, I want to change the toast. So if you go to the model training here, file uploaded successfully. After this, and here let's change this to a loading, and let's just write initiating model training. Let's save this and let's click submit. Now it will say uploading file, initiating model training, and training started successfully. So let's say it in the replicate. So status is running. If I go to the application and go to the my models, now it is in the training phase. And also let's check the database. Let me reload this. Right now the status is starting, and if I go to the storage, we still have this file. So let's cancel this. Training was cancelled. Now first let's check an email. Now I have received this email. Hi Codebugs, your model training has been cancelled. Now let's check the database. So if I reload this, the training dataset is gone. And if I go to the database, let's open the models and let's check the status, and status is cancelled as well. So let me refresh this, and now it says it is cancelled. So everything is working fine. Let me keep this model as it is. Now let me train the one model for the Tom Cruise final one. Let's choose the right file and let's click on submit. Now it will say uploading the file, initiating model training, and training started successfully. Now basically this training will take around 20 to 30 minutes. So I will just pause this video and start it again. Now the training seems completed. So let me just show you how it will look in the webhook request. So basically it will provide us the total time, the model version from the output, and the status is the succeeded. So let's see this in the database. So if I open the database, we have this Tom Cruise final model. It has stored the version and the status is also succeeded. And this is the training time and the all the other details. Now let's see in our application, go to my models, and as you can see for the Tom Cruise it is ready and it took around 35 minutes. This is the gender. Now if you see the demo, we have this generate image button that will let us go to the generate images page with the model which is already selected. So let's implement this in our application. Now let me close everything and just open the model list, and here after the card content, let's create one div. Let's add the class name, set padding to 6, pt to 0. Let's add one link, and in the href let's just first put condition model dot training status is equal to succeeded. Only then we'll go to the image dash generation page with model underscore id as a parameter, and let's pass model. Before that, let's use the backticks. Use model dot model underscore id and just use colon, and again pass the model dot version, because to generate using our own train model we need to have the model id and the model version. So model id is basically the name that we have used to create the model in the replicate, so we need that and the model version. Now this, otherwise we'll just use hash. Now here let's add the class name. Let's use the cn to merge two classes. Just write inline flex with to full, and here let's use this condition. If model dot training status is not equal to succeeded, then we'll add the pointer events none and opacity to 50. Now in this link, let's render one button. Let's just write generate images, and let's use one icon called arrow right from Lucid React, and let's give it a class name margin left to 2, width to 4, edge to 4. Now for this button, let's add the class name width to full, group dash hover bg dash primary slash 90. So we are changing the hover of this whole group. For that we have to add the group class in this link, and let's disable this button if the training status is not succeeded. Let's check it out, and here it is. Let's see what is the issue here. I guess it is because of the padding. Let me just remove this. Let's add pt to 4. All right, looks great. Now, as you can see, we can use this button if the model is ready, and for the cancelled one, we can't use this button. All right, so let's click on this. It will lead us to this image generation page, but we have yet to add the model here. So let's do that. Open the configurations. Now here we will pass the user models and the user ID. Now this is render inside a page called image generation. Now from here, let's deconstruct the search params. Let's just set its type. Let's define interface, search params, model underscore ID in a string format. And it will be a promise. Now let's get the model underscore ID from await search params dot model underscore ID. Now since we are using the Next.js 15, so we have to use await for this search params, and only after that we should be able to use the model underscore ID. Let's make this an async function. So we got the model ID, and let's fetch the model data user models by using await fetch models function from the model actions. So let's pass all this data in the configuration. So just write user models, not here, right here. User models equal to user models or an empty array and model underscore ID model ID. Now let's go to configurations and add the type. Just write interface configurations props user models. Let's grab the tables type from the data types file, and in the table we'll use the models table, and it is an array of models. And then we have model underscore ID, and it can be an optional in the string format. Let's use this. We have user models and the model underscore ID, and let's set this type. Now let's use this user models. So if I go to this right here in the models, if there is a user model, then let's map. Let's get the model, and we'll only return models if the status is successful. So let me just put one condition first. Model dot training status is equal to succeeded. Only then we'll render this select item, and in the name let's render model dot model name, and in the value we have to pass the owner name. So codebugs 27 slash, let's pass the model dot model underscore ID, and then we'll pass the model dot version. So whenever we use our own train model on the replicate, we have to provide model value like this: owner name, model ID, That means the model name that we have used for the replicate and the model version. Only then it will work. Now remember that we have trained this model with particular trigger word, which is the OHWX and the gender. So a photo of OHWX man or a woman, only then the model will work. That's it. Now let's check this out whether it's working or not. So let me, okay, we got one error. Okay, let's pass the key. Set key model, set model dot id. That's it. Okay, so here we got the Tom Cruise underscore final model. Now here we got this Tom Cruise final model, but it should be selected. It should not be a flux div. So for that we have to make the changes in the default value of the form. So right now the default is a flux div. So first we'll check if there is an model ID. Then let's just let's use the backticks and write codebugs 27 slash, let's use the model underscore id. Let's use this model, otherwise we'll use the Black Forest Labs flux div. Let's save this, and if I reload it, as you can see, Tom Cruise final model is selected. Now before we generate anything right here, let me open the model that is generated successfully, which is right here. Now as you can see in this note, it says the trigger word for this model is OHWX. So be sure to include it in your prompt. So basically our prompt prefix should start with an image of OHWX man, and then you can add the user prompt. Alright, so let's add this prefix. And also with this prompt, we have several other options such as LoRa scale. Now LoRa scale, as we already learned, it determines how strongly the main LoRa should be applied. So in our case, it should be always 1. And here we can select Dave and Snell model along with our trained LoRa, but it is better to use Dave instead of Snell because it provides better outputs. And that's it. Now you can extend the capability of this whole Sass application by providing an extra LoRa's so that user can add different type of styling in their images with their face. So let's implement all this in our application. So right now in our application, we are providing all the values including the prompt, but we have to add the prefix with the trigger word in the prompt. So let's do that. So let's just add const new values equal to, first let's grab all the values, and then for the prompt, now initially we'll check if the values.model starts with codebugs 27 slash. Only then we will add prefix to the prompt, otherwise we will just render the prompt, which is the values dot prompt. Now here let's create one arrow function. This should return a prompt in a backtick. So just write photo of A. Now here we have to add the gender, and before the gender we should add the trigger word. So it should sound like a photo of a OHWX man or a woman, and then we'll add the user's prompt from the values. Now let's get this gender and the trigger word. So right now we are getting the model in this format: owner, model ID, and model version. So let's get the model ID from that. Now we can't always use this model ID because it is an optional, and there can be a more than one models. So from the values, we'll get the model dot replace. First replace the codebugs 27, which is the owner name, with an empty string, and then let's split it using colon. So this will split the model ID and the model version. So first is the model ID. Now let's get the selected model. So from the user models, let's use dot find model and model dot model underscore ID. It should be equal to the model ID. All right. So once we get the model, let's use selected model dot trigger word, or let's just write OHWX. And same for the gender, selected model dot gender, and we have to use this new values right here. And let's open the image actions. Now in here, if you open the generate image, now we are using all this model inputs. But before that, let's put a condition for this replicate that we have used in the training. So if you go to the train route, let's copy this, and in the image actions, let's paste it right here. So it will throw an error if there is no replicate API token. But let's copy this and change its format. Set error, success to false, and data to null. All right. Now here, let's put condition if input dot model starts with codebugs 27 slash, then we will add few parameters such as model. Let's keep it to dev. We don't want to use the Snell model, and everything else let's keep it as it is. But let's add the LoRa scale, set it to 1. Let's remove this. Let's remove the megapixels as well. Keep the guidance, aspect, number of outputs, aspect ratio, output format, output quality, number of inference steps, and prompt strength as well. And let's add one more, which is extra underscore LoRa underscore scale. Set it to 0. That's it. Let's save this. Now let's generate the model. I guess there is an issue with the types. Now this should be an executable function, otherwise it will return the function in the prompt. So let's use the brackets and let's execute this function. Now that this should return the string format of this prompt. Let's save this, and let's render one image. So here let's just use a man
wearing suit, looking at the camera, LinkedIn style, photo shoot. Let's click generate. It is generating the image. Let's just wait for a few seconds. And it has generated this awesome image. So let's see if it has stored it in our images. And here it is. I guess there is some issue right here. Now let's fix this issue. Now it can be because of this model ID, which is too long. Let's change it. So open the image dialog component. So this is the first batch that is rendering the model ID. So first, if the image model dot starts with codebugs 27, which is the owner name, slash, then change image dot model dot split, and we'll split it by slash. We'll get the second element, and here let's split it by colon. So again we'll get the 0, that means the first element, as just pass image dot model. Let's save this, and it's done. Now instead of this, you can also set the maximum width, max width to 80%. All right. So basically our both of this functionality, the model training and the image generation, has completed. So if you go to the my models and click generate image, it should open, it should select this model, and you won't be able to click on this button. Let me just delete this model, and it's gone. Let me again summarize what we did so far for the training models. So if you see this diagram, from the training page, we are giving it a 3 information: model name, gender, and the training dataset. So for that dataset, we are uploading that file to the Supabase storage, and when we are using the slash training route slash train route, we are using that file from the Supabase storage and the other details, and then we are sending it to the replicate. Now replicate, once the model training is completed, cancelled, or failed, it will send that status with all the other details to ngrok in the local, if you are using the local host. Otherwise it will directly send it to our site URL. So then we are capturing that replicate status response using slash API slash webhook slash training. And in this webhook, first we are checking the status. If the status is succeeded, then we are sending the email, and then we are updating the model status in the Supabase, and also we are removing this file that we have used for the training, and same for the cancel and the failed state. So that is the whole loop for this training images. Now let's go to the billing page, and here we'll implement the Stripe billing. Let's open the billing page. Now let's add the class. Just write section and the class name, set container, margin left and right to auto, and space y to 8. Now in the section, let's add one div. This div will contain one h1, and let's just write plans and billing. After the h1, add p tag and just write manage your subscription
and billing information. Now in the H1, set text size to text dash 3XL, font bold, and tracking to tight. So this will set the latest spacing. Now in the P, let's add text muted foreground color. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now let's check the demo first. So basically here, first we will show the plan that which is currently is selected, and then the rest of the pricing details. Now before this, let's create all the required tables for this billing. Let's open our database, go to SQL editor, and here let's open this quick starts, and this is the Stripe subscription. Now this is a starter template for Next.js Stripe subscription starter. So you can just click here, and then it will execute all this query. So basically this will create a users table, and the ID will be a reference of this auth.users, and it will contain the full name, avatar URL, if there is any billing address, and payment method. And it is also setting the policy so that users can view their own data and update their own data. Similarly, we are creating a function called handle new user, and to run this function we are also creating one trigger which is called as on auth user created. So whenever new user is created, this function will run. So basically what this function does, it adds the user details in this users table, such as ID, full name, and avatar URL with all this new values. Now here we can remove this avatar URL because we are not going to use that. So let's just delete that, and from here as well. If you want, you can keep it as it is, and let's delete this as well. Now now this trigger will automatically run this function whenever we add a new user in the authentication database. Next we have the customers table. It will only have ID of the auth.users and the Stripe customer ID. That's it. Next we have the product. So product will be our three plans that we are going to provide the users. One is the hobby, another is the pro, and the next is the enterprise. So basically all these three plans, we can add them in the products table. So it will contain ID, whether the product is active or not, name, description, image, and the metadata. And then we are creating the two custom types, which is the pricing type and the pricing plan interval. So pricing type can be a one time or a recurring, and plan interval can have a day, week, month, or yearly expiry. And then we are creating the pricing table. Now all these details are based on the data that Stripe provides to us. Then we are creating another enum type called subscription status. Now it will contain all these different options. And then we have subscription table. All right, so let's just run this. Let's run it. Now let's go to the table editor, and here you should be able to see all these tables. So customers, prices, products, subscription, and the users. And if you go to the database, and here you can check select the triggers. So basically it will show all the triggers. So on auth we have this trigger which handles the new user, and then we have a different enumerated types. All right, now let's see how we are going to implement this Stripe billing. So to implement that, I'm going to use the template provided by the Vercel. So let's just write Next.js templates. And here, let me just type Stripe. And here it is, Stripe subscription starter. So instead of reinventing the whole wheel to implement this Stripe based payment subscription, let's use this code. So this is the demo. Now all these details are coming from the Stripe. Now here we are going to use this code, but don't worry, I will explain all the things and we'll do this step by step. So first, let's just open the environment variable. Here we have to get the Stripe publishable key, Stripe secret hook, and the webhook secret. So let's get all these three. Now let me open my Stripe account, and here I have already created one another account, and make sure you have enabled this test mode. So let's go to the developers and click API keys. Now this is the publishable key, so let's copy this and paste it in our environment variables. Next we have the secret key. Let me copy this and paste it right here. Then we have the webhook secret. Now for this webhook we have to add the endpoint. So let's open this event destination and click add an endpoint. Now since we are going to develop this locally for now, so for the endpoint URL we are going to pass the ngrok URL. So let me just copy that from right here and paste it here. Now here you can add any description such as Pictoria AI demo subscription, and let's select the events that we want to be accessible through webhook. Now for this demo purpose, let me just select all the events and just add events, and let's click on add endpoint. Now this is the signing secret that we want for our environment variable. Let's just copy this and paste it right here. So we got all the required environment variables. Now next, let's open the template. So here, if you go to the utils, and they have one folder called Stripe, and in the Stripe they have a config.ts file. So let's just copy this, but before that we have to install this Stripe package. So let's do that. And it's done. Let's copy this and let's go to the library folder, create one more folder called Stripe, and inside that folder we'll add one file called config.ts. Right now we won't be needing this information, and whenever you go to live, make sure you add this environment variable in this file. Alright, now next we'll create the Stripe client. So go to the client.ts file and copy this. So this is just a similar to what we did for the Supabase. It will create the Stripe instance. Let's create client.ts and paste this right here. Now we also have to install this Stripe.js library and paste the package name. That's it. Let's save it. And then we have the server.ts file.
So basically this file contains two functions. One is the checkout with Stripe and another is the create Stripe portal. We will use this checkout with Stripe function whenever some user subscribe for the first time, and we'll use this function create Stripe portal to send the user to manage their subscription on the Stripe. So for now, let's just copy this and then I'll explain all these things. But before that, there is a few helper functions that you should be able to find in this helpers.ts file. So let's just copy this first. And in the lib, let's create one file called helpers.ts and paste all this. Now here, instead of this, we have a different file name called datatypes.types. And we have yet to add this type in our datatypes.types file. Let me just open this. Now, since we have created more tables, so we have to extract the types from there. So let's just again use the Supabase command to get the types. Let me just again open the documentation. First, let's just close all this. And here it is. So let's just copy this. But before that, we have to pass the project ID. So let's get it from project settings, and here it is. Let's paste the project ID and just press enter. And it's done. So we got all the tables, models, prices, products, subscription, and the users. Let me close this and save this. Now let me explain all these helper functions first. Now the Stripe is using this get URL function to build a complete URL for our application. So first, it is finding the public site URL if it is there or not. So whenever you make this live, you should set this variable for the site URL, and if this is not enabled, then it will check for the next public versal URL. And still, if it is not able to find this, then it will set default to the local host for the local development. So make sure whenever you are live, you have either this or this environment variable in your production environment. And then, as mentioned here, it is trimming the URL and removing the trailing slash if exist. Next, make sure to include HTTPS when it is not a local host. And then it ensures the path starts without a slash to avoid double slashes in the final URL. So basically it is validating the URL and then it is sending that URL. Now next we have the post data, but we are not going to use this function. So let me just remove it. We are going to use this to date time. Now instead of var, let's just change it to const. So the error is gone. Now this function just converts the Unix timestamp into a JavaScript date object. After this, we have this calculate trial and Unix timestamp function. Now this function calculates when a trial period will end. So if you have set this trial period days in your application, you should have this in the helpers.ts file. Now it will take the trial period days in a number format, and then it returns undefined if the trial period is invalid, null, or it is a less than 2 days. Otherwise, it will return the Unix timestamp for when the trial will end. So basically, it will calculate the how much time it is left for the trial to end. And next we have this toast key map, get toast redirect, and get status redirect.
it is using this get toast redirect, and same for the get error redirect. So basically all these functions are useful to show the error message, and this function takes different parameters. So let me explain that. So first we have the path. So now this is the base path that we want to redirect. Next we have the status name. It can be a status or an error. And then we have the main message that we want to display and the disable button. Now this is a optional flag to disable the button. Now this are just extra URL parameters. So let's say if the payment is processed successfully, so you will use this and you will pass let's say you want to redirect the user to /dashboard, and then for the status name you can just write a status or pass the success, and in the status description you can just say payment processed. And in the disable button, whether you want to disable the button on the dashboard or not, and you can pass the extra arbitrary params. So this will use the get toast redirect function, and it will add the different search parameters after the path. So basically your redirected URL should look like this: /dashboard, and here we have the name key. So basically we have status and the error. Let's say status can be success, and after that let's say if we have a toast description, then let's add the description as well in the URL. So it will just add the ampersand and the description key. Now description key can be this for the status, and for error it can be this. Status description equal to value, and again if there is a disable button you can just add this after the description. So it will just it will just add the different parameters after the redirected URL, and same goes for the status and the error as well. So these are all the helper functions. Now let's go to the Stripe and let's create server.ts file, and in here let's go right here and let's open the server.ts. And now before we actually use this, let's add the Stripe webhook. So if you go to the app, API, webhooks, and route.ts file here, now we are going to use this webhook. So whenever you update anything on this Stripe, it should reflect on the database as well. Let's say you change the product description, it should also change the product description that is stored in the Supabase. So for that we are going to use this webhook. So let's just copy this, and in our code base let's open the webhooks folder, and here let's just write Stripe. In this Stripe let's add one file called route.ts, and let's paste this. So basically for each this event we have to use this type of function to update the Supabase database. So there is one function called upsert product record. So it will be used when product is updated, and then there is one function called upsert price record. It will be used when the price is created or updated. Similarly, we have manage subscription status change. So whenever a user downgrades or upgrades to a different plan, it should reflect in the database as well. Then we have delete product record, which will run when the product.deleted event happen on the Stripe. And then we have delete price record. So we have to add all this function in the utils Supabase admin, but we are using the lib folder, and here let's use the lib. Let's go to the lib Supabase and admin. Here, let's add all those functions first. So let's open the utils, Supabase, and the admin. So for now, let me just copy all this and paste it right here. Let's copy the import files. Let's copy all this and paste it at the top of the file. Here, let's use our data types.types file, and here let's change this to lib. All right, so now this is done. Let's go to this webhook first, and let's see whether there is any error or not. I don't think so. Let's just save this. So first, let me explain how this webhook works. So whenever you update anything on your Stripe account, it should run this webhook, and these are all the events that we are going to look for. So first, it is extracting the request text in the body, and then similar to what we did for the replicate webhook, it is also getting the Stripe signature from the headers. And we already have the Stripe webhook secret stored in our environment variable. So this is the webhook secret. So first it is checking whether the webhook secret is available or not, and same for the signature. If it is not available, it will throw a error saying webhook secret not found after returning this response. Now this if this condition is false, then the flow will go down to this event. We have already initialized this event variable. So in the event variable, it will use this stripe.webhooks.construct event. So if I hover on this, now this construct event, it constructs and verifies the signature of an event from the provided details, and then it will store the event details in the event variable. And then this is the error part. After that, we are checking if the event stored in this event variable and its type, whether it is available in this relevant events or not. If it is available, then we will use the switch statement. So if the event.type is product.created or product.updated, then we will call this upsert product record function and provide all the event data to that particular function. Now this data will contain all the details about the Stripe products. Similar for the pricing and customers. And next we have the checkout session completed. So whenever user completes its first checkout, then it will first see whether the checkout session dot mode is subscription. Then it will get the subscription ID, store it in this variable. Then it will call this manage subscription status change and pass all the values. I will explain what's going on under the hood of all this function. And after running all this, this is the catch block. If any error happens, else it will return the unsupported event type, and that's it. So let's try to use this first. Let's create products and see whether this webhook is working or not, and whether these functions are storing all the details in the Supabase or not. So for now, if you see on our database, go to table editor, and in the products, we have an empty table. So let's go to the Stripe. Let's open the product catalog. Now click on this add a product to create the product. First, we will create one plan for the hobby. Now for the description, you can open all text.md file and just scroll down. And here it is. Now this is the pricing section. Let's just copy this description and paste it right here. Now it will be a recurring, not a one-off type of price. And for the amount, let's set for the US dollars. And our first plan will have the $15 price. It will be monthly. Now that's it. Let's click on add product. And here, let's add one more price for the annual pricing. Let's just add 150 US dollars and set it to yearly and click create price. So now we have two prices, and next let's add the metadata. So basically this metadata will contain what you are offering for that particular pricing plan. You can copy metadata from here. Let's copy this. Let's just give it a key, just say 1. And for the second feature, we'll give the user 100 images per month in the hobby plan. Next, let's just copy this 4, and then we have 5. Copy community support, and here let's copy this and let's save this. So we have created our first project, but we have not checked whether it is storing all these details in the database or not. Let's check out our database. Now it has not updated anything in the database. Let's see the webhook, and it is saying the temporary redirected. I think that is because we are using that middleware. So let's add the exception for the Stripe webhook. So let's open the middleware and let's add the Stripe. All right, let's save this. And after that, let's go to Stripe. Let's go to the webhook. Now here, we have to update this endpoint. Now it should be .app/API/webhooks/Stripe. Let's click update endpoint. Let's go to product catalog, open the hobby product. Let's try to change this description and see whether it is reflecting any changes on our database or not. Let me just remove this creativity. Let's just add the dot and click update product. And here it is. So status is okay. That means it should be in our database. Let me reload it. Alright, so we got one product and all its details. And here are the metadata. Let's check the prices. There is no price because we already have created the price, and at that time webhook was not working. So let me just try to update the pricing. So if I go right here, just set this to 151 and update. As you can see, here is the log. Price inserted updated operation happen. Let me reload this. So we got one price, and this is the unit amount. Again, let me just change a little bit so that it will add it in the database. All right, let's change this values to 8 default values, which is 150 and the 15. All right. Now again, let's create the another product. Now let's add the pro plan details. Copy this description. For the price, we'll set it to $30 per month. Click on more pricing option and let's click next. Click on add another price.
set it to US dollars, and let's set $300 for yearly pricing. Let's click next, and here let's edit the currency to US dollars and click add product. And let's check out the database. All right, we got the pro product. That means our webhook and all these functions are working fine. Let's add this metadata for the pro plan. 1, 2. Let's just add 2 more, 4 and 5. So for the pro plan, we'll give user credits to train 2 models and generate 300 images, advanced analytics. Let me save this. Now let's add the enterprise plan. For the enterprise, we'll keep the pricing to $60 per month. Click more pricing options and click next, and let's add more price. For the yearly, let's set it to $600. Let me change the currency here to USD. That's it. Let's add the metadata here. Set 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So for the enterprise plan, we'll give credits to train 5 image models, unlimited images. Now in-depth analytics, 1 hour dedicated support, and the custom integrations. Let's save this. So we have received this product updated hook, and this is from the function. Let's check the database, and we got all these 3 products including their metadata, and the total we have 6 prices, 2 for each plan. Looks great. Now let me explain all the functions. Now all these functions are executed on this event. So Stripe provides all the event data to this function, and then the function uses that data and store it in our Supabase database. So first, if you want to understand what kind of data the Stripe is providing, we can directly go to the Stripe API references, and let's just write product.created. So this is the event type, and let's click on this product. So basically we are getting all this data: product ID, object, active, whether the product is active or not, created date, different pricing, images if there are any, and we have metadata, name, all the things about the products. Let's just understand about these functions. So first we have upsert product record. So first we are getting the ID, whether product is active or not, name, description, image, and the metadata from this product. And then we are using the Supabase admin dot from products table. Let's insert all this data. If there is an error, it will throw an error. Otherwise, it will just log the product ID. Now next we have this upsert price record function. So it takes 3 arguments: price data, retry count, and the max retries. So why it is applying this retrying logic? Because let's say you have created the product
and plus you have add the price at the same time. So first, if it will try to add the details, it might get this foreign key constraint error, because right now the product details are not stored in the database. So again, it will handle this error by again calling this same function right here after the 2-second delay. Still, if it is getting the foreign key constraint, that means the product still is not available in the database. Again, it will wait for the 2 seconds and then again call this function. So basically it will try to update the price for maximum up to 3 times. So this is the pricing data. And then it is using the Supabase admin, and from prices table, it is adding the pricing data. And if it is getting any error that includes foreign key constraint, then first it will check the if condition. So if retry count, right now it is 0, which is less than the maximum retries, only then it will reattempt it. Now again, it will wait for a 2 second and then call this function again by incrementing the retry count to +1. So when this happens, here we'll get the retry count to 1. Now here it will compare. So 1 is less than 3. Then again this loop will run, but on the next round the retry count will be 2. And then it will try for the last time and so on. Let me just change it to 0. If there are no any absurd error, it will just log the price ID. Right, next we have the delete product record. Now this function will delete the product. So it will use the product.id from the products table and it will delete that. Similarly, we have delete price record. Now we'll understand all about these functions later whenever we use them. For now, let me summarize what we did so far. So basically, we set up the webhook and the stripe, and then we have created a few products and updated that products in our Supabase database using the webhook. And this webhook will execute these functions based on different events. All right, now for now let me just close everything. Now here let's open our main page.tsx. Let me just delete all this boilerplate code. Now in here let's just write main, and in the class name let's set display to flex dash column, minimum height to screen, item center, and justify to center. Now in this landing page we'll create the pricing component that will fetch the data from our database about the products and the pricing. So let's go to the components, and since we are building this pricing component for the landing page, we'll create one more folder in the components called landing dash page. Now in this folder we'll store all the components related to the landing page. So let's just write pricing.tsx and let's import this component in the landing page. Let's save this and let's check that out. Go to slash and here it is. Now go to the pricing. Let's change this to section. Let's give it a class name with to full, background to pg dash muted, display flex column, and items to center, justify to center as well. After the pricing, let's add one more div. Now let's check the demo first. Let me just log out. If I scroll down, and here it is.
So first we will show the pricing tag, then we have one title, a paragraph, then we have monthly and yearly interval, and then we are showing all the details in these three plans. So first let's render all these three. For this I have used the component from the Magic UI. So if you click on browse components and go to gradient text, all right, now let's add this component. For that you can directly use the shared CNC line. So just copy this and let's paste it right here. So it will add this animated gradient text component in the UI folder. And it's done. So here is the component. You can learn more about it from here. Basically it takes two props, one is children and another is the class name. Now if you don't want to use this CLI, you can also manually install this component. All right, let's go to our app and open the pricing. And in this div, let's import the animated gradient text. Let's give it a class name. Let me just copy that from the Magic UI. Let's just copy this. And paste it right here. Let's change this text to price. And let's remove this chevron right icon. Import the CN from library. Let's save this. Okay, looks great. Now here in this div, let me add the class. Let's set width to full, container margin left and right to auto, padding top and bottom to 32, display flex column, items to center, justify to center as well, and let's set space y to 8. All right, now after this animated text, let's add h1 and let's just say choose the plan that fits your needs. And in the paragraph, let's just say choose an affordable plan that is packed with the best features for engaging your audience, creating customer loyalty, and driving sales. Let's give it the class to the h1, set margin top to 4, capitalize it. Let's set text to 4XL and font to bold. For the paragraph, let's set text size to text dash base, text muted foreground, and max width to 3XL. And let's see how it looks. Okay, looks great. Now let's wrap all these three in one more div. And in this div, let's give a class set text to center, display flex column, item center, and justify to center as well. Now it looks much better. Let's remove this icon. All right. So after that, we will render this monthly or yearly with a switch component. So after this div, let's create one more. And here let's import label from UI/label and just write monthly. Let's create the similar label for yearly plan, and in here let's import the switch from UI/switch. Let's give it a ID, just say pricing switch, and let's use this same ID in here as well for the HTML for attribute. Copy this and paste in this label as well. Let's give this label a class name, set font semi bold, and text size, so text dash base. Let's copy this and paste it here. Now for this switch, let's add one use date. Make sure you import it from the React, and since we are using this use state, we have to convert this to a client component. Let's just name it as a billing interval, set billing interval. So initially let's set it to month, and in this switch it should be checked if the billing interval is equal to year, and on checked change function let's pass the checked, and let's set it with set billing method. So check, that means true, then set it to year, else set it to month. Let's save this. All right, working great. Let's just add class in this div. Set flex, justify center, item center, space x2, 4, padding top and bottom to 4. Let's set it to 8. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now after this pricing, we have to get all these details from our database. For that, if you open this template and go to the queries.ts file, so here they have used the cache function from React so that it won't call the API again and again whenever you navigate to a different page. So let's just copy this, and let me explain all these things. So go to the Supabase folder in the library and just add one file called queries.ts and paste it right here. Let me just remove this error. Let's save this. So this get user function will get the user from the Supabase. We have to pass the Supabase instance to this functions. Now this function gets the subscription details from our subscriptions table. Let me explain this. Now the second line, where it is getting all the details related to the subscriptions from the prices and the products table. So first, using the star, it will select all the columns from the subscription table, and then using the prices and star, it joins and selects all columns from the related prices table. So let me open the database. So if you go to the subscription, it has few columns that are correlated with the prices, such as a price ID. Now price ID, if you click an edit column, now as you can see, it is related with the prices table. If you go to the prices table, now prices table is also related with the product table because it is using this product ID. So basically it is using the nested selection, and it is getting all the relevant details from the prices and products table as well. And then it is adding this filter. So it will only return subscriptions where the status is either trailing or active. And this may be single, can return either a single record if found and null if no record is found. Now this get products is getting the products, and also it will get the relevant details from the prices table as well. And it has set this two filters. So if the product is active, only then fetch that, and same for the prices. And then it is setting this order based on the price unit amount. Next we have the get user details. So we are getting the user details from the users table. Let's use this queries. So in the main page, let's just use promise.all. So for that, first let's add the Supabase and create client from the server. Let's make this an async function. Let's store the user and the products details. Just write await promise.all. Here let's add all the promises in an array. So one is the get user function from Supabase/queries, pass the Supabase instance. This will return the user, and another is the get products. Just pass the Supabase. Now here promise.all takes an array of all the promises and returns a single promise. So it's a performance optimization technique that runs all the promises in parallel rather than sequentially. So the results are deconstructed into these two variables, users and the products. So basically this will gets the currently authenticated users, and this will gets all the active products with their prices. All right, so let's pass this user and products to the prices component. Products or an empty array. Now here let's just say if user, then let's redirect that user to the dashboard page. Make sure you import the redirect from Next/navigation, but we don't want to do that because it will redirect us to the dashboard. Right now we want to work on the landing page. Let's go to the pricing component and let's define the types. Here we will get the products. Let's just say pricing props, and let's create one interface called pricing props. Here let's add the products. So for the product, since if you see the queries in the products, we are getting the products and also the prices data. So according to that, we have to set the types. So first let's get the product type from the tables and products. Similarly, let's do the same for the price as well. It should be prices. Now next, let's create interface, create product with prices, extends product, and in here it will contain the array of price. Now let's use this in here. Now this is just a one product, so let's make it an array. That's it. Now let's just log this and see what we are getting right now. So we have 3 array. That means we are getting the 3 products along with the prices details. So each product has a 2 prices. Let's use all these details and render the plans. After this div, let's create another div for the plans. Let's just give it a class. Let's use grid and grid calls to 3. Let's use place items to center. Let's set margin left and right to auto. Set gap to 8. First, let's get the product price. Now let's use the products.map. It will return one product. And let's return null for now. So first we'll extract the price. So const price equal to product dot prices dot, let's check the log. So in here product and prices, let's check this. So if you check the interval, for this price it is a month, and for the other price it is year. So let's do conditional rendering for that. So product.prices.find, for each price let's check if price.interval is equal to the state which stores the billing interval. Only then we'll render the prices. And if there is no price, let's just return null. Now let's see how we are getting the price value. So price is in the unit amount. We have one currency. Let's convert it into a price string. So just write const price string equal to, for that we will use a new intl API dot number format. Let's just give it a local of en dash US. US is capital. And in the options, let's pass the style, which is a currency. And let's pass the currency as well. Price dot currency. And then minimum fraction digits, set it to 0. We don't want any float values. And let's pass the value. So just use format, and in here let's pass the price dot unit amount. Now this amount is in the multiplication of 100. So let's just divide it by 100. Let's just log this price. And here it is. So we are getting the dollar sign and the different amount as well. Let's say if I set it to INR and check the log. Now as you can see, it has this rupee symbol at the start of this price. Alright, now let's return the product. Let's add one div. First, we have to add the key. So product dot ID. Let's add the class name. Set border background BG to background, rounded XL, shadow. Let's set it to shadow SM, and height to fit. Here let's add another div, and in this div we'll render the product dot name. Let's save this.
All right. So we have Pro, Enterprise, and the Hobby plan. Let's just give it a class name equal to p-6, and for the h2 let's set text-2xl leading to 6, font semi bold, text foreground, flex item center, justify between. Now with the product name, if you check this one, we are setting the most popular tag on the most popular plan. So let's implement that. For that, let's just pass the most popular product name here. If it is an empty, then just pass the Pro, and let's write most popular string, and it will be an optional value. Let's just say most popular product. So after this product.name, let's see if product.name dot to lowercase is equal to most popular product dot to lowercase. Then we'll render one badge component from UI/badge and just say most popular. Otherwise, just render null. In this page, let me just add some classes. Set border color to border and font to semi bold. Let's save this. All right, we are getting this tag on the pro plan. After this h2, let's use paragraph tag to show the product dot description, and let's change its color to text dash muted, foreground margin top to 4, and text size to text dash sm. Looks great. After the paragraph, let's show the price. So just add one more paragraph in the span. Let's render the price string, and let's add another span, and here we'll render the billing interval. Let's save this. Looks great. Now before this billing interval, just add slash. Here let's just set margin top to 8, and the price string should be a little bit bigger. So set text size to text dash 4xl, font to extra bold, set text to foreground. And for this, set text dash base, font medium, text muted to foreground. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. So after this P, let's add the subscribe button. So just add link, href, and we will send the user to login page with state to sign up. Let's import the button from UI/button and just say subscribe. Make sure you import this link from next/link, and let's add the class name and the button. Set margin top to 8, width to full, font to semi bold.
Let's save this. All right, looks great. Now here, let's use another variant for the other two plans. So in the variant of this button, let's do conditional rendering if product dot name dot to lowercase is equal to, let's just copy this. If it is a most popular, then set the variant to default as set it to secondary. All right, looks great. After this whole div, let's add the features. Create one more div and add the class. Set padding top to 6 and padding bottom to, let's say, 8. Padding left and right to 6. Set one title in the h3 that says what is, let's just say, what's included. Now this one is the apostrophe s. So what's included, and then let's render the features. So for that, let's check the metadata, product metadata. In the product, let's open the metadata. So we are getting the key and value from the product dot metadata. Let's use it. First, let's use object dot values from the product dot metadata, or just render an empty object dot map. So basically it will convert that key value pair into an array, so that we can use the map function. And from here, let's extract the features. Let's extract feature and index. So if feature is available, let's return an li element. Let's add a key and add the index. Let's save this. All right, so we are getting all the features. Let's change its style. First, for this h3, let's change the text to uppercase, set tracking to wide, text color to text foreground, font medium, and text size to text-sm. Now for this UL, set empty 6 space y to 4. And let's add the class for this li. Set flex space x to 3. Now along with this feature, we'll render one icon, the check icon from Lucid React. Set width to 5, h to 5, and text to text-primary. Save this. Looks great, but I guess there should be space. So this should actually apply, but let's convert this into a span element. And now looks great. Let's add this border. Let's go to this top div, and let's just add one class called divide border. Let's save it. Let's add the border color to border dash border, and let's add one more class, divide dash y.
and here it is. Now let's highlight this pro plan like this right here. So for that, let's use the CN. Let's copy this condition. If this condition, then add the border color to primary, background to PG background, drop shadow to MD, and scale it to 105. Otherwise, it should have a border color. Let's remove it from here. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now let's change the order of these plans. If you check the database, first we have Hobby, Pro, and then we have Enterprise. Let's open the queries. Let's remove that. And instead of that, let's give a order it by an ID. Let's save it. And now it looks much better. Let's change the size of this feature. Let's add a class to this span element. Set text size to text SM and text muted to foreground. And now this looks much better. And everything seems working great. If I go to subscribe, it sent me to the sign up state. Now here we have yet to implement this, so let's do that. So it will open this sign up form and not the login form. Let's go to the login page. Let's extract the search params and add the search params type. So it will have a promise and it will return one state. So just say interface search params. State will be an optional value in a string format. Now let's get that state from search params. Now from Next.js 15 we have to use await, and let's convert this to an async. Let's just log this state. And here it is. It is saying the sign up. Let's pass this state to auth form. Just say state or login. Let's go to the auth form. Let's extract the state. It should have a type of string. And instead of this, let's provide the state value. So if you change this to login, it will show the login form. It will change this to a sign up. It will show the sign up form. Same for the reset. Let me click this subscribe again, and we have sign up form. That's it. Now in the billing page, we are only going to use the this part of the pricing component. So it will be almost similar. We don't have this text and the pricing badge, and we don't show this features, but we'll only show this the top part of these plans in our billing page. So let's go to the slash dashboard, open the billing page. Let me close all this. Open the billing page. And after this div, let's create one more div with class grid. Here
we'll add the plan summary, set gap to 10. Now similar to the main page, let's just copy this and paste it right here. Let's make this a async component, and let's add the Supabase client. So we'll get the user, products, and one more thing, which is the subscription details. Let's import this, get users, get products, and the get subscriptions. Make sure you import all this from the Supabase/queries. Let's use all this. Let's just say if there is no user, just return redirect to /login. Now this is not necessary because we are already protecting our routes using middleware, but let's just keep it there for now. Now let's create the plan summary component. Go to components and let's create one more folder called billing. Let's create plan summary.tsx and let's import this. Now in the plan summary component, we'll pass the subscription details. We'll pass the user and the products, or an empty array. Here let's deconstruct all the props: subscription, user, and the products. Now for this we have to create the type. So let's copy a few types from the pricing page. The pricing component. Let me just copy all this for now and paste it right here. Let's import the tables. So we have product, price, and let's again get the subscription. All right, and we have interface product with prices that extends the product. Let's create one more interface that says price with product extends price, because if you check the queries, we are using this get subscription and it is getting the data from all these three tables. So product, prices, and the subscriptions. So similar to product with prices, we also have to create type for the price with product. So it will have products, product type, or null. So we have price with product, product with prices, and then let's create one more interface for the subscription with product that extends subscription. And this will have the prices. Copy price with product or null. And let's create the interface for the plan summary props. First is the subscription. Just write subscription with product or null Then write user. Let's get the user type from the Supabase, or null, and let's get the products. So product with prices in an array or null. Let's copy this and paste it right here. All right. So first, we'll check if there is no subscription data or subscription dot status is not equal to active. Then we'll render the card component. Make sure you import it from the UI/card. In this card, let's add the card content. The content, let's use h3, and in that h3, let's add span and just write plan summary. And after the span, let's use badge component and just say no plan. So let's keep it as it is and let's just save it. Alright, so Supabase URL is required. Let me go to billing. Now the create client should not be from the Supabase.js. It should be from server. Let's import this. All right, so we have plan summary title and the badge. Let me just add the classes to this card. Set max width to 5 pixel, and for the card content, set padding left and right to 5, padding top and bottom to 4. Let's add the class in the h3. Set padding bottom to 4, text to text base, font semi bold, display flex, flex wrap, items to center, and gap x to 2. For the badge, let's set variant to secondary, and for the class name, set pg-primary/10. Let's save this. All right, looks great. So if you check the main billing page, right here we are rendering the title and the title of the plan, imagination credit details, and few other details. So let's just render the fake data in here. Now after this h3, let's add one div. In this div, let's add the class name, set display to grid, grid calls to, let's say 8, and gap to 4. After this div, let's add one more. Here we will render the progress component, and in the another div we'll render the other details. Let me just add the class name, set goal span to 5, and display flex, flex column, padding right to 12. For this div, it should have a goal span to 5, flex, flex dash goal, and PR to 12. Here, let's add one more div. Let's add the class name. Now let's set span and just write image generation credits left, and let's one more span and just say 0 remaining. After this div, let's add one more div, and here we'll render the progress component from Shadcn set its value to 0, class name width to full, edge to 2. Let's save this, and here it is. Let me just alright, so here in this div, let's add the classes flex-1 text to, let's set it to XS, font normal, flex width to full, justify between, set padding bottom to 1. Let's save this. Alright, now this is a very small text, so just set to SM, looks much better. Now in here, set font normal, text muted foreground, margin left to 1 and lowercase. And in here, set font to dash medium. For the progress bar, here set margin bottom to 1 and display flags, items end. Now let's copy this and paste it again. Here we'll show the model training credits left, and it is also 0. Now for this div, let me just remove this and set goal span to full and display to flex dash goal. And instead of other details, let's just say please upgrade to a plan to continue using the app. And after this card content, let's use card footer, and in the card footer, let's add one span. In the span, let's add one button from UI/button and just say upgrade. It should have a variant of outline. Let's add class name, set border dash top, border color to border dash border, padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 3, and that's it. Now let's add the class to the span element, display to flex, set margin left to auto and flex to flex dash row, and it looks decent. So click on this upgrade, it should open up all the 3 plan details right here. So for that, we'll use the sheet component from the Shadcn. So let's create the pricing sheet. So let's go to the billing folder. Let's create pricing sheet.tsx. And this pricing sheet will have user, products, and the subscription. Now for the types, let's just copy it from here. Instead of plan summary, let's just say pricing sheet. Make sure you import the user type and the tables. Let's open the sheet, and here it is. First, let's import all the elements, and let's copy this. So as a trigger, we'll render this button. And here just say as child. Let's import this. Now in the sheet title, let's just say change subscription plan. And in the description, let's write Choose a plan that fits your needs and budget to continue using our service. After the sheet header, let's render the pricing component. Let's import it from landing page / pricing, and let's pass user, products, or an empty array. Let's pass the subscription, and for the most popular product, just add pro. Let's save this and render this pricing sheet instead of this button. We have to add all the details. Let's just copy this. Let's save it. If I click on upgrade, it will open this sheet. Now here we have to add a lot of styling. Now instead of using this pricing component from the landing page, let's create a separate pricing component for this billing. So for that, we just copy this pricing component from the landing page and copy in the billing, and here we'll change few things. So in the pricing sheet, let's change this to dot/pricing. You can also give it another name. So this is the billing pricing. Let me add few classes right here. Set maximum width to 7XL, margin left and right to auto, padding top and bottom to 16, padding left and right to, let's say 8. It should be flex and flex column. Remove the PG muted and other classes. Also, we want show the features. So let's just remove that. Let's remove this whole div. And let's remove this text as well. Let's remove this whole div. Let's save it. Right, so we have interval and the pricing plans. First, let's increase the width of pricing sheet. So go to pricing content, sheet content, give it a class name. Now let's set max width to 70 viewport width and set text to left and width to full. Let's save this. Somehow it is not applied. Let's see why. Let me open the sheet component. Let's go to, let's just find max dash width dash. Alright, so it is applying the max width SM up to the SM breakpoint. So we have to use the breakpoint here. Now this should be for LG. Max width to full for all small screens. For the smaller screens, SM, set max width to, let's just say 90 viewport width. Let's save it and check if it's working or not. Alright, it's working. Let's add few more styling in this component. Now this is the billing price. Let me just remove this div. Alright, now here let me change classes for this div. Let's set space y to 4. Alright, now let's create another component to conditionally render the subscribe button. just write render pricing button, and this will get the subscription, user, product, price, and the most popular product. That's it. And let's render all the buttons. Let me just copy this first and paste it right after this p tag. Let me remove this. Let's pass all the values: subscription, user, products. It should be product because we are passing this product. Pass the price and the most popular product. And let's just add the types for all this. For the subscription, it will have subscribe with product or null. For the user, it will be a user type or null. For the product, let's use product with prices. And for the price, set price type, and it will be a string. Alright, now why we have created this separate button component? Because we are going to handle 4 different cases. So let's just say case 1. What if user has active subscription for this current account? So let's handle that. So if we have user and it has the subscription, and the subscription dot prices dot products dot name dot to lowercase, we also have to get the subscription. And in the pricing props, let's add the subscription type. So go to the pricing sheet. Let's just copy all this. Let's add this type to a string. And from the pricing sheet, we are passing user, product, subscription, and the most popular product. Let's get the user. Let me show you how I got to this. So in here, if you check this type, subscription with product, it returns this prices, and it is the price with the product. So it will contain all the details about the product as well. So that's how we can get the subscription dot prices dot products dot name to lowercase. For now, let me just remove this. We'll define these cases once we get any subscription data in the table. For now, let's just say if user is logged in and he does not have any subscription data. So then we'll return one button and just write subscribe. Let's add the class name, set margin top to 8, width to full, font to semi bold. So here we will basically create 2 functions. One is to handle Stripe checkout. For now, let's just return an empty string, Stripe checkout function. Similarly, let's create another function to handle Stripe portal request. Now this is to manage the current subscriptions. Let's pass all this both of these functions.
to the render pricing button component. Let's deconstruct this and this. And for the type, let's just say it will return an empty promise. Alright, so click on this button, it should call the handle stripe checkout. So just write on click, and here now in this handle stripe checkout we'll send the price. Now for this variant, we'll render the black variant, I mean the default variant, if it is the most popular product. Otherwise we'll render it as a secondary variant. For that, let's just copy this and paste it right here. Default, otherwise secondary. Let's save this. Let's just get the price in this handle stripe checkout function. It will be an async function, both of this. Let's get the price, and it will be the type of this price. Let's just say handle stripe checkout function and pass the price. Let's save this. Let's click on subscribe, and here we got the price. So we'll use this price to create the checkout session. Now let me just close this and close all this. Now before we start creating the handle stripe checkout function, first let's add the credits table. So if you go to the all Supabase queries.md file, and this is the query for the credits table. Just copy this and go to the Supabase, open the SQL editor and paste this query right here. Let's run this. So basically it will create the credits table. Let me reload this, and here it is. Now this table will contain the total credits of the user. So it has an image generation count, model training count, and maximum image generation count, and the maximum model training count. Let's add the RLS policy for this table. Let's create policy, and let's just select this one. Enable users to view their own data only, and let's save this. So user can only see this table, not edit or update. Now if you remember, on the database, the stripe query has created one function which is called as the handle new user. So if you see this function, whenever any user comes in the auth, so it will basically add their data into the users table. So it will add the ID and full name to the users table. So if we go to the users table, right now we don't have any data in here because we already have created the user first, and after that we have created this table. So we have to add the user right here. So let's click on insert row, and from the ID let's grab our user full name, just write codebugs. Let's keep it this null and save it. Now that's it. So basically this handle user function, it gets triggered using the on auth user created trigger. So whenever user is created in the auth, it will call this handle new user function. Now if you go to the next subscription payment, the starter code, and open the Stripe and go to the server.ts file. Now this file contains the two functions. One is the checkout with Stripe and another is to create a Stripe portal. We will use both of this function. So this function is used to get the payment from the user, and this function will open the Stripe portal for a user to manage their subscription plans. So let's just copy this and open the server.ts file from Stripe and paste it right here. Now from the top, we are using the lib folder, and here just say at data types. That's it. Now here, let's just put await create client, and same down here. Let's save this. Now let's go to the pricing, and let me just comment this out. So in the handle type checkout function, first we will see if the user is logged in or not. So if there is no user, we'll directly redirect user to /login. Now this is the client side function, so we cannot use the redirect. So for that we have to use the use router. So in the prices, let's just say const router equal to use router from next/navigation. Don't use next/router. Let's use this router dot push and /login. Now that's it. Next, we will use the await checkout with Stripe function from this server.ts file. Now before we use this function, let me just pass the arguments. So basically this function will take the price and the redirect path. So right now it is on the /billing path. So whenever it gets a successful payment, it will redirect user back to the /billing. But let's just use the current path. So just write const current path equal to use path name hook, and let's just pass this current path right here. Now let me explain what this function does. So first it gets the price of that particular product and the redirect path. If there is no redirect path provided, we'll change it to dashboard. So first it is getting the user, and it is checking if there is any user or not. If there is no user, then it will throw this error. After that, it will retrieve or create the customer in Stripe. So basically, to make the successful payment, we need to have a customer created in the Stripe. So first we need to create the customer, and then we can create the payment session. So to create or retrieve the customer, it is using this create or retrieve customer function, now which is in the admin file of this Supabase. So open the admin and let's find out what this function does. So here it is, create or retrieve customer function. So it is taking the user ID of the Supabase and user's email and passing it right here as a UUID and the email. So first it check if the customer exists in the Supabase database or not, because that Stripe query has created one more table in our database, which is right here. This table contains the ID of that user and the Stripe customer ID. So it is getting all the data, and then it is comparing the ID, and it is returning if there is an existing customer or not. So there are 4 possible outcomes for this. Customer exists with the Stripe customer ID, customer exists without Stripe customer ID, and customer does not exist, and there is a query error. So we'll see all of these four cases. So here it is trying to get the Stripe customer ID. We have this empty Stripe customer ID variable, and then we are putting one condition. So existing Supabase customer dot Stripe customer ID. So if there is this Stripe customer ID in the Supabase in this customers table, then it will retrieve that customer details by using stripe.customers.retrieve, and here it will pass the Stripe customer ID, and then it will store that ID into Stripe customer ID variable. So this is basically is to verify whether it exists in this type or not. Now else, if there is a customer ID is not available in this database, then we will search whether that customer is already in this type or not using stripe.customers.list, and here we will pass the customer's email ID. So that way, if there is a Stripe customer, then we will get that ID and store it in the Stripe customer ID. So next, if still no Stripe customer ID, we will create a new customer in Stripe. So in this case, there is no customer available in this type, nor it is available in the Supabase. So that's why we will use the create customer in Stripe function, which will take the UUID and the email. So if you go scroll up, and here it is create customer in Stripe. So basically it will use stripe.customers.create, and here it will pass the customer data. Now in this customer data, in the metadata, you can pass anything related to the customer, such as a UUID, and here we must pass the user's email. And after you add this customer data right here, it will create a new customer in this Stripe, and it will return the Stripe's customer ID. So here we got the Stripe ID, and here we are handling the any error. And now we have to synchronize the customer ID with the Stripe and with our Supabase database. So here we have a condition: if existing Supabase customer, which we got from right here from our database, and there is a Stripe customer ID. So we got both our existing customer and the Stripe customer ID. So if the existing customer's ID is not equal to the Stripe customer ID, then we have to update that ID with the new ID. So here we are updating the customers table with the new ID, and here we are handling any error. Now in this else condition, that means we don't have any data related to this customer ID in our Supabase, so we have to add that data. So if Supabase has no record, create a new record and return this Stripe customer ID. Now using this upsert customer to Supabase, we are adding one row in this customers table. So if you go to this function, it is basically taking the UUID and customer ID and adding into the customers table. That's it. So basically this function will create the customer in this type and our database as well. So if we go back to the server.ts file, here we got the customer and we have stored it in the customer variable. Now next we have this params that we will use to create the payment session. Now for this params, you can also get all these details from the Stripe documentation. So first we have option to allow the promotion codes. We have set it to true, and billing address collection to required, and we are passing the customer. So basically this is the customer ID, and then we have a customer underscore update, set address to auto, and in this line items we are adding the product items, the price of that the price ID of that particular product and the quantity, and then we are passing the cancel URL and the success URL. So we have this get URL function in the helpers.ts file. So basically this function will construct the whole URL by using this path. So it can be a slash localhost slash path name, or any URL that we have stored in our site underscore URL environment variable and slash path name. So basically we don't have any path name right here, so it will return the user back to the main page. And for the success URL, we are passing this redirect path, which is right here, and we already have passed the current path, which is /billing. So after the successful payment, it will send the user to /billing page. Now here we are adding few more params. So first we are checking if the price.type is recurring payment. That means it is a subscription based payment. Then we are setting the mode to subscription, and in the subscription data we are setting the trial end. Now this calculate trial end Unix timestamp function will calculate how much days it is still there before it should start the payment. So in this function we are passing the trial period days. Right now in our application we don't have any trial period, so we don't have to use this, but let's keep it there. And if you see this function in the helpers.ts file, basically it will get the trial period days in number format, and then if the trial period are less than 2, null or undefined, it will return the undefined. Otherwise it will calculate that, and it will send that to the trial end property. And else if the price.type is equal to one time payment, then we will set the mode to one time. Now after this we will create the checkout session using the stripe.checkout.session.create, and here we will pass all the params. And here after getting the successful session, we are returning the session.id, and here we are handling the errors. So let's just save this and let's go to the pricing. Now in the pricing, let's deconstruct the session ID and the error. So if you go to the server, we have an error redirect and the session ID. Now here we did not get any payment from the user, but we just have created the checkout session. First let's handle the error. So error redirect, then we will again send the user back to the error redirect path. Now let me explain how it is getting the path in this. So if you go to the server.ts file, in the catch we are getting the error, and then we are using the get error redirect function from the helpers.ts file. So if you go down, and here it is, get error redirect. So here we are passing the path, error name, error description, disable button, and the different parameters. So if you go to the get toast redirect function, now in short, this function builds a URL with the query parameters for displaying the toast notification. So for example, let me just say any localhost 3000 slash, and here we can add different messages for the user, such as error equal to payment failed, and after that using the use params hook we can grab these values and display it on the error page. Now this function is typically used for redirect after the operations to show success or error messages. So first it has the base path for the redirect. It can be a /dashboard or /billing. Then next we have the type of the toast. It can be status, error, etc. And here we are using only two types, which is status and the error type, and we are storing the error and status description. Now here we'll start building the URL with the base path and the main message. So we have the base path, and after the question mark we are adding this query parameter. So if the description is provided, then we are adding it as a query parameter. And if the disable button is true, Then add the parameter to disable the UI interaction. For example, we can disable the payment button, and then we are passing the any additional URL parameters right here. So basically this will give us the redirect URL. Now if there is no session ID, then let's return user router dot push, and then we can also use this helper function, which is the get error redirect right here. Make sure you import it from the /helpers, and in this function we'll pass the current path and description and unknown error occurred and message for the user, please try again later or contact us. Now after this, since we got the session ID, let's send the user to the Stripe checkout page. So for that, let's just say const stripe equal to await, and let's get the Stripe instance from the /stripe/client, and then let's use it stripe dot redirect to checkout and pass the session ID. And that's it. Let me just remove this return and let's save this. Now let's try this out. We have already passed this handle checkout function in the redirect pricing button, and in here we are using right here. Let's just save this, and let me just reload this and click subscribe, and it is working. We are on the Stripe checkout page. Let me just now before I add any details and subscribe, we have to check the webhook. So if I go to the Stripe webhook, so Stripe is updating our database for the following events. So if we subscribe, then we will hit this one, checkout session dot completed event, and here now it is calling the manage subscription status change function. So if the checkout session is completed and the checkout session dot mode is equal to subscription, then first it will get the subscription ID from the checkout session dot subscription, and then it will pass that ID to the manage subscription status change function. So first let's see what it does from the admin file. So admin Supabase, and here it is. So first it is getting the subscription ID, customer ID, and the create action. So first we'll get the customer's UUID from the customers table. Here basically we are checking which customer have this Stripe customer ID, this one, and we'll get that customer's Supabase ID. And here we are handling the error, and from the customer data we got the user's ID. So if you open the database and go to the subscription table, we have all these columns such as user ID, status, metadata, price ID, quantity, and all the other details. So we are filling all the details from the subscription data. Now to get the subscription data, we are using stripe.subscription.retrieve, and here we are passing the subscription ID, and then basically we are filling all the details for this table in the subscription data object. So here we have ID, user ID, metadata, status, and the price ID from the subscription items. First item of the array dot price dot ID. If you want to dig deeper into this, you can always follow the Stripe's documentation and go to the subscriptions response object, and you will get all the details. So here we have the price ID, quantity, and the other details. Now after creating this subscription data object, we are passing it to the subscriptions table. That's it. And if we have a create action to true, then for a new subscription, we are copying the billing details to the customer object. And for that, we are using this copy billing details to customer function and adding that detail in the users table. Now that's it. So let me just complete the payment. Now for the testing purpose, you can use 4242 for the credit card and add any future dates. And click subscribe. But before I do that, now webhook will only work if you have this enable. The ngrok should be working on your local system, and make sure you copy this URL and paste it in your Stripe webhook right here. Only then it will update the Supabase database. So let me click subscribe. And here we got all the requests, but let me just see whether our database updated or not. So if you go to the database, and yes, we got the customer, and go to the subscription, and yes, we got one active subscription right here with all the details. Now let's update our UI. So here, let's go to the plan summary.tsx file. Now since we got the subscription, this condition won't work. So in here, first let me just copy this whole card component and paste it right here. And let's log this subscription. So we got the ID, we got the prices, product details, quantity, and the plan name as well. So let's use all these details. Now here, instead of no plan, let's add subscription dot name. Now this won't work because we have to get the products from the prices. So let's do that here. Let's just say const products. Let's name it as subscription product. Will need the unit amount for the pricing and the currency, whether it is INR or USD, from the subscription dot prices. Let's use this subscription product dot name. Let's save this. All right, we are on the pro plan. Now we have to create the price string. For that, go to the pricing component, and here is the price string. Copy this and paste it right here, and pass the unit amount and the currency. Let's copy this price string. So in here, let me just show you the spelling page. So here we are displaying the price per month, included credits, and the renewal date. So let's display all these three details. So here, let me remove this and add one div with the class flex dash column, padding bottom to 0, and let's add one more div. In this div, let's just say price per month, and another div where we'll display the price string. Let me save this, Currency code is required with the currency style. Let me check. I made a slight mistake in the spelling. Let me save this, and here it is. Now let's set it to goal span dash 3, flex to flex row, justify between, and flex to wrap. And in this price per month div, let's set it to text-sm font to normal. And for the price string, let's give a class name. Just say flex-1 padding top to 1, text sm font to medium. Let's copy this div and paste it for 2 more times. Here we'll display the included credits. For now, let's just say 0 credits. And here we'll display the renewal date. Now for that we can use new date and pass the subscription dot current period end. That's it. Now for this we'll use the format function from the date.fns library, and then we'll add the format. So month, 1 day, and the year. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Now we don't want this upgrade, so let's remove that. Let's just remove this whole card footer, and it's gone. Now let's see how we can get the maximum credits for the image generation and the model training credits. So for that, let's go to our Stripe, go to product catalog, let's click on hobby, and there are 2 pricing, one for the month, one for the year. Go to the monthly pricing and let's add the metadata. So for the key, if you go to the database, open the credits. So we are storing the max image generation count and the max model training count. Let me just write it. Image underscore generation underscore count. So for the hobby plan, per month we are giving the 100 images, and then we have model underscore training count, which is 1. Let's save this, and let's do the same for the yearly pricing. Let's say image generation count, set it to 100 into 12, so 1200 images per month per year. And here model underscore training underscore count, set it to 1 into 12, so 12 models per year. Let me just copy this so we don't have to write it again and again. Let's save this. Let's do this for all the pricing for the pro product as well. Open the monthly, copy this. For the pro plan, we are giving 300 images per month, and for 2 models training. Let's save this. For the model count, it is 2 into 12, which is 24. And for the image generation, 300 into 12, which is 3600. Let's go to the enterprise.
open the monthly pricing, add the metadata. Now for the enterprise, let's keep it to 1000 images and 5 models per month. Now for the yearly pricing, we will set 5 into 12, 60 models and the 12,000 images. Let's save this. Now let's open the checkout function. Now in this params, we are already passing the price. So let's pass the pricing details here. First, let's pass the customer underscore reference underscore ID. Here we'll pass the user ID. Sorry, it should be a client reference ID. And after this, let's add the metadata. Here, just say image underscore generation underscore count. It will be from the price dot metadata dot image underscore generation underscore count, or set it to 0. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Change this to model training underscore count. Now to resolve this, we have to add the type. Just say as object image underscore generation count, which will be in the number format. And let's do the same for the model training count as Alright, let's save this. Now since we are attaching both of this information, the user ID and the metadata, we can get this information in the Stripe event data from the Stripe webhook. So if you open the Stripe webhook page, now in this event data object, we can get that metadata back. So after the checkout session is completed, and then we are using this manage subscription status change, which is adding the data to our Supabase database. So in here, let's update the credits. Now for this, let's create one update credits function in the Supabase admin.ts file. So after the manage subscription status change, let's add one more. Just say const update user credits. It will be an async function and it will accept the user ID in a string type and the metadata in a JSON type. Let's export this. Now in this function, first let's create the data objects. So credits data equal to, now the type of this data will be the same as this credits table. So we can get it from the tables insert, and let's import this from the data type. We already have this, and in here let's pass the table name, which is the credits. So first we have the image underscore generation underscore count. Let's add the metadata dot image generation count, or pass 0. Let's copy this and paste it for 3 more times. Now this should be
model underscore training underscore count. Now here we'll use the max underscore image generation count and max model training count. Now why this? Because in the database we will show the user that this is the maximum amount of credits you get, and in this column we'll reduce that count as per the user's usage. Now this type is not available in the data types because we have recently added the credits table. So let's again use this command to get the new types. So let me just open the terminal, paste this command right here. Make sure you add the project ref in here. Let me grab it, copy this. And paste it right here. That's it. Now the error is gone. Now let's use this object. Just write await Supabase admin dot from credits table dot update with this credits data object dot. It should only update the user's data with this particular user ID. That's it. Now here let's deconstruct the error. Let's name it as absurd error, and here if we got the error, let's just throw new error saying credits update failed, and let's send the absurd error dot message. All right, let's just log here updated credits for the user and pass the user ID. Let's save this. Now here the J should be capital. Make sure to import it from the data types. And again we got the type error here. So same as we did for the checkout, let's define the type for this metadata. Just say metadata as one object image generation count and set it to number. Let's do the same for all this. All right, let's save this. Now let's use this function in the webhook. So right here. Now after this if condition here, we'll check if the checkout session dot status is equal to complete and checkout session dot payment status is equal to paid. Only then we'll update the credits. So just say await update credits, and here pass the checkout session dot client reference ID as string and checkout session dot metadata. That's it. Let's save this and see if whether it is working or not. Let me just go to the database and go to the table editor, go to the subscription. Now let's delete this subscription because it has not added the credits in the credit table. Let's just delete this row
Let me reload this. I'll click upgrade and let's subscribe to this pro plan. And here we are getting this error. Let me check. Now this is related to the image generation count, not showing in the price object. So if we go to the database, open the prices, and in this metadata, we have not yet got this details of that particular prices in the database. So let's see why not. So let me open the Supabase admin. So in this webhook, when the price is created or updated, we are using this upset price record function. So if I go to the admin and open the upset price record function, in this price data we are passing all the details, but we have yet to pass the metadata. So let's do that. Metadata equal to price dot metadata, or just say null. Now if I go to the stripe and let me just change this to 100, if I click save, now it should hit our ngrok URL and it should store in the database, and that's it. We are getting all these details. So again, if I go to the hobby, open the yearly plan, and if I just update anything, let's say 1100 and click save. Let me reload this and we got the data. Let me just change this to 1200 and let's do the same for all the other plans. So if I go to the hobby plan, go to the yearly, set this to, for now let me set this to 11 and again set it to 12. One and 100, 12 and 12,000. Now this should be for the enterprise product. Now it is for the hobby product. It's all right. Now let me go back, open the pro plan, go to the monthly, let's edit it to 1 and again edit it to 2. Open the yearly, first set it to, let's say 22. Now here I am doing two operations because on the first operation we are adding that price to the database, and here we are updating that. Let me just go to the database and we got both the price. Let's do the same for the enterprise. By changing this to 6, we are passing the event to the webhook, and then again next event for the update. And we got all the metadata. Now let me go back, reload this. Let me just log in again. Go to billing, upgrade and click subscribe. Let's just say 4242. Let's check the database, go to the credits. Now here we are not getting any credits updated. So if you go to the subscription, yes, subscription is active. And let me see the logs. So here it is, updated credits for the user with this particular user ID. So the credits function is running, but it's not adding any row in this table.
So let's see why. Let's see the update user credit function, and here now we are using the update. Since we are using the update, it will first find if there is any row or not. If not, it will not update it. So instead of update, let's just say upsert. And also let's add the user underscore id and user id. That's it. Let's save it and test this again. So make sure you have deleted the previous subscription from the database. Click upgrade and subscribe to pro plan, and let's taste the checkout. And we got back to the billing. Let's see the database, go to credits, and here it is. So we got all the credits right here, and we have one active subscription. So here, let's update this value. So go to the plan summary, and here first let's get the all the credits. So image generation count, let me just write image gen count equal to credits dot image underscore generation underscore count or set to 0. Now to get this credit, we have to add a new server action. First, let me delete all the other files, and let's open the actions folder. Let's just copy this model actions file and paste it for one more time. Change its title to credit actions.ts, and let me delete these functions. And here let's add one interface type called credit response. Here we'll use error, it will be null or a string, and then we have a success in a boolean type, and we have a data. That data will have the same type as the credits or null. Make sure you import the tables from the data types, and let's use this credit response right here. Change this to a get credits function. Now we won't need the Supabase admin, and in here let's change this to Supabase. Let's remove all this. Dot from credits table, select everything using a star equivalent to user underscore id, user dot id dot single, and here if we got any error, we'll return error. So error dot message or null, success to false, and data to null as well. Now otherwise we'll set error to null, success to true, and data to this credits data. Let's save this and use this function. So we are rendering this plan summary in the billing page right here. So let's get the credits equal to await get credits function, and let's pass this credits to the plan summary. The plan summary, we have to update the type. Just add credits, tables, credits table, or null. We have to deconstruct the data and let's name it as credits. Alright, in this if condition, let's add if not credits, then it should render that empty state. So here we got the image generation count. Let me add for 3 more times. Set this to model gen count. Set max image gen count and max model gen count. Instead of model gen, let's set it to model train count. Here set it to model underscore training count. And here it should be max image generation count and max model training count. Alright, now let's use this. So after this included credits, let's just say max image gen count and let's save this. So here it is. Here are the image gen count, and similar to this, let's add the progress bar. Let's change it to image generation credits, and here let's just say image gen count by max image gen count, and in the progress value, let's say image gen count slash max image gen count into 100. Let's save this. Alright, looks great. Let's change the position and set font to semi bold and text to base. Let's copy this, paste it right here. Set model train count and max model train count, and in the value set max model train count by max model train count into 100. And now it looks much better. Let's decrease the size between this progress bar and the text. Let's add item center here, and let's remove this pb-1. Let's do the same for this one. Let's save this. Alright, now looks much better. Let's increase this padding. Here, let's set pb-8. And now it looks much better. Now let's add these plants right here. Now to resolve this error, let's add R and empty object. Let's save this. Now to add this plants, we'll use the pricing component. So after this plan summary, in that same div, let's put a condition if subscription dot status is equal to active, then we'll render the pricing component from the billing. Now in this pricing component, we have to pass few prompts. So let's open that first. So it takes user, products, most popular product, and subscription. Let's pass the user, products. So if there is a product or an empty array, and then we'll pass the subscription. That's it. Now here most popular product is missing. So let's again open the pricing, and here let's make it an optional for the most popular product. Let's save this. Instead of question marks, let's add ampersand. Save this, and here are all the plans. Now let's change this a bit. So let's go to the pricing. Now for this interval, what we'll do, we'll directly add one boolean value, show interval, or let's just keep it show interval equal to true by default, and let's add its type right here, show interval to boolean. So if show interval is true, only then we will render this monthly and yearly switch. Alright, and here let's pass the show interval to false, and let's make it a optional. Let's save this, and it's gone. Now let's change its alignment to the left side. Let's add the class name as well to make it more dynamic. Here we'll use the class merge and add the class name. For the class name prop, let's add the type to string, and then here let's add padding to 0, max width to full. Alright, now before we render this button, we need to check which plan is currently the active plan, the active product. For that, let's go again to the page, and here let's just say active product equal to, we'll get it from subscription dot prices dot products dot name dot to lowercase, or set it to pro. Let's use this prop in the pricing component. So in the pricing component, let's add the active product and add that here as well as a string. That's it. Now let's use this active product. For now, let's keep it an empty string. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this. Alright, let's remove this most popular tag. Let's copy this and paste it right here. So if product.name.to lowercase is equal to active product.to lowercase, and here let's just say selected. Now let me remove this pro right here, so it won't show us the two different badges. And let's not scale this, and save it. All right, looks much better. Now here, the hobby plan is a little bit on the up. So let's just change the specify to 0. All right, now it looks much better. Now before we add the buttons here, we are getting a notification about the different Stripe events. So let me disable those events. Now first open your Stripe dashboard and let's again open the webhooks. Click on the webhook and let's update the details. So here we are sending the notification for all the events. So let's clear that and select only event that we need. So for that, let's open the webhook from Stripe. So here are all the events that we need. So let me just check it out. So we need product dot created, we need product dot deleted and the updated. Next we need the price created, price deleted and the price updated. And then we need the checkout dot session dot completed. After that, let's use the customer dot subscription created, updated and deleted. So created, deleted and the updated. That's all. So we need 3, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 events. Let's just count here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Let's update the endpoint. That's it. Now here, let's add the buttons. Let's go to the pricing and open this render pricing button. So let's just say in case 1, what if user has active subscription for this product? Then we'll put a condition if user is there and subscription is not null, and subscription dot prices dot products dot name dot to lowercase is equal to product dot name dot to lowercase. So we are checking whether the subscriptions product and the given product name is same or not. If this condition is true, that means user has already subscribed to this particular plan. So let's return, copy this button and paste it right here. Here, let's change this to manage subscription. And it should call handle Stripe portal request function. Let's save this and see if it's working or not. All right, it's working. Right now we have the manage subscription button. Let's change its variant to default. Let me just remove this. All right, so on click on this, it should call the handle Stripe portal request function. Now let's define this function. So here, let me remove this. Let's use the toast from sooner dot, let's use info, and here let's just say redirecting to Stripe portal, and then we'll use cons redirect URL equal to await, and then we will use create Stripe portal function from the Stripe server, and this will accept the current path for the redirection, and then we'll route the user to the redirected URL. All right. Now, before we apply this, let me just show you what this function does. So open the server.ts from the Stripe and let's check out this function. So basically, first it will check if there is user or not, and then it will get the customer, same as we did for the Stripe checkout function using create or retrieve customer. And if there is no customer, it will send the error message. Now we are creating the billing portal URL using this stripe.billingportal.sessions.create customer and the return URL, which in our case should be the dashboard or billing. If we could not get the billing URL, then we'll throw an error and then we'll return the URL. And so this is the first try block. In the catch block, we are using the get error redirect if the catch block can catch any errors. So that's it. Basically, this will give us the Stripe portal URL for that particular customer. Make sure you pass the customer ID right here. Now let's save this and let's try it out. Click on manage subscription. Toast is working fine. And here we got the error. Let's check out why we got this error. So if you open the logs, here you cannot create a portal session in taste mode until you save your customer portal settings in the taste mode. So if we go to this type, let's go to the billing. We should go settings and billing and portal. So let's open the settings first. Go to billing and open the customer portal. All right. So here we need to launch the customer portal first. So click active taste link. All right. Now it's active. Now our link is active. So make sure you save these changes. And let's go back right here and let's click on manage subscription. Let me reload this and try again. And it's working. So from here you can the user can cancel this subscription from here, and he can also manage the payment methods. Let's go back to the billing page, and again if you open the subscription here, let's enable this. Customer can switch plans, and here make sure you select the wait until end of billing period update. And if you want to add the promotion codes, you can directly enable this. Let's save changes, and here let's add all the products for which we want to give update access to the client. Save changes, and let's click manage subscription. Let me just reload it again. We are back to the Stripe portal. So now there is update subscription button. So if I click here, I can see all these plans. So whenever users select this, let's say select the enterprise plan and continue. So this will start from the 30th December. So after the end of this month's cycle. Let me go back to the billing. That's it. Now let's add the buttons right here. That should say the switch plan. So go to this render pricing button, and let's add the another case. So case number 2, if the user is logged in and has an active subscription for a different product. So for that we'll use condition if the user is there and subscription is there,
then we return this button. Now it should say switch plan, and let's set it to secondary variant, and it should call to the handle stripe portal function. That's it. Let's save this, and here it is. So basically from all these three buttons, user can go to the Stripe subscription plan. Now here we already write for the case number 3, which is the logged in user with no subscription plan or different subscriptions. And then let's just return again one button. If any of this case does not do not work, then we'll just say subscribe, and here pass the price. Now let's see the error. Expected 0 arguments but got 1. Actually in the industry portal request we should pass the price with the type price. That's it. Now it should be here, handle stripe checkout. Let's save this and check this out again. Alright, everything seems great. Now let's try to generate one image. So we need to decrease this image credits. Let me just go right here. Let's open the image actions and go to the generate image action function. Now after the verification of replicate API token, we'll get the credits. So just write data, name it as credits, and let's use await get credits function from the credit actions. And here first we will check if credits dot image generation count or credits dot image generation count is less than or equal to 0, then we'll return one error, no credits available, and set success to false and data to null. And then let's open the Supabase queries.md file, scroll down, and let's copy this decrease credit function. Go to the database and let's open the database, go to functions, and here create a new function. Let's name it as decrease underscore user underscore credit. Now the return type will be a trigger, and here paste this function. Now click on enable show advanced settings, and here make sure you select this function is to be executed with the privileges of the user that created it. It should be security definer, and click confirm. Alright, so we have created this function. Now let's create one trigger to invoke that function, and click create a new trigger. Let's name it as a decrease credit. Now it should focus on the generated images table, and whenever any insert operation happens on this table, it should invoke the decrease user credit function. And for the trigger type, set it to after the event, and orientation should be row. So this trigger will invoke this user credit function whenever any insertion happens on the generated images table. Let's click confirm. Now let's try this out. So if I go to the credits table, we have 300. Let's go to the generate image. Let's prompt, just write a cute image of a panda. Click generate.
Now it has generated this cute image of a panda. So let's see if we stored this image successfully in our gallery. And yes, it is. Let's check the database. All right, so image generation count is decreased from 300 to 299. Let's check the billing. And here it is. Now let's try to generate one image again. An image of a 3D Pokemon. Let's click generate. Image generated successfully and image stored successfully. Let's check the credits. And it decreased from 299 to 298. So it's working great. Now let's see how we can manage the credits for the model training. So go to the train route, and here after this, let's get the old credits. So just say await, and let's just create one function called validate user credits and pass the user ID. Let's add this function right here. So async function validate user credits. It will have the user ID in string type. In this function, let's get the data, name it as credits and error. And let's use await Supabase admin dot from credits table dot select everything dot equal to user underscore ID and set to user ID, and just get the single record. So here, if there is any error, we'll throw a new error saying error getting user credits. Else, first let's get the credit from credits dot model underscore training underscore count. Make sure the spelling is right. Or set it to 0. So here if credits are less than or equal to 0, then we'll throw a new error saying no credits left for training. That's it, else we'll return the credits. Let's change this to a user credits. All right, now let's use this old credits. So if I go down here we are adding the model values, and then let's update the credit. So in the model training, first we will decrease one model training credit whenever we start the model training, and in the webhook, if it is failed, then we will again increase that credit. So here just write await Supabase admin dot from credits table. Let's update the model underscore training underscore count to all credits minus 1, and it should select the credits from the user ID. So this will decrease 1 credit from the user's account for the model training. And let's open the webhook for the training. Now here for the success case, we don't have to decrease the credit, else we will decrease the credit for a failed or cancelled training. So for that, let's just copy this and paste it right here. Now instead of select everything, let's just select model underscore training underscore count, and let's get this error as well. If error, will throw error getting user credits. Let's name it as a old credits, and then we'll increase 1 credit. So just say await Supabase. Let's just copy this. Supabase admin from credits, instead of select, set update, and here add one object, model training count, old credit plus 1. Alright, it should be old credits dot model training count plus 1 equal to user ID, and we'll return one single value. So from this code we are getting the old credits, and from here we are updating the credits. That's it. Now our whole billing module is completed with all the credits. Now let's complete this settings page. So in the settings page, we have a profile where the user can update the full name, and from the security, it can change the password. Now let's go to code and let's open the account settings. And here, first let's add some class, add container, margin left and right to auto, and space y to 8. Now here, let me open the billing page, and let's just copy this div and paste it right here. Change the plans and billing to account settings, and here let's just say manage your account settings and preferences. After this div, let's create one more. In here, let's add class name grid gap to 8. Let's change this to section. So here we'll have one account form component and security settings component, and here it is. Now let's go to the components page, components folder, and create one folder called account, and in this account we'll create the account form.tsx. Let's import this account form right here. And in this, we'll pass the user. Let's get that user. Just say Supabase await create client from the server. Let's say const user equal to await get user from Supabase queries, and pass the Supabase instance. Let's make this an async component, and just say if not user, return redirect user to /login and pass this user right here. Let's go to the account form. First, let's add the type. So just say interface, account form props, user, import the user from Supabase.js, and here let's add this type. All right. So first we'll use the card. So import the card from UI/card, and in this card we will have the card header. Make sure you import it. Then we have a card title. In the card title, let's just say profile. Next, in the card description, we'll write update your personal information. That's it. So after the card header, let's import the card content. And this card content we will add the form. All right. For the form, let's go to the Shadcn UI and click form. Let's go step by step. Let's import all this and make this a client-side component. For the form schema, we'll change this to full name, minimum to 2, maximum to 50, email, z.string.email. That's it. Now let's use this form schema. First, import all this from the React hook form and the React hook form resolver. Let's import this form right here, and instead of username, just say full name and the empty email field. Copy this on submit button right here, and let's import the form components with input and the button component. Let's copy this form and paste it in the card content. Set this to space 4, and instead of username, just say full name, and here just write full name. Let's remove this placeholder, and again copy this and paste it right here. Change its name to email. Change this to email as well. And change this to update profile. Now let's grab the default full name and the email from the user. So let's say if user dot user metadata dot full underscore name or an empty string. Same for the email, user dot email or an empty string. Let's save this. All right. For the email, we'll keep a disabled input. Let's just say disabled. All right. And let's change its description. So for the full name, let's remove this. And for the email, let's just say your email address is used for sign in and communication. All right, now let's create a function to update this full name. So go to the auth actions and let's just copy this function paste it right here, change its name to update profile, and instead of form data, we'll just say values that contains the full name in a string type. Alright, so here change this to update user, and in the instead of data, one object, and in that object add data and full underscore name. So full underscore name will be from the values dot full name. So if there is an error message, it will send the error, and if there is no error, it will set the success to true, and then it will send this sign in data. So instead of sign in data, let's keep it as a profile data. Here let's change it to there was an error updating the profile. Now let's save this and use this function right here on submit. So first let's define one toast id equal to use id from React, and here let's just get the toast from Sonar and say toast dot loading, say updating the profile, and in the id pass the toast id. That's it, and from the logs we are getting the values. Let's use try and catch. In the try, let's deconstruct the success and the error from the await update profile, and in that function let's pass this values. So if not success will show an error using toast dot error and pass the error, also pass the id, else will show toast dot success, and instead of error let's just say profile updated successfully. Let's make this an async function. That's it. For the catch, let's get the error, copy this and paste it right here. If error, then just display error.message, or there is an error updating the profile. Now in here let's set it to any, and let's disable this warning for the entire file. That's it. Let's save this and check it out. Let me reload this. So if I add space here, let's just change it to Dave Dreaming and click update profile, and our profile updated successfully. Now let's test this component. So go to the account settings page, and instead of this, let's just say Dave Dreaming and click update profile. Now let's check this in our database. Go to the authentication, and here it is. Now display name is change. Now let's add this change password. So in the account folder, let's create one more file called security settings.tsx. Let's import this in here. Let's pass the user as it is. Let's import this and save it. Now in here, let me go to the account form component, copy this and paste it right here. Instead of account form, let's just say security settings, get the user, and here let's copy this. Also from the account form, let me just copy this whole card component and paste it right here. Let's remove this form and import the card details. Change this to security and change the description. Actually, let's not add any description for this. Now in here, let's add one div and h3 tag. Just add password. After the h3, add one paragraph tag, and let's add change your password to keep your account secure. That's it. And after the p tag, we'll add one button from the UI / button and say change password. Now for this div, let's add space y -2. For the h3, set font to medium, and for the p tag, let's just say text-sm and text muted foreground. Also for the button, set variant to outline. That's it. Let's save this. Now let's add the spacing in between these components. So go to the page, and here let's change this to grid, not git. All right. Now let's create a function that will send the change password link to your email. So for that, let's go to auth actions and copy this function and paste it right here. Change the name to reset password, and instead of full name, we'll get the email. Let's just remove this, and here just say auth dot reset password for email, and here we'll directly pass the email. So just say values dot email. That's it. And let's change this message. There was an error sending the reset password email, and instead of this, reset password data. That's it. Now let's use this function in the security settings. Let me just copy this whole thing first. Copy this and the security settings. Let's paste it here. Make sure to import the use ID from React, and we won't be needing all this. Let's just change this to a handle change password function, and copy this. On click of this button, it should call this function. Let me change this to sending password reset email. Make sure you import the toast from Sonar, and here let's use reset password action from auth actions, and instead of values, let's just pass email. So just say user dot email or an empty string. Let's change this to there is an error sending the password
reset email. Here, let's just say password, reset email sent. Please check your email for instructions. All right. Let's just save this. Now, before we check this out, let's check the Supabase docs. And this function should be a client-side function. Otherwise, it will give us an error because we are using the on-click event on this button. All right. So let me open the Supabase docs. Go to product and click auth. Here, let's go to reset password. Just click password base, and in here, resetting a password. So basically there is a two flow, implicit flow and the PKCE flow. Now we are going to use this second flow, which is PKCE. So in the reset password, first we have to update the reset password email, which is right here. Just copy this, go to your database, and let's go to the authentication and click here, which is the email templates. And here you can update your email templates. Go to reset password, and instead of this confirmation URL, we are going to use this whole URL with the site URL, auth confirmation with the token and everything. Let's just click save. So what will happen when the user clicks on this link? It will go to the /auth/confirm route, and this will contain the token hash, type, and the next. That means where do you want to send the user? So you want to send the user to /account/update password. So if you open the /auth/confirm this route, this will handle the verification of this token, and then it will redirect the user to this next URL. Now instead of sending the user to /account/update password, we'll send him to /reset-password. Now for that we have to create this reset password page. For now, let's just save this. Go to the code. Let me close all this. Now let's just copy the login page, which is right here. Copy the login page and paste that in the app. Change its name to reset-password. And in this page, let's change this authentication page to reset password or a change password page. We won't need this. Let's just remove this. Let's remove the auth form, and instead of auth form here, we'll create a new form called change password form. So let's go to the account folder in the components and create one file called change password form.tsx. Here, let's open the login form. Let's just copy this form and paste it right here. Change this from login form to change password form. And after this div, let's add one more div. You can also copy the title and description from the auth form as well. So from here, let's just copy this div and paste it right here.
Let's remove this conditions, and in the H1 set change password, and in the P tag let's just say enter your new password below to change or update your password. Alright, now in this form, first let's update this form schema. So here let's remove the email, and after this password let's add one more field for the confirmation, or just say confirm password. Now for this password, let's refine this and set different rules to set the strong password. So first, the password must be at least 8 characters long. After that, let's use the regular expression. Let's just copy this form schema from the sign up form. Let's copy this whole thing alongside the confirm password and paste it right here. Also, let's copy this regular expression as well. Alright, now here change this to confirm password. Let's remove this email, copy this, paste it right here, change this to confirm password, and here as well. Let's change this to new password, and after the form control let's add form description and just say enter a strong password that meets the requirements above. And here we'll just say re-enter your new password to confirm new password. That's it. And instead of login, let's change this to change password. Let's just say if loading is true, set this to changing password, or just change password. That's it. And after this button, let's add one div, and let's just say make sure to remember your new password or store it securely. Let's add the class name, set text to center, text SM, and text color to muted foreground. Also for this button, set padding top to 4. Now before we update the onSubmit function, let's go to the auth actions file and add a function to change the password. So let's just copy the sign up function and paste it right here. Change this to change password, and here say new password string, and we don't need to set all this, we just need data and error, and in here supabase.auth.update user and password to new password. That's it. There was an error changing the password. That's it. Let's copy this and use it in the onSubmit function. Here change this to changing password. Let's just remove this, and instead of this we'll use the change password from auth actions, and here let's just pass values dot password. If not success, we'll render the error message, else we'll tell the user that the password is successfully updated. And then we'll send the user to /login. Let's use all this in a try catch block. Here let's use the finally as well to set the loading state to false. That's it. Let's save this and remove this. So first let's get the reset password email. So I click here, it is sending the password reset email, and password reset email sent successfully. So if I go to Gmail, let me copy this link and open here. Alright, I guess we forgot to add the reset password form right here. So copy this and go to the reset password page and paste this form. Let's save this, and here it is. So after we click on the link, it will send us to this change password page where we can add our new password. And let me just log out and go to the forgot password. Here for this, let's connect it with the reset password auth action. So go to the reset password form. Let me close all this. Let's open the security settings and copy all this and paste it inside this onSubmit function. Let's import the toast from Sonar. Also get the toast ID. Let's get the reset password and let's make this a async function. Let's get this value email from values.email. That's it. Sending the password reset email sent, let's check. Alright, everything seems great. If I test this function again, go to the forget password and add your email, click reset password, and successful. And I got new email right here. Now after this, let's add different data analytics on the dashboard page. Let me just log in And in the dashboard, let me open the dashboard page. Let's change this to section, add the class name, set container, margin left and right to auto, and flex to 1, space y to 6. Now here, let's add one div, the class flex dot items dash center, and justify to between. In this div, we'll render one h2, and here just say welcome back user. So let's get that user using the Supabase. So just say Supabase equal to await create client from the server, and here let's deconstruct the user. Just say await Supabase dot auth dot get user. Let's make this an async function. Let's copy user right here. Just say user dot user metadata dot full underscore name. Let's just save this, and here we are getting the username. Let me increase the text size to text 3XL, font to bold, and tracking to tight. Now it looks much better. After this div, we'll create the status cards. So let's do that. Go to the components folder, and let's create one folder called dashboard. In the dashboard folder, let's create component called states cards dot tsx, and let's import this in the dashboard page. Now in this states card, we'll need total image count, total models, the image credits available, and the training credits. So let's get that in this page. So just say const data, say models, and count to model count is equal to await fetch models. So if you see the fetch model in the model actions, we are getting the count right here. And let me just copy this and paste it right here. Let's remove this count, and let's use the get credits action. Change this to credits. Let's copy this again, paste it right here. Images, for that we'll use the get images action. So the image count will be images dot length, or set it to 0. Let's use all this data in this states card. So just write image count to image count, model count equal to model count, then we are passing the credits. Let's go to states card, and first we'll create the type. So just say interface states cards props, image count set it to number, model count set it to number, and credits. For that, let's use the database from data types and database dot public schema. Then in here we'll get the tables, and in the tables we'll select the credits, and then we'll select one row, or it can be a null. Let's use this right here. And let's deconstruct the props. Now here, in this div, let's set the class name, set grid, grid calls to 4 and gap to 6. Let's use the card component, card header, and the card header will have a card title. The card title set total images. After the card title, let's add one icon called image icon from Lucid-React, and let's set its height to 4, width to 4, text muted to foreground. That's it. And in the card header, let's add the class name, set flex dash row item center justify to center. Let's keep justify to space between, space y 0 and padding bottom to 2. Now after the card header, we'll display the card content. Inside the card content, let's add one div, and in this div we'll render the image count. Let me just save this. Alright, let's decrease the size of this text. In the image title, set text to SM and font to medium. Alright. Let's increase this text image count. Set text to 2XL and font to bold. After this, let's add one paragraph tag, and let's just say images generated so far. Let's add text SM, text muted to foreground. And looks great. Let's set it to access. Alright. Now let's just copy this card for 3 more times. Now for this second card, set total models, set model count, and in here say custom models trained. Great. Now for the next one, let's just say image credits, and in here let's get the credits dot image generation count or 0. Let's again copy this, and after the slash, let's say dot max image generation count, and here let's use available generation credits. Let's copy all this and paste it right here. Instead of total images, we'll change it to training credits. In here, change it to model training count, and this to max model training count. Available training credits. Alright, let's save this, and this looks great. Let's change these icons. So for this second card, we'll use the layer icon, and for the image credits, let's use zap icon, and for the training credits, Let's just use wallet. Alright, looks great. After the states credits, let's add the latest generated images in a carousel format, and then we have quick actions and the recent models. So let's go to the dashboard page. After the states card, let's add one div, and this div will add the recent images component, quick actions, and the recent models. For this div, let's add the class set grid gap to 6 and grid calls to 4. Let's create this component in the dashboard folder. Let's create one file called recent images.tsx and import this right here. Now in the recent images, we'll pass all the images. Actually, instead of passing all the images, let's just pass 6 images. So for that, we'll use this slice to cut down from first 6 images, or just pass an empty array. Let's save this, go to the recent images, and let's add the type. So just say interface recent images props images, an array of tables and table name, which is the generated images. Now this images will also contain the URL. So for that, we have to extend this type and set the URL to string or undefined. Let's use this prop and deconstruct the images. Now first, we'll check if images.length is equal to 0. Then let's return one card component. Make sure you import it from the UI folder and add the card header. Let's add card title and write recent generations. After the card header, set card content, and in the p tag, let's just say no images generated yet. Let's set this to true and see how it looks. Alright, set call span to 3. For the card content, let's set the class name, set flex items to center and justify to center. Again, let's change this to true and check this out. And now it looks much better. Now for the paragraph, let's set text mutate foreground margin top to 16. Alright, now if this condition is not true, we'll again return one card component. So just copy this and paste it right here. Let's remove this paragraph tag, remove this class name, and just say space 5 to 4. And here we'll render one carousel. So for that, let's go to the Shadcn, click on the carousel. Let's import this, and then let's import one example. Let's just import this one. Copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this. Alright, it's working great. The carousel, let's remove all this, set to width to full. Now it's looking great. Now instead of this array, we'll use the images.map. Let's just say image. In the key, pass image.id. In the class name, keep this as it is. Let's remove this card. Let's remove this whole div and create one div. Let's add the class name space y to 2. Inside this div, let's create one more div, and in this div, let's add class name, set relative overflow to hidden and round it to LG. Now along with this, we'll add the aspect ratio. So first import the cn function and add this class name, and here let's say if there is image dot height and image dot width available, then we'll set the aspect ratio. Just write image dot width by image dot height. Let's remove this, else just say aspect square. Alright, now in this div we'll render the image component from Next.js. For the src, set image.url or an empty string. For the alt, let's use image.prompt or an empty string. For the width, set the width image.width or 100. Same for the height. Let's add the class name, set object to cover, and after this div let's add the prompt. So just say image.prompt and this p tag. Let's set text size to text-sm, text muted to foreground. That's it. Let's save this. Alright, we are getting all the images. We have only 3 images, but it looks great. Now here, let's limit this prompt. So just add one class called line clamp to 2, up to 2 lines only. That's it. And here for the carousel previous and carousel next, let's change them. Set left to 2, and for the next, set right to -2. Now the buttons are inside this whole card. After this carousel, let's add one more div, and in this div let's add one link component. Set href to /gallery and add the button component. Just write view gallery with arrow right icon. Set class name margin left to 2, width to 4 and edge to 4. Set variant of the button to ghost and size to SM. Let's add this on the right side. So in this div, let's just set flex and justify to end. Now it looks much better. Now let's add the quick actions component. Let's go to the dashboard folder and create one file called quickactions.tsx, and let's import this. Here we don't have to pass anything. It should be quick actions. All right. Now in this quick action, we'll use the card component. So just go to the states card and let's copy this card, paste it right here, and import all the card components. Now in here, in the title, just say quick actions, remove all these classes, and in here we'll add the card description. Just say get started with common actions. After the card header, we have a card content. Let's add the class name, set to grid and gap to 4. So here we'll render a few links. First, let's get the button and the link component from next/link. Make sure you import the button from UI/button and keep the schild prop to true, width to full. Let's add the href here. Just say /image-generation, and here let's use the want2 icon from Lucid React. Add the class name, set margin right to 2, h to 4, and width to 4. And let's just write generate image. Let's save this, and here it is. Let's copy this button and paste it for 2 more times. For the second one, we'll say train new model and set the button variant to destructive and change this href to model-training. For the third, let's just say billing. We'll send the user to /billing page. And this will have the secondary variant. That's it. Now let's change this icon, set to plus icon. And for the third one, just use credit card icon from Lucid React. Let's save this. All right, looks great. So after this quick actions, let's add the recent models component. Let's just copy this quick actions and paste it again. Change this name to recent models and change this name to right here as well, models. Now here we'll get the models from the dashboard page. Let's define its type, interface, and here let's just write models. We'll use the database from the data types, get the public schema. In that public schema, we'll use the tables and add the models table and row. Now this will be an array of models. All right, now change the title to recent models. Let's remove this card description. Let's just save this and import this in the dashboard. Let's pass the models or an empty array. Let's go back to recent models. Let me remove all this. And in here, let's add one div with the class base -y-4. Let's just say if models dot length is 0, then we'll just render one paragraph tag and say no models trained yet. Or let's just map the models dot map will give us the model, and then we'll return one div and another div, and in this div let's add one paragraph, and let's just write model dot model underscore name. Let's add the key right here, model dot id. After this paragraph, let's add one more paragraph, and let's render the gender of that particular model. After this div, we'll use the badge component and we'll render the model dot training status. That's it. Let's save this. And here it is. Let's add quick actions and recent models in a single div. So go to the page and let's cut this and add one div and paste both of them. In this div, let's add the class set h to full, flex to column, space y to 6. All right, now looks great. Now let's style this. Open the recent models and let's add some classes. Set flex item to center, justify between, and space x to 4. Now in this paragraph, let's say text to SM, font to medium. For this paragraph, set text to XS, text muted, foreground. Now for this badge, let's create one function called get status variant. Get status variant. In this function, we will pass the status of the string type, and here we'll use the switch statement. So as a key, pass the status. Let's say in the case 1, if the value is succeeded, then we'll return default. Else, if the case is processing or starting, let's just say processing and starting. So these are all the training status. Then we'll return the secondary variant if the case is failed or cancelled. Then we'll return the destructive. By default, let's just return secondary. Now let's use this function in the badge. Say variant, use this function and pass the model dot training status. Now let's check this out. All right, looks great. So our dashboard component is completed. So we have created all the internal pages. Now let's create the landing page. Let me remove all this.
Let's open the page.tsx file, and here first let's add the navigation component. Let me uncomment this, and here now inside the components folder in the landing page folder, let's create one file called navigation.tsx, and let's import this right here. Now before we create the landing page, let me show you how it looks. So if I log out and open the main landing page, so here it is. So first we'll build this navigation bar. So let's do that. Let me log out from here, and let's open the /layout. Now if I go to the localhost 3000, it is still sending me to the /login. I think that is because of the middleware. So let's open the middleware, and here let's add this condition. So if request.nextURL.pathname is equal to / is not equal to /, then to send the user to /login, otherwise send them to /page. Let's save this and try it again, and now we are on the landing page, and this is the navigation component. So let's design it. So in the navigation component, first let's add some classes to this div. Set width to full, PG background with 60% opacity, backdrop to blur MD, and set fixed position and top to 0. Set padding left and right to, let's say 8, padding top and bottom to 4, and Z to 50. Shadow set Excel, and overflow to hidden. Let's save this. All right. Let me decrease its height. All right. So after adding this classes, let's add the header. Now in the header, first we will render the logo from /logo, and let's add the classes. Set container, margin left and right to auto, and display flex item to center. And here it is. Now after the logo, we'll add the new element. It should be in the header. Now in the new elements, we'll render the navigation menu items. So for that, let's just create one small component called new items, and this will basically return a links. So let me use the React fragments, and here let's get the link from next/link. Set href to ID of a particular section. So set hash to features, and here just say features. Now let's add the class name. Set text to sm, font medium, hover to underline, and underline offset to 4. That's it. Let's add a few more links. One for features, for pricing, for FAQs, and for sign up. Now this one is for the pricing. Change this to pricing, and this to FAQs, and the last one is for the sign up. Now here let's add the sign up in a button component. Now instead of hash features, let's set /login and state equal to sign up. All right, so let's render these links in the nav. Now let's also add the classes. Set margin left to auto, display flex, item center, justify to center as well, and gap to 6. Let's save this, and here we have all the links. So our navigation is almost ready. All right, so if I decrease this width, now as you can see we have this hamburger icon and this mobile menu. So let's implement this. We are using the sheet component from Shadcn. So here for the nav, we will make it hidden for up to MD breakpoint. So up to MD, set it to flex, otherwise let's hide it. So MD, that means the minimum width is 768 pixel. Now after the nav, we'll add the mobile navigation. So for this, let's add one div and add the class, set margin left to auto. It should be hidden up to 768 pixel and overflow to hidden. Now in this div, let's use the sheet component. So make sure you import the sheet from the UI/sheet and then import the sheet trigger. In this trigger, we'll use the menu icon from Lucid React. Set class name, height to 6 and width to 6. Let's set the stroke width to 1.5 and write as child. Now after the sheet trigger, we have sheet content, and in the sheet content, let's add the sheet title first. Let's just say navigation. Now it should be SR only. That means only screen readers can access it. And then let's add the nav and add the nav items. In the class name, let's set flex dash column, gap to 4 and the margin top to 12. Let's save this and see whether it's working or not. Let me decrease the width. All right, it's working. Looks great. Now next we have this hero component. So let's create this. Go to the dashboard folder, the landing page folder, and create one file called hero section.tsx, and let's import this in the main landing page. Now in this hero section, let's change this to section, and in the class name, let's set width to full, position to relative, and overflow to hidden. Set minimum height to screen, and flex column. Set items to center and justify to center. All right. So after this section, we'll add one div. Let me show the main landing page. So in the landing page, we have a marquee component where it shows the image going from top to bottom, and we have one headline, one batch component with the text says try new flux model. Then we have paragraph, avatars, and the CTA button. So let's add all this.
So first, in this div, we will use the animated gradient text from the Magic UI. So let me close all this first and open the Magic UI. Go to components and find the animated text. This one. Let's just copy this. So from here to here, copy this, and we have already installed this component for our pricing section, which is right here, and paste it right here. Make sure import it from the /UI, import this cn, and import this chevron right icon from Lucid React. And instead of this text, let's just say try new flux model. That's it. In this div, let's keep the position to relative, width to fit, margin left and right to auto, set display flex, flex direction to flex dash column, items to center, and justify to center as well. Let's save this. We have this batch component. Now let's add the main text. So after this animated text, let's add one h1 tag, and here just say transform your photos with the power of AI. And let's add the class name, set text to 6XL, font to extra bold, and tracking to tighter. Let's save this. All right. Now in this div, let's add the space y to 4 and text to center, z index to 40, and backdrop blur to, let's say, 2 pixels. All right. After the h1 tag, let's add one paragraph tag. Now for the text, you can also refer the alt text.md file, and here under the landing page, you should be able to see the main headline and the paragraph text. Just copy this and paste it right here. Let's add the class, set margin left and right to auto, set max dash width dash 3 XL, set text to XL, and margin bottom to 8. Alright, looks great. Let's change its color. So set text dash gray, set this to 600. Alright, looking great. Now here, let's fix this with the ampersand, appose, and semicolon. After this p tag, let's add the avatars in a div. Set class name, set display flex, item to center, space x to 2, and margin bottom to 4. So here, first in one div, we'll render all the avatars, and in a span, we'll just say loved by 1K plus customers. And in a div, let's add the avatars. So for the avatars, you can directly go to the alt text file and just copy this array and paste it right here. So if you go to the public folder and go to the avatars, here are all the images of the avatars that you can check, and here are their relative path and the fallback later for the avatar component. So here just say avatars.map, which will give us the avatar and index. Here we'll return one avatar component from Shadcn, and here in the key pass the index, And in the avatar, we have avatar image, set its src to avatar.src, and there is one more component called avatar fallback. So if there is no image, it will just render the initials of the user. In our case, it's avatar.fallback. That's it. Now let's add the class name. Set inline block border -2 and border color to border dash background. And in this div, let's say display to flex, item to center, and set minus space -x -4 to overlap each avatar images, and set overflow to hidden. Let's save this. Alright, looking great. Now here few images are not perfectly covering the 100% height, so let's just add the class in the avatar image, set height to full, and add object to dash cover. Alright, now it looks much better. And for this one, let's add text to SM and font to medium. Alright, let's add the CTA button. After this div, let's add link. For the href, it should send the user to /login and state equal to sign up. And this link, let's add one button component and just say create your first AI model, and on the left and the right we'll add the star, the star emoji. Make sure you import the link from next/link and button from the UI folder. For the button, let's add the class name, set rounded -md and text base and height to 12. Let's save this, and here it is. Now let's add the marquee component in the background and show the images. So for that, go to the magic UI and let's find this marquee component and let's install it using this CLI. So you just have to copy this and let's paste this in the terminal and click enter. So basically this will add the marquee component in the UI folder. It seems I already have that marquee installed, and that's it. So if you go to the UI, and here it is. Let me open that component. Here we have a type error. Just disable this warning for this entire file. Now let's use that. So after this div, we'll add one more div, and in that add the class name, set display to absolute, top to 0, width to full, display to grid, and grid columns to 6, and z index to 10. We will have a 6 column. So for that, let's just define one component called const marquee column. Now this will take whether the column direction is reverse or not, the duration of the animation, and the class name. Also let's add the type as well. Reverse takes the boolean value, duration will have a string, and class name will have a string as well. All right. Now let's return a marquee component. Let me go to this documentation and open the code. Let's just copy this, and here are all the props that you can use, and paste it right here. Now here, let's import it first from the marquee. Let me remove this and remove this as well. Keep the vertical as it is, and for the reverse, use the reverse prop, and keep the pause on hover as well. And for the class name, let's use the CN and say width to full, position relative, height to full, display flex, flex direction to column, justify to center, and items to center. And now here we will render the images. So for that, go to the alt text file, and here I have already created one array of all the images that we are going to use. Copy this and paste it after this avatars. Now for the image 1, 2, 3 up to 11 image, we have to import it. So import image 1 from at public slash hero images slash, let's select this first. So similarly, let's add all the images up to 11 images. Actually, I have already done that. So let me just paste it right here. You can find all these images from the public and hero images folder. Now let's use this images array, and here let's just say images dot, let's randomize that image. So for that, we'll use dot sort function. This will return one arrow, and here we'll just set math dot random minus 0.5, and let's use dot map. This will give us the image and the index, and in here we will return the next image component. Let's use the key, pass index, and in the src pass image.src. The alt, pass image.alt text, and let's add the priority, so it will fetch the image faster. And set the class name, set width to full, height to full, object to cover, and rounded. Let's set opacity to 0.25, and on hover set opacity to 100. Set transition to opacity. For the animation and duration, set to 300, and set type to is in out. Alright, now here let's add the duration. In the CN, first let's pass the class name from the prop, and after that let's use the style and double braces, and just add dash dash duration and set the duration. Now this is the duration variable that is used by this marquee component. So let's use this right here. Let's set reverse to false and duration to 120 seconds. That's it. Let me save this. And we have an issue with the image import. Let me just check this. Now it should be, if I remember in the TS config, it should be @/public. Let me replace it. Alright, now as you can see, it's looking great. Now let's add a few more of this. Let's just copy this and paste it for 5 more times. Here set this to true, true, and true. Keep the duration as it is, and let's save this. Alright, now this looks much better. Now let's make this a mobile responsive. Now in here, for the last 3 column, let's hide it. For the MD breakpoint, set it to hidden, and for the medium screen, set the display to flex. Let me just copy this and paste it here and here as well. Now for this, let's hide it for the large screen. So up to 768 pixel will show the 5 columns, and up to 1024 pixel will show all the columns. And here let's decrease the columns. So grid -calls -3 for smaller screen. For the medium, set grid calls to 4, and for the larger screen, set grid calls to 5, and for the extra large, set it to 6. Let's save this. Right, now it has decreased to 4. Now it's a 5 and 6. For this avatars, let's increase the overlap. So go to right here and just say minus space -x-5, and here set the smaller screen. Alright, looks much better. Now for the paragraph, right now the text size is XL. So for the smaller screen, let's set it to text-SM. For the extra small screen, set to text-base. Now this extra small is not given in the Tailwind, so we have to add. So go to the tailwind.config file and scroll down, and here let's just add screens and set access to up to 480 pixels. Let's save this, and here for the SM, set text to LG. Otherwise, for the up to medium screen, set text to XL. Let's save this, and now it's smaller. Let's do the same for this headline. Go to the H1, and here set text-3XL for the smaller screen, and for the SM, text to 4XL, and then for the MD, set text to 5XL, and for the large screen, set text to 6XL. Alright, let's add the padding on left and right. So if you go in this div, let's set it to fit, not foot. Here set padding left and right to 6 for smaller screen. For up to XS, set padding left and right to 8, and up to SM we don't need any padding, so let's save this. Alright, looks great. As you can see, this is mobile responsive. Now let's create this features section.
Let's create the features component. Go to the landing page folder and create features.tsx, and let's import this after the hero section. Change this to section and let's add the ID. Just say features, and the class name set width to full, PG to muted, padding top and bottom to 32, display flex, flex direction to flex column, items to center, and justify to center. Now after this section, let's add one div. In this div, again we'll use the animated text. So let me copy it from the hero section. Just copy this and paste it in the div. Change this text and just say features. Now here we don't need this chevron right icon, so delete that and import the animated gradient text and also import the cn. Here let's remove this icon and this hr. Now this div should be under one more div. So basically we are adding this text first and then we'll add both of this. Let me add the class, set container, and margin left and right to auto, display to grid, grid call to 2, and gap to 8, set position to relative and background to muted. And for this div, let's set goal span dash full and space y to 4. So after this animated text, let's add the h2. Let me grab the h2 from the features. Just copy this. And after h2, we have one paragraph. So copy this. Let me add the class name. Here set text to 4XL, font to bold. And for the p tag, set text to base, text muted, foreground, and up to large screen set max width to 75%. Let's save this. Alright, let's add class for this. So in the animated text, just add margin left to 0, PG to background, and backdrop blur to 0. Alright, now it looks much better. Now after this div, let's add one more to add the features and the class name, set display flex, flex direction to column, justify to start, and items to start as well. That's it. So here we'll render the features. For that, I already created one array that contains the title of the feature, description, and the icon for that particular feature. So just copy this array and paste it right here. Make sure you import the icons from Lucid React. Let's use this feature list dot map, which will give us the feature, and here we'll return one div. Add the feature title as a key. In this div, first let's render the icon. So just say feature.icon, and then add one div, add the feature.title,
And after h3, let's use the paragraph tag, and here add feature dot description. Let's save this. All right, now let's style this. So in this div, let's say display to flex and items to start. Set gap to 4, rounded to LG, and padding to P-12. Looks great. Now for this icon, set padding to 2, rounded up to -MD, set text to background and background to foreground. Let's save this. All right, for the h3, let's set text size to text dash to XL, font to medium. And for the P, set text dash base, text muted foreground, and padding top to 2. And it looks great. Now let's add this image and this animated background. So after the features list and this div, let's add one more div with the class name. Let's use the CN here, and here we'll add height to fit and position to sticky top to, let's say 32, padding left to 16 and padding top to 16 as well, rounded to LG. That's it. And let's add the border dash R to the gray 300, and the border dash bottom dash gray to 300. That's it. And here we'll add the image src, just say dashboard image, and let's import this. So import dashboard image from @public @/public/ here it is, dashboard dash image dot png. After the src, let's add the alt features image and the class name. Let's set width to full, height to auto, and that's it. Let's import this image from next/image, and let's save this. So here it is. Now let's add the animated background. So here, let's say animate dash gradient. We already have this animation in the tailwind.config file. And the keyframes, if you check this, this is the animation where we are animating the background position. This is already written by the marquee component, not by the marquee, but by the animated text component from the magic UI. Set bg dash gradient to right, and then let's add from dash set color. So just say hash 627 FAB, and set via dash add hash, and just say capital P 95480 and 2 hash 627 FAB. That's it. Save this. And here it is. Now let's animate this. For that we can use BG, and in an square brackets let's add the length and use the variable dash background dash size and 100%. Now set the BG variable size to 400%. That's it. And let's save this. And now it's animating. Now this is the same animation which is used in this text. Let's make this a rounded corner. So in the image, just add rounded dash top left dash LG. Alright, that's it. So our features section is completed. Now let's make it a mobile responsive. Now for a screen less than 1024, let's change the order of the image and this features. So for that, let's open this div and set the order to 2 for a smaller screen, and for the larger set order to 1. Same here, set order to 1 for the smaller, and for the larger set order to 2. Now if I go below 1024, it's changing its order. Now here, now go to the top, and in the div let's add the padding. So set padding left and right to 6. For the XS, set padding left and right to 8. For the SM, set PX to 0, and up to SM set MX to 8, and up to large screen keep the margin left and right to auto. Also let's change the grid columns, so GC1, and grid columns to 2 up to large screen. Let's save this. So the features are there, but now it's using the sticky position. So let's not do that for the large screen. So, and here is the sticky. So just say LG. Now it looks much better. Now for the headline, which is in the H2. Now let's set this to a text dash 2XL, up to extra small screen text dash 3XL, and up to small screen set text dash 4XL. Let's save this. All right. Now let's go to the features, and for this H3, set text dash XL and set text dash 2XL up to the small screens, and here set text dash SM, and here add the XS. Looks great. Let's decrease the padding of this features. So we have padding 12. So right now the gap is 4. So set gap to 2 and gap dash 4 up to SM. And for the padding, so set padding top and bottom to 8, and up to LG set padding to 12. Let's save this. Alright, now it looks much better. Now for the feature icon, right now we have P-2, so set P-0, and up to SM keep P-2. Also let's change this text dash background for a smaller screen. Just say SM, and here set text dash foreground, and same for the BG, set BG dash background. Let's save this. And now it looks much better. Now instead of BG slash dash foreground, set it to BG dash muted. Alright, now let's add the testimonial section. Let me close this. Go to the landing dash page and add testimonials.tsx and import it after the features section. Let's just open the features and copy this, hold div and up to section, and paste it right here. In the section, change this to testimonials and just add overflow to hidden. And let's remove this div and this div as well. Let's import the animated gradient text. Remove this ml-0, import this cn, and change this to testimonials. Here, change this text to testimonials, what our users say. And for the paragraph, copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this. Looks great. Let's add our update few classes. Here set empty-4, and for the paragraph set empty-4, text to center. Now here we are going to use the same style for this main heading and the subtext for each and every section. So let's create one global class for that. So go to the globals, and here let's just say dot sub heading and use the apply. Let's say text dash 2xl, up to xs set text to 3xl, and up to sm set text to 4xl, and font to bold. Now this is for the subtext subheading. Now next is for the subtext. Set text dash sm, up to axis set text dash base, text muted foreground, and for the large screen set maximum width to 3xl. Now let's use this subheading and the subtext right here. Set subheading, and here set subtext. Save this, and looks much better. After this, let's use the component from the Magic UI. Let's use this one. So go to the code and let's copy the reviews, review card, and paste it right here.
Let's copy this div and paste it after this paragraph tag. Make sure you import the marquee from UI folder. Let's save this. All right. Now let's update it. For these reviews, go to the alt text and copy this reviews array and replace this. Now for this we have to import the avatars. So import avatar 1 from @/public/avatars and select this image. Same for all the other avatars. Now it's done. Now from this div, let's update few things. We don't want to use the shadow, so remove that. Let's remove this height as well. Remove this rounded border and BG background and just set empty margin top to 16. Now somehow the image is not displayed. Let me check why. Now instead of img, let's import the image from next/image component. Just save this. All right. We don't want to apply this dark styles. Now here, change this to primary /.15 for the opacity. Set BG to BG-muted and it should be 70 for the opacity, and on hover it should be BG-muted /80. After this, padding -4 for the smaller up to small screen, set padding -8. Display flex to column and justify between. All right, and let's display this block code at the top. Set margin top to 2. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. Now for this image, let's set class aspect square. Let's increase width from 64 to 80. Looking great. Now let's scroll down. Now here we have to change this from string to static image data from next/image. Now the warning is gone. Let me remove this and let's save this. Let's remove this BG muted. Save this. Now it looks much better. Now let's see if it's mobile responsive or not. Yes, it is mobile responsive. Now let's increase the duration to 30 seconds and let's add the gap up to 1 RAM, and for up to smaller screen set --gap to 2 RAM. Let's copy this for this marquee as well. All right, now here set margin top to 1 for this up to small screen and then set margin top to 4. All right, let's increase the width of this gradient. So here right now it is width equal to 1/3. Set width to 1/4. Same for the other one, and here it should be up to smaller screens. All right, now it looks much better.
Now let's add the next section, which is the price, which we already did. So there is nothing to change. After the price, we have the FAQ section. So let's add that. In the landing page folder, create one file called faqs.tsx, and let's import it in the page after testimonials. It should be after prices. Here, let's just copy this top up to this paragraph to this section. Import the animated text and the CN. Change this to FAQs, and here it should be FAQs. Let's save this. Let me close all this. Go to all text. Copy this for the title and this for the subtext. Let's save this. Looks great. Now let's use the accordion component from Shadcn to add the questions. For the question, I have already created this FAQ list array. Now this contains the question and the answer. So after this paragraph, let's use the accordion from UI folder. Here we'll render all the question answers. Set the type of the accordion to single, and it should be collapsible. Set the class name width to full, max width up to 4XL, and MX to auto. Set margin top to 16. Now here let's create a question component. So const question equal to, this will take a question and answer, and the type of both will be string. And let's return the accordion item and pass the value as a question. And after the accordion item, add accordion trigger from UI. Set the class name text dash left, and here we'll add the question. So after this, add accordion content, and here we'll set the answer. Add the class name, set text mutate to foreground, and let's use this question right here. First, let's use the FAQs list array dot map. It will give us the FAQ, and in the return, let's use the question component. For the key, let's just say FAQ dot question and pass everything from the FAQ. Let's save this, and here it is. Looks great. Next, we have this simple banner. Let's make sure that FAQ section is mobile responsive. Our pricing section is not mobile responsive, so let's change that as well. We have to add a few classes for the FAQs. Here, let's add the padding that we added for the features section. So just copy this up to this. Let's save this. All right, looks great. Let's copy this for the pricing, for the testimonial as well. So just copy this and paste it in the testimonials. Now it's looking great. All right, let's fix this pricing. Let me close all this, open the pricing from the landing page. Here we'll also paste this padding. Let's save this. Next, let's go right here. We have grid column to up to 3. Set this for up to XL. And for LG, set grid columns to 2. Else set grid columns to 1. Let's check it out. All right, looking good. So the gap is 8 right now. Let's keep it 8 up to SM and then set gap dash Y to 8. Let's save this. Now this looks much better. Let's set the max width up to 4XL only. Up to large screen. Now for the extra large screen, set max dash width to none. All right. Now this looks much better. So that's it. The pricing component is done. FAQ is completed. Now let's add this banner. So go to the main landing page. And after the FAQs, let's add one section. In this section, let's add one div, add one more. And this div will add the h2 and just say ready to transform your photos. And in the P, let's just say join. Let me check if this text is in the alt text. Yes, we have. Copy this and paste it in the paragraph tag. After the P, let's use link. Let's copy this CTA button from the hero section. Just find the hero section, copy this and paste it right here. That's it. Now let's add the classes for the section. Set width to full, margin top to 16, padding top and bottom to 16 and BG to muted. Now for this div, set container, padding left and right to 6, up to XS, padding left and right to 8, SM, padding left and right to 0. For the SM, set margin left and right to 8 and LG MX to auto. For the next div, set flex dash call, item center, space Y to 4 and text to center. Let's save this. All right, let's increase the size. For the H2, let's use subheading and font to bold. For the paragraph, let's use the subtext class, margin top to 4 and set text to center. Looks much better. Let's add a small footer. Go to the landing page and add footer.tsx. Let's import this footer in the page. Change this to footer and add the class name. Set container, margin left and right to auto, display flex to column, set gap to 2, and for the smaller screen, set flex direction to flex dash row, bring top and bottom to 6, width to full, items to center, and border dash top. Let's add P, and here we'll add the ampersand, copy. Let's use new date dot get full year and just say Pictoria AI inc dot all rights reserved. After the paragraph, add nav, and this nav we will use one link. For now, just set hash in the href and write terms of service. Add link from next/link and add one more. And here we'll just say privacy policy. Let's add class to this p tag. Set text-access, text muted to foreground. For the nav, let's say flex gap to 6. And for this link, set text dash xs on hover, set underline and underline offset to 4. Let's copy this class and add in the link. Let me save this and check it out. Alright, looks great. And this nav, for up to SM, set margin left to auto. And here, set gap to 4 and up to SM, keep gap to 6. Alright. Looks great. Now here, now the container class is not working perfectly for up to certain breakpoints. So let's change that. So open the globals and after the subtext, let's add one media. Set minimum width up to 1536 pixel and set container set max dash width to 1400 pixels. Let's save this. Now it's working fine. So our landing page is completed. Let's check out it in a mobile. And everything looks great. Now let's make the internal pages mobile responsive. So let me just log in. Now here we made a slight mistake in the navigation. So here it should be state equal to sign up. Alright, it's working fine. Let me just log in. Let's see how it looks in a mobile view. So our sidebar is working fine in the mobile version. Let's make this a mobile responsive. Let me close all this and open the dashboard page. Here we have grid calls 4 set to grid dash calls dash 1 and keep grid calls 4 up to medium screen. Let's save this. Alright, now let's do something for the quick action and the recent models. So right now we have the flex display. So instead of that, for up to Excel, keep the flex to flex dash call, and for the SM set flex dash row. Otherwise keep the flex dash column. Let's save this. Now this is working fine, but if I increase the width, let's change this. Here up to Excel, let's set space y dash 6, and up to Excel set cap to 0. Otherwise set gap to 6, and let's say up to Excel set col dash span dash 1. Otherwise for a smaller screen set col dash span dash full. Let's save this. Alright, now it looks a bit better. Now let's open the dates card, and here we have grid calls 4. So for a small screen, set the grid calls to 1. For the medium screen, set grid calls up to 2, and keep the grid calls 4 up to large screens. Let's save this. Alright, it looks great. Now let's open the recent images. And here we have col span 3. Now instead of this, set col span full for small screen, and up to let's say up to Excel set col span dash 3. Let's save this. Alright, now looks much better. Now here set paces to full for smaller screen, so it will show only one image. That's it. So if I open the mobile version, everything seems great. I think there is more space between this quick action and recent model, so let's fix this. We have gap 6, set it to up to SM, otherwise set gap to 0, and it's done. Now let's go to the image generation. So if I decrease the width, we have to change the grid calls. So open the image generation, and in here we have grid calls 3, set grid calls 1, and up to LG keep the grid calls to 3. Here set padding to 0. Up to large screen set padding to 4. Let's save this. Alright, it's looking better. Let's change this from row to column. So go to the configurations and scroll down, and here set grid calls to 1 and keep GC2 up to Excel. Alright, now everything looks great. Let's open the My Models.
Here, let's open the, let me close all this and open model list. Now, and here we are using the grid calls 3. So just set grid calls 1, and up to large screen set grid calls to 2, and up to Excel keep grid calls to 3. That's it. Now next we have model training. Let's decrease this padding of this field set. So just open the model training form, and here we are using the padding -8. So keep the padding -4, and up to SM keep padding to 8. That's it. Now it looks much better. Let's open the gallery. I think there is an error. Let me reload this. Alright. So here, let's change this grids, these columns. So open the gallery component. Here we have 4 columns. So let's change this to columns 1 up to SM, columns to 2 up to LG, set columns to 3, and up to Excel keep it to 4. Let's save this. Alright, now it's 2 and now it's 1. Let's open this image dialog and let's decrease this width. Let's open the image dialog component, and here maximum width up to Excel. Let's keep it as it is, and everything seems working fine. Let's go to the billing. Here we have to fix this pricing. So open the pricing of the billing page. Now here we have to decrease the padding. Right now it is px8. So set px4 up to SM, px to 6, and up to LG keep px to 8. Now in here we are using 3 columns. So set to GC1, and then up to SM set GC2, and up to Excel keep the grid colors 3. And everything looks much better. But we have to update this plan summary, because if I decrease this width, it is not looking great. So let's open the plan summary. Here we are using calls -8. So change this to GC3, and calls 8 up to Excel. Let's save this. Alright, now this looks much better. Let's change this text. Let's set goal span to full, and up to Excel keep the goal span to 5. Copy this and paste it right here. Still we have this padding right. So this should be only up to small screen. So after a small screen, and it's gone. Now here we are using call span 3. So let's use call dash span dash full, and up to Excel keep call span 3. Let's remove this padding. Instead of SM, set to Excel. And this looks much better. That's it for the billing. Let's go to the settings. It seems settings is fine. Let's open the mobile version. Go to billing. Looks great. My images. Let me load this. Go to train model. And everything seems great. And that's a wrap, folks. You have just learned how to build a fully functional AI SaaS application from the ground up, from setting up Next.js 15 and integrating Supabase for the database, authentication, and the storage, to leveraging the power of Replicate API for AI processing and Stripe for the payments. You now have the tools to turn your AI ideas into reality. Now, if you made it this far, congratulations. Building something like this isn't just about technical skills, it's about persistence, creativity, and the vision. You are not just learning to code, you are creating opportunities for yourself to innovate and potentially build a business. I love to see what you create. Share your projects with me in the comments below or tag me on any social media. Let's grow this community of builders together. If you found value in this tutorial, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss out on future videos like this. I'm always exploring the latest in AI, SaaS, and tech, so you'll definitely want to stick around. And one last thing, if you think someone else would find this tutorial helpful, share it with them. Together we can inspire more people to dive into the world of AI. Thanks for watching, and as always, keep building and keep dreaming big. I'll see you in the next one.